Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Okay, I think this one is the correct one. Yeah. Okay. Why that one doesn't have a sound?
Morning. Just want to check how you hear.
Yeah, it is going. Microphone is working, and
Have you checked everything? Yeah.
yeah.
Only one thing is,
Yes.
it's better just to keep at least 1 meter distance between the speaker. and
This one is not recording anything.
I know, but sometimes when microphone and the speakers, it can
Oh no, microphone would be there.
Yeah. Just in case.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Just to keep the. Okay, so you have picture, you have sound, microphone, stream, internet, everything is okay. Yeah.
Yes, for now, yes.
Okay, that's good. Only one thing is, I will take the glasses because you don't need this in front. You have at the back. We'll put the water at the back. Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Browser.
It's actually a layered sand model which mimics the subsurface properties in an actual reservoir. And we can basically divide the model into three different parts. So number one is the sealing layer, which is consisting of a very fine sand, which is in effect holding the CO2 in the system. We call it a barrier, right? So it's impermeable to gas. Then we have different types of layered sand model, which mimics the subsurface properties in an actual reservoir. And we can basically divide the model into three different parts. So number one is the sealing layer, which is consisting of a very fine sand, which is in effect holding the CO2 in the system. We call it a barrier, right? So it's impermeable to gas. Then we have different types of sand that constitute heterogeneity that we also find in nature. And then we have the high emittivity sand, which allows us to inject CO2 at a high rate, which is also important for the CO2 storage. As the CO2 comes in, we will have two injection points here. You can see it here. And the CO2 is buoyant, so it flows upwards, but then it hits these layers with a lower permeability and it accumulates underneath the seal here. And then we speed up time. And now you will see something very interesting. The yellow CO2 is actually moving downward. And this is because the CO2 dissolves into the water and becomes heavier than the blue water. So the yellow water goes down and it actually goes away from the seals here and it goes towards the bottom.
Pasha, here's this.
Oh, thank you so much. I check it now. I have done this.
The physical model is actually a layered sand model.
Yeah, so it's okay now?
I guess yes, it should be.
Okay. So yeah, because I just saw it was like that. Do you want to do a test or?
I am trying to see maybe. Please, I share you the link. Or maybe I have to share you the link. I don't know. Okay, so that's good. And now we are speaking. You can hear anything?
I can. No, you have to use microphone.
No, 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 no. Now I want to know that. We are speaking. You can hear anything?
No, I don't know. Maybe it's your microphone. Turn
this
microphone on.
It's on. I think yes.
Yeah, now. One, one, two. 112, but I can clearly see it's going here. So I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
sure. Yeah, it's a little delay on the YouTube. Oh, okay. It was a delay.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's okay.
It's working. Okay, good. Okay.
Welcome you all for the Baltic Carbon Forum 2025. I would really like to thank you all for being here, and especially also Nordic Energy Research and the networking group on carbon capture, utilization, and storage for all the support, and also our support to the sponsors, Schwenk, Akmenės Cementas, Minusnaft. And we start today with the first keynote lecture to be given by Jan Martin Nordbotten. He will talk about CO2 storage, experimental and computational validation. So Jan is a professor, and he's one of the youngest persons to have his PhD at the age of 22. Jan has been working in the field of modeling and simulation related to carbon capture and storage, and he has been very instrumental in this area. And I think I'll let Jan speak more about it himself. So can we give a hand of applause to Jan for the keynote? Thank you, Jan.
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here. I believe we also have a YouTube stream today, so I will try to point the digital pointer and these type of things so that we all can see. So I want to talk to you a little bit about how we understand CO2 storage, and I'll try to make this a little bit of a high-level talk because judging by the program, I see that we have people with quite diverse backgrounds. Some people know a lot of what I'm going to say already, at least the first half of my talk. And for some people, let's hope it's a little bit educational, right? So first of all, let's just remind ourselves why CO2 storage is essentially mandatory and not just optional, right? So this is a little bit of the debate sometimes. And my favorite argument for this goes back to the IPCC analysis, where essentially they look at a range of scenarios. And I think the point is not to get stuck with any one scenario in particular. But the point is that if you look at these type of figures and you identify, let's say, transport, industry, and buildings, a huge driver of emissions here are cement. And you need to produce cement to make buildings. And that production produces CO2, right? Another example here is energy supply and electricity. If you look at the curve for energy supply and electricity, let me point out with the orange line here. The orange line is 0, right? So they don't want carbon neutral electricity. They want carbon negative electricity. So you need to produce electricity in a way that takes carbon out of the atmosphere. And CO2 storage is instrumental to that concept. So what is the CCS concept? I like this figure very much. And the reason I like this figure is because it doesn't just show some kind of polluter on land here. Of course, yes, you have some kind of industrial thing, but it's paired with a lot of other technologies, right? Because CO2 storage has to be a complement to a bunch of other technologies. Nevertheless, you have some kind of industrial activity. You spend some money to capture the CO2. And the concept, as we like to see it around the North Sea, is that you transport CO2 by ship to some receiving terminal that may actually be floating or offshore. And then, of course, you inject CO2. And the thing to keep in mind, especially when talking to a popular audience that you may do maybe at the pub tonight when people ask you why you're in Tallinn, is to remind people that when you store CO2 under the ground, it's of course not in some big tank or vacuum. Yes, caverns exist in subsurface, but we're storing CO2 in a porous material, essentially in rocks. And most of the rocks we're storing CO2 in are so much of a rock that if you put it on the table, you would just think it's a rock. You would not think that it's a storage space for CO2. So this is the important thing to keep in mind. I want to tell you that this is not just a dream or a concept, right? So if you look at the carbon capture and storage in Norway today, we call it Longship, and we combine it with what's called Northern Lights. So Longship is the full concept of CO2 capture. And this is not conceptual. I show you here a picture from Heidelberg Cements in Brevik. Here CO2 capture is operational on the cement plant. We transport by ship. The ships are not hypothetical. This is one of 2 ships that have been constructed and specially designed for CO2 transport. And in the next picture, of course, it's docking, not at the hypothetical receiving terminal, but in Øygarden, outside of my hometown of Bergen. It's a very beautiful facility. If you look at all of these big kind of tank-like things, they are indeed tanks. So these are intermediate storage of tanks before piping into the North Sea. So the pipeline goes from Øygarden, which is outside of Bergen, past an oil field, and the injection well is somewhat deeper than the oil field. So this is a very nice project, and if you look at the press release, they finally started 2 months ago. So that means that the full value chain of CO2 capture from an industrial activity of cement through the transport, through the intermediate land terminal and the injection in North Sea is fully operational. And what I think is even more important is that, yes, stage 1 that I showed you pictures of is fully subsidized by the government. Stage 2 is commercial. And the decision to expand to stage 2 has been made. The new storage tanks to expand to stage 2 have been delivered. And stage 2 is commercial. So essentially, with the initial government investing in setting up the structure, it is financially meaningful to expand. And they're also building ships number 3 and 4. They're expanding the land terminal to accept twice the ship capacity. And the pipe that goes into the North Sea was designed to have much bigger volume than stage 1. So this is why I'm really excited about CO2 storage today, because it's actually working commercially outside of the traditional Utsira kind of case that we've known for 25 years. And it makes enough sense economically that they're expanding it from a commercial standpoint. So how do we understand CO2 storage? I would like to advocate, of course, you buy this excellent book that I wrote 15 years ago with Michael Celia. But if you don't want to read the book, let me just show you in a couple of slides. The problem with understanding CO2 storage is that the essential timescale you're looking at is decades to millennia. We want to inject for decades. CO2 storage we want to understand in millennia. And it's really hard for humans who live decades to fully gain that knowledge, right? So what we have done a lot of work on in Bergen is to try to recreate CO2 storage in a way where we can analyze it in hours and days. And the way we do that is by essentially building synthetic transects of essentially North Sea type geologies inside what we call the fluid floor. So this geometry that I'm showing you here is 3 meters wide, 2 meters tall. So it's a reasonably large laboratory setup that we can fill with various types of sands to mimic the structure of the North Sea. And yes, of course, it is not the North Sea. It is two-dimensional CO2 storage in a laboratory, but it works in hours and days instead of decades and millennia, which allows us to get a little bit of better understanding. So of course, I'm a mathematician. I would like to brag that I invented the experiment, but of course, I didn't build anything. I didn't do anything. So I'll have my colleague in the physics department explain how the experiment works.
The physical model is actually a layered sand model which mimics the subsurface properties in an actual reservoir. And we can basically divide the model into 3 different parts. So number 1 is the sealing layer, which is consisting of a very fine sand, which is in effect holding the CO2 in the system. We call it a barrier, right? So it's impermeable to gas. Then we have different types of sand that constitute heterogeneity that we also find in nature. And then we have the high injectivity sand, which allows us to inject CO2 at a high rate, which is also important for the CO2 storage. As the CO2 comes in, we will have 2 injection points here. You can see it here. And the CO2 is buoyant, so it flows upwards, but then it hits these layers with a lower permeability and it accumulates underneath the seal here. And then we speed up time. And now you will see something very interesting. The yellow CO2 is actually moving downwards. And this is because the CO2 dissolves into the water and it becomes heavier than the blue water. So the yellow water goes down and it actually goes away from the seals here and it goes towards the bottom.
So let's go through this a bit more slowly. Essentially, CO2 storage works in 3 key phases. And the first phase of CO2 storage is the injection. And the injection is, in a certain sense, what I would call easy. And the reason is we have a lot of transferable knowledge from the oil and gas production that's been going on for the last 100 years, point 1. And point 2, while we are injecting, we are paying attention. It's really easy to run seismic surveys or check the pressure at your wellheads, check the injectivity, do all kinds of tests and monitoring while you're injecting. You have the economic incentive to be present and keep your eyes open. So that typically lasts on the time scale of half a century. this image has become corrupted for reasons unknown to us. Maybe it was the file transfer. The second phase of CO2 storage is the structural storage. So here the structural layer was the upper sand units. Not very much CO2 actually ever reached the structural storage because a lot of CO2 gets trapped in heterogeneity along the way. But the main semi-permanent storage mechanism is structural storage. This is also something that is relatively easy. So we know about something called secondary oil and gas migration. That's the theory of how the oil and gas got where the oil and gas is. When you study natural occurrences of oil and gas, you will find sources of CO2 that have been stored for hundreds of thousands of years naturally. So we know that safe storage on a timescale is possible. The third part, which is academically most interesting and maybe visually most striking, is the fact that in a really long time, CO2 may start sinking again. This is where we have the least knowledge because there are few natural analogs and because in nature you would have to wait hundreds to thousands of years to see this. But what we do know is that eventually it will happen, and this is a little bit of my interest with the laboratory to better understand when it will happen. Nevertheless, if you think about storage security, injection, good news is you're paying attention. The intermediate timescale, which may last up to 100,000 years, good news, we have analogs that are well understood from nature. The really, really long term, first of all, it's really long term. Secondly, it's a bonus. If CO2 starts sinking, of course, it's a bonus compared to it being buoyant. So let me tell you a little bit about what we do to understand this better. So when we plan CO2 storage, it's always done with simulation technology. So how can we trust simulation technology? So essentially, simulation software for CO2 storage is quite common. There exist various open source and commercial software that are professional grade. Many of them have been adapted from the oil and gas industry, which means this software has been verified and validated over decades. So what I will discuss for you a little bit is the suitability of using such software for CO2 storage. So to do that, we invited people from essentially all over the world to participate in what was the 11th Society of Petroleum Engineers Comparative Solution Project. So it's essentially a project that we launched in 2023, and it lasted until this year. And what we did was we essentially challenged the leading communities inside of CO2 storage to do 3 simulation studies. One is the laboratory scale to validate their codes against real data. The second one is essentially a 2-dimensional version of a real reservoir at real conditions. And the third one is essentially what looks like a real reservoir at real conditions. We got 18 groups to participate from across the world. They submitted 400 gigabytes of data, and that was my job to analyze. Let me just show you one little snapshot of the study. So for the SP11C, which was the full 3D case, it essentially looks like CO2 storage in North Sea with 25 years injection in the main injector, 25 in the secondary injector. What I want to let you know is 14 groups participated with 22 distinct submissions, and the 22 groups submissions that we got were essentially from the groups you would like to think about. So Kiel, leading group in Germany. OPM is essentially the Norwegian open source simulator that has been developed semi-academically. University of Calgary, CSIRO from Australia. GEOS, which is the leading national lab simulator in America. IFPN, which is the leading groups in France. OpenGoSim, which is essentially a software consulting company. And so for SLB, which is also one of the leading commercial consulting companies in this business, also participated. So this is essentially the type of groups you would like to see participate. And the main take-home message for an audience like this is they all get the major parts of the physics correct. Or not necessarily correct, but equivalently captured. Right? So the point is that no matter which of these softwares you use, you will get largely the same understanding of the physics. The second point you can see here is, yes, of course there are differences, right? If you look at GEOS here, they see very little of this long-term convective mixing. OPM has a lot of it. So when you start looking into the details, of course, there's a lot of stuff for us who care about the details. If you look at this from afar, essentially, the major softwares that would be used for this have comparable performance in terms of the main metrics you would like to consider. This is just another example where you can see essentially GEOS, the leading US simulator from national labs, and OpenGoSim, which is a commercial one. And I thought that this would be a simulation. And essentially, in the lines below here, we've extracted various metrics so that you can compare all of the simulators. And essentially, you see, yes, each simulator traces a line inside of a cloud that has various spread for various types of metrics. But in general, I would say that the verification, which is the art of asking, does your computer code do what you meant it to do, is largely satisfied across the major software vendors. So the second thing is, do all of these experiments now actually match also the experiment, right? Can we actually get the real physics? Not just do all the simulators give the same answer, but does this answer correspond to the physics? So what we did with this big experiment that I showed you was we issued a validation challenge to the community. So what we said was, we will design an experiment together with you, right? Together with the participants, we will design an experiment that we fully specify. This is a 50-page document of everything you would ever want to know about this experiment. This is comparable to your initial data when you go out and plan CO2 storage. You get a lot of information from the geologists, from physicists, from early field tests, everything. So we mimicked that process. And then we made a double-blind study. So essentially, in Bergen, we did 5 repetitions of the experiment to make sure that the experiment was reproducible. And all of the people participating first did individual simulations, then they discussed and did comparative simulations to try to predict the experiment. So this is fully blind predictions. And then at the final stage, we did a comparison to see what it looked like. So this is the type of geology we made. We had, in green here, you see the primary storage units. We have 1 injection well here. We have 1 injection well there. In this kind of light yellow color, I should try to use the pointer as much as possible in case anyone is online. In the light yellow color, you have essentially the sealing units. We created this with a fault structure. So faults in geology are essentially where the Earth has done like this at some point in time. We created a couple of fault structures to make life more difficult and some heterogeneity to make life more difficult. So what we saw in Bergen was that the experiment looked roughly like this. Let me explain to you the colors. If you see dry sand, that's CO2 as gas. If you see lots of beautiful colors, essentially what has happened is, in the water, we put a pH-sensitive dye. So that means the pH of the water has changed. That means that CO2 is in the water. So that means that we can visualize CO2 in the water, which in this experiment is red and yellow, and we can visualize CO2 as gas. And now, this is what the various groups got when they participated. Remember that all the simulators can produce essentially the same results. So what you're seeing as differences here are largely due to the humans who used the simulators different, right? A simulator is a software. To get a result, you need to make an input file. And to answer questions, you need to analyze the output file. So differences you see here, I would claim, are majority due to humans, not to software. So what can we learn about that? If you want to talk about the physics, this simulation completely breaks the fundamental laws of physics, which means something is just completely wrong in the input file. This simulation is too diffuse, but the rest of the simulators, in particular the 6 lowest ones, are qualitatively similar. What people have observed as simulations are accumulations in 2 regions and some amount of dissolution of CO2 into the water. And if you overlay the actual experiment, it's not that far off. One can always discuss the details, but the main physical mechanisms and the main answers to the questions you care about. Did any CO2 leak? They all agree. How far did the CO2 migrate at the furthest extent? They mostly agree, right? So the questions you would ask from a regulatory perspective, they largely agree on. Where CO2 accumulates in the injection and intermediate phase, they largely agree on. Where they diverge is exactly what I identified as the third and most challenging stage. What happens in 1,000 years? Then they start diverging, right? So that's essentially the take-home message here. Yes, for us who care about the science, there is still a lot to learn. But in terms of the questions you would ask from a regulatory perspective, there's a lot of similarity. So with this, I would like to say that numerical simulation of geological carbon storage is largely validated to the extent possible. We verified codes across regimes, and we have validated codes where it's possible to create data. So I don't want to essentially create any delays in the program beyond what the coffee induced in the morning. So I would like to now just move directly to the conclusions. So the fundamental physical processes of CO2 storage are well established. And with this, I mean, if you look at the first injection that happened in Norway in the Utsira field in 1996, and all the research that has happened since, we have not discovered any new physics, is my claim. So if you read literature carefully in the mid-1990s and you tried to understand what is geological CO2 storage about, you would largely have understood everything it's about. So the understanding is mature and completely in place. We also know that CO2 occurs naturally and is stored naturally by nature, to the point that in Texas, they actually extract CO2 from the subsurface to use for enhanced oil recovery. So we also know that nature can store CO2 effectively of hundreds of thousands of millions of years. And finally, what I've been trying to tell you a little bit about today is that state-of-the-art simulation software consistently and reproducibly encode the known physics of CO2 storage. In other words, they are mature tools that can be deployed for the purpose of this. Does this mean that we can always do CO2 storage everywhere, anytime, etc.? Of course not. So I like to make the analogy of building a car. Henry Ford showed us how to mass produce cars more than 100 years ago. Does it mean that no one needs to research cars today? No. There have still been developments, despite cars still having 4 wheels and driving forward, right? So the essential concept of the car has not changed, but it does mean that you cannot do it better, and it does mean you can drive a Henry Ford car everywhere. You know, you need to be on a road that's reasonably smooth. CO2 storage is the same, right? So anytime you want to do CO2 storage, you have to go and make a site-specific consideration with respect to suitability, efficacy, and risk. You can certainly try to store CO2 in places where it's not safe. Probably right under here, who knows, right? You ask the geologist, you do the studies, all that kind of stuff. But we do have the understanding and the knowledge to actually make that determination. And if you were to start doing CO2 storage, you would start in the very safest spot you could find, right? You would not start on a borderline case. And that's what we're doing in Norway. CO2 is being stored in an aquifer that is believed to be perfectly safe. And in case it leaks, it goes into an oil field. And we know that oil field has kept petroleum for hundreds of thousands of years, if not millions of years. Worst case scenario is we're polluting our oil with CO2. Right? So we're going for the absolute safest spot first. Now, what I would like to say is that human variability appears to be the more dominant in CO2 storage assessments than limitations in science and technology. So how does that impact how you think about assessing CO2 storage? So one common thing in regulatory practice is you do a pre-study, and then the computational input files from the people doing the pre-study is shared with later studies. This is very dangerous because the mistakes done in the pre-study get inherited into the later studies and can propagate the whole process. So the learning from essentially what these studies have shown you is that make sure you have independent teams assessing and fully independent. Don't be lazy. Don't share the geology. Don't share the input files. Don't share the simulation files and just perturb some parameters. You need fully independent studies to actually be able to address the most critical uncertainty of CO2 storage, which is the human you hired to do the assessment. So with that, I think we'll leave some time for questions.
Sorry. Thank you, Jan, for a very nice presentation and a good link to actually the experimental side and the simulation and also to the real project. And I hope this was useful for the audience. I open the room for question, but I have a question myself, so I'll ask that first, and we have a few minutes for questions, 5 minutes we'll give. What really was a motivation to set up the experiment?
Okay, so you gave me a chance to tell an anecdote. I was asked by University of Bergen to make a science communication video about mathematics. And I told them that mathematics does not communicate on TV. So instead, I wanted to make something big and visual about CO2 storage. So the main motivation for creating this experiment was science communication. And we made it as big as possible because it looks good on TV. And we chose colorful pH-sensitive dyes to visualize CO2 storage because it looks good on TV. And afterwards, when I talked to my colleague in the physics department, he was like, this is an awesome experiment. We should do science on it. So it is a very nice example that, you know, communicating science is not just something you do after the science. Communicating science leads to the science in this case.
Thank you. There is one question.
You showed very nice modeling from different groups and very impressive. But my question is the real conditions of injection were considered in this modeling, and how did you consider volume of injected, and did you, if somebody made sensibility analysis, because this modeling for maybe for 1 million ton per year or 5 million ton or 10 million ton, results could be different.
Of course. So there's several layers to that question. The experiment was done in atmospheric conditions. However, we have plans on doing the experiment at closer to in situ conditions. But we don't really think that will change anything in terms of the qualitative understanding. So that was on the experimental side. On the simulation side, the simulations that I showed you were done at reservoir conditions. And they were looking at the order of a couple million tons per year injection. Couple million. But this is completely synthetic, right? And of course, I designed the computational study. So I made up the geology and I made up the injection rate, which means I had to estimate what I believed based only on my understanding of physics. I did not do any simulation. What would be a safe injection rate? Because actually the fundamental physics is that simple, right? You're looking at volumes, you're looking at geometry, you're looking at processes you understand. As a human, you can estimate a safe injection rate that in the end, of course, people do the simulations and these things afterwards. So I would say that for this study, since it was a synthetic study designed to compare simulators, I don't think anyone looked much at the sensitivity of, if you inject 5 times as much in that example, it goes outside the domain, right? Because we did not set up the domain to tackle 5 times as much. But it was a bit synthetic.
Okay, any more? Okay.
A small comment, very nice models. Kazbal Shaganov, Caltech, Tallinn University of Technology and Shog Energy. So I did modeling about 10 years ago with our Latin structure using seismic numerical modeling, and we used percentage of saturation of geological storage with CO2. And just to comment that we need a progress in, so it was 10 years ago, and we already had numbers, percents. So I would like to recommend that we need a modeling that will show exact number of CO2 now, how many CO2 we will inject, and how the model will change in different conditions, of course, in situ conditions. Thank you.
Yeah. No, so let me say about this. That of course, in this talk, I did not have time to go through the details. Yeah, but essentially, the type of setups we are considering here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is one. It includes heterogeneity. It includes all petrophysical process, right? Permeability, porosity, residual saturations of fluids, relative permeability curve, capillary pressure curves. You know, all of these processes of the rocks are included, and the type of metrics we ask for, right? So we didn't just ask people to do a simulation study, because how do you compare 2 simulations? I can discuss this for a long time, but we also asked people to provide precise metrics that correlate to CO2 storage safety, right? What is the maximum volume the maximum volume of free phase CO2? How quickly does it dissolve? Where does it accumulate in different regions? So we asked the people to provide time series, and this is essentially a little bit of what you see in this. Let's say, sorry. See in the lower here is just 2 examples of time series, and the time series we asked people to report on were exactly the type of things you're asking, right? These are the volumetric and percentage quantities that correlate to CO2 storage. And that means that, yes, you can look at the simulation, and simulation looks fancy, but the spread in the performance metrics, this is really what you will care about at the end of the day when you ask about storage security. And yes, there's a spread, but as I said, the spread appears to be more due to the humans making the input file than the software they used. So It's more important the petrophysical understanding of the person performing the simulation. In other words, good education. We should have strong universities. At this point in time, matters more than the simulation tool.
One more. Last question.
Thank you, Jan. I have a question. You stated that Northern Lights Phase 2 was economically viable and making money. Is this because the emitters are being punished for not emitting CO2, or is there some process that makes this valuable? My question is this regulatory profit or is it real profit?
And so for this operation, it is real profit. And the reason it's real profit is that they have contracts with CO2 emitters who want their CO2 stored, right? So Northern Lights is a pure storage project. Mm-hmm. So what stage 2 means is they have customers. The customers are from Denmark and Sweden. We might hear more about that in later talks here. And then the question is, why do these customers exist? Right? That's your follow-up question, right? But that's not really a question about the Northern Lights project. The Northern Lights project has long-term contracts with people who believe they need to get their CO2 stored. And if you talk to the people from Brevik Cement, which is the Heidelberg plant, they say that essentially what they're doing now is they're selling CO2 neutral cement. And they're going to the government and saying, you know that school you're planning to build? It'll be 2% more expensive if you use carbon neutral cement. Because cement is just a small fraction of the cost. And the carbon neutral cement is maybe, let's say, 30 to 50% more expensive, whatever is their number, right? So the total project cost increases by 2%. But then the government can go and say, this is a carbon neutral school, right? So essentially, they're trying to get a little bit of their money back also from selling a product that is green. And the main question now is there a sufficient market for that green product? This we don't know yet. Heidelberg Cement just started marketing this, right? But at least for the early movers, I think the answer is yes. For sure, there exist enough customers for a niche market. Now the question is, how big does this scale? And this we don't know yet. But this is why stage 2 is profitable for Northern Lights.
Thank you, Jan. Thanks again.
Thank you.
I think we should, well, maybe we can take more questions in the break with you, okay? So we'll proceed to the session 1, and our first speaker is Justinas, and Justinas is from KN Energies. He's been involved in floating LNG regas-efficient projects across different regions from Europe, Latin America, Southeast Asia. And lately he's been focusing more on carbon capture and storage projects. And he's leading the CCS value chain feasibility study with KN Energies as the project manager for it.
Hello, thank you for having me here. And today I will introduce you to the CCS development that KN Energies is working for several years now, together with the partners. To start with, I would like to shortly introduce the company I represent. KN Energies Group. So we are focusing on several businesses, as to say. So LNG operations globally. So we operate in LNG infrastructure in Lithuania, Germany, and Brazil. We also very active here locally in Lithuania. We operate liquid energy terminals in Klaipėda, in Marijampolė, and in Subačius we are responsible for national fuel reserve. And another business stream that we are working is new energy. So we are very active in energy transition. So mainly we are focusing now on hydrogen derivatives, CO2 capture and storage value chains, and energy storage. Geographically, you can see that we are present in Europe and in Latin America, so a bit of history. We established back in 1959. In 2022, we started our operations in Germany. We are very active since the energy crisis kicked from 2022. We also been part of Croatian LNG project in island of Kirk. We assisted LNG Croatia with procurement of FSRU, with environmental impact assessment and other development activities. Then Italy, Piombino 2023, we assisted SNAM in commissioning and launching of its FSRU based terminal. And there is Latin America. Back in 2015, we worked on Colombian FSRU project with Spec LNG when we assisted project developer. And lastly, but not least, Brazil. We are part of largest gas to power project in Latin America, 3 gigawatts. Our client is GNA, Gas Natural Sul. It's a consortium of Siemens, BP, and Puma Logistica. So we have a daughter company there that is operating LNG infrastructure. Right. And lastly, about the structure of the company. So a majority of our shares owned by Ministry of Energy. So we are a state-owned company. Also, we are owned more than 10% by large fertilizer Chemos Gruppe and other minor shareholders. So we are also listed on Nasdaq Vilnius Stock Exchange. So very shortly about the company, and now let's speak about the CCS. So to start with, I would like to get your attention and talk about the ETS burden. According to our internal analysis, Baltics annually gets a bill for carbon around 1 billion euros. So to be precise, it's 800 million euros with the pricing that is currently. And if we would look at the Bloomberg's forecast for 2035, when the price might rise to the 185 euros per ton of CO2, the burden even increases, and it is more than 1 billion euros. So the issue is here. This is not innovation. This is not the job creation. This is simply money out of the pocket. So we need to do something. And I would like to give you a solution and would like to introduce you to the CCS Baltic Consortium and the CCS value chain in Baltics, the project that has been recognized by European Commission, the project that was supported by the Latvian and Lithuanian governments, and the project that received the 3 million euros early this year, for the development studies. The value chain looks like, as you see, the first pillar is CO2 capture facilities, so 2 cement plants, Švenk Latvia and Akmenės Cementas, both owned by family-owned business in Germany, Švenk. Then there is a second pillar, onshore transportation. As you can see, there is on the bottom to be confirmed, so pipeline, either rail or trucks. So here we have partnered last year December, when we were updating our PCI application with Connexus, Baltic Grid. It is a TSO in Latvia and Amber Grid, TSO in Lithuania, in order to transport CO2 from the emitters to the terminal in Klaipėda. Then there is a multimodal LCO2 terminal in Klaipėda, where KN Energies is responsible for the activities, and we already performed the new pre-feed. I will give you a flavor of what we were working on in my next slides. And there is a marine transportation as a fourth pillar. It is Norwegian company Larvik Shipping that operates CO2 carriers from 1988, and MOL, Mitsui O.S.K. Lines, Japanese company, one of the largest shippers globally. And as you can see, sequestration, it's in the gray. So we don't have a specific partnership here. However, last week, the publicly were announced about the Schwenk acquisition. So I'm very happy, but I will not spoil because I know that Chris tomorrow is making a presentation. So I hope he will speak more about it. But I'm very happy that Schwenk committed and is now co-owning the CCS development in North Sea. So about the timeline, maybe a bit retrospectively, 2022, we built the consortium among the companies that I just introduced, except the TSOs. Then we submitted the PCI application. We were lucky, we received the status. Then the grant came in. So in January, we received the grant from the CNEA, from Connecting Europe facilities. We, in summer, just concluded the pre-FEED for the terminal. Now we are in a procurement process of front-end engineering design and environmental impact assessment for CO2 terminal. We constantly speaking with industry, with potential emitters who would like to join us. What we did in June, we made a market consultation in Lithuania and Latvia. So you can see on the top row the industries that participated in the survey for the CO2 terminal demand. And on the left column, it is, let's say, survey questions. So just a short highlight about what I would like to say, that on the transportation onshore, so basically all of the participants said that they're interested in all the methods, how they could transport it from their facilities to the terminal, as long as it's viable commercially. And also timeline-wise, it is very much in line with our development from 2030 to 2035. So I would say it is something what we have expected from the market, and yeah, it is quite positive. A bit on the application, how we build it, how it looks like. So the application for the SEV were built from 4 work packages. So first is a project management, then it's a technical assessment, 4th is an environmental impact assessment and permitting, and lastly economic commercial assessments. So what I can say that we are in progress with VP2 very much, and also as I said, we are in the procurement, quite lengthy procurement, because we are a state-owned company with environmental impact assessment and front end. So, yeah. And now a few slides about the pre-FEED that I just talked, that we performed. So the idea, how we built in 2030, terminal accepting the volumes from Schwenk, Latvia, 0.8 MTPA from Brocēni, and additionally in 2030, 400,000 tons of CO2 comes to the terminal via railway, and 400,000 tons comes to the terminal via auto trucks. In 2035, additional quantities from Akmenės Cementas would be delivered to Port of Klaipėda. And safety, so we, being infrastructure operators, never compromise with the safety, so we performed preliminary risk assessment during the pre-FEED activities. And we are very happy that the potential risks for public is in acceptable levels. So that's very good news for us. And now we are getting into more details. So we will perform a quantitative risk assessment, QRA, has to say, during the FEED. and it will be then as an input to the environmental impact assessment that will follow in parallel. And last slide on the next steps where we will be focusing in the nearest future. So I have mentioned it already. However, we need to procure and execute the front-end engineering design. So the idea to procure, to sign the contract early next year and conclude it by the end of next year. In parallel, the EAA will follow. I would say similar, maybe a bit lengthier timeline. And also next year, we will be preparing the application for CEF Energy. So it's a natural, how to say, progress from the studies to the implementation. So we will be submitting application for the CO2 terminal construction. And it was actually my last slide. So shortly, thank you very much. I hope it was interesting. Any questions?
Hello, are there any questions for Justinas? Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
We met yesterday and had a little chat, but I'm curious to hear about the consortium and considering that you have like several parts of the value chain in the consortium, and how do you see the potential of getting to the FIDs at the same time to enable the uptake from the capture all the way to the terminal, all the way to the storage? Is it possible, and are there some measures that you're taking to make it happen?
Good question, thank you. It is indeed not easy at all. We're working from day one, from 2022, and as you see, we built the consortium quite a few years ago now. So it is possible, but we need a very good partnership, and I believe with this kind of partnership, we will achieve that for sure.
Justinas, thank you. I do have one question for you. So you are mostly responsible for the storage and transportation, but on the capture side, do you have any updates on what the status is at Schwenk?
Oh, I do have a status update, and I'm not sure because Chris is presenting right tomorrow. But I'm very happy about the partnership with everyone, and including Schwenk. They did several pilot projects and keep on investing heavily in Baltics and elsewhere when they have their operations. So I was myself in August in the inauguration of the pilot project in Latvia. And Akmenės Cementas, they had it a bit earlier in 2025. And again, the investment and the commitment to the sequestration project, to the Bifrost, so of Total Development. So yeah.
Okay, so the capture programs at their sites have actually started, like, or will be ready by 2025, or no?
The Schwenk should be ready by 2030 in Latvia.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we do have a talk from Christy, who can tell more about it. Are there any further questions for Justinas? If not, then thanks once again. We have a couple of more talks in this session before the next coffee break. So I would like to invite our next speaker, Apostos Segos. He's from UP Catalyst. Apostos is a chemical engineer with over a decade of experience in nanomaterial research. Dr. Apostos holds a PhD in chemical engineering and from the National University of Athens. And he joined UP Catalyst in 2023 and is head of development and lead multidisciplinary team on core technologies for sustainable carbon material derived from CO2 emissions and biomass. And he will be speaking to you today about the CO2 to critical raw materials scaling CCUS projects in Estonia. Welcome, Apostos.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Apostolos Segos. I'm the head of development of UpCatalyst. We're an Estonian startup. And today I will be talking to you about how we can turn carbon dioxide into critical raw materials. And I would like to start from the problem at hand. So the global problem is taking electric vehicles as a case study, for example. Graphite is the main material by weight in battery of electric vehicles, but also in any kind of electronic materials, in our cell phones, in our laptops. And if we look at the gap between demand and supply in the next years, we see that both for the US market and the EU market, only 10 to 20% of the demand can be addressed by domestic supply. Now, on top of this, we have to consider how is the rest of it being covered. And today, we know that for both markets, EU and US, the vast majority, above 97% of the critical raw materials for battery applications, they come from China. And if they're not mined in China, and they're mined somewhere else, in Brazil, for example, they have to pass through China for the final stages of their processing before they become available to the OEMs, for example. What this means is there is a major lack of supply chain security. We had an example, if I'm not mistaken, it was already from December last year or the year before that, when China decided to use the leverage, actually decided to use this as a political leverage, reducing the amount of graphite they want to export. And the second problem is the emissions. So we're discussing about carbon capture today. And when it comes to graphite, for example, and it's also true for synthetic, like not synthetic, but the traditional method for carbon nanotubes also. But for graphite especially, for synthetic or also raw graphite, the processing that is required until it reaches the final application takes different steps with intense energy demands, especially at the final stages, where the material needs to stay in graphitization temperatures, which is above 2,700 degrees, for extended periods of time, up to a couple of weeks. So, as we can imagine, these all are heavy emitting CO2 sources. So the problem at hand is twofold. One is all about the local supply of critical raw materials, the security of these supply chains, and at the same time, what do we do about the carbon dioxide emissions? Talking about numbers and putting this into perspective, for the carbon emissions with the synthetic process for graphite, it's approximately 20 kilos of carbon dioxide that is emitted per kilo of graphite. And for the multi-walled carbon nanotubes, which are used as additives on the other side of the battery cells, it's even grimmer, it's 170 kilos per kilo of material. So that means that by the estimation of how electric vehicles are going to be, like the market, how is it going to be by 2030, this is approximately 60 million tons of CO2 emitted just for this industry, right? So where does UpCatalyst come in, and what is it we do? Probably you have seen this, being around different fora, giving similar presentations. So what we do is we take the carbon dioxide molecule and we rearrange the electrons. And we essentially split it via an electrochemical process into carbon on one side and oxygen on the other side. And this allows us to deposit essentially carbon dioxide as critical raw materials, and how we do this and what are the options there, I will explain in a second. But I want to focus on one thing. Our technology utilizes molten salt electrochemistry, and this requires 700 degrees Celsius for up to a day. Now compare this to the numbers I discussed before. Few weeks of 3,000 degrees almost. You have to understand that this comes with huge energy demand, huge actual cost because of energy, and obviously the CO2 emissions that stem from there. I want to say one thing that is my experience whenever I give similar speeches or I'm discussing with colleagues, or not just colleagues, but you know, any stakeholder in this. China is the big bad guy who actually drives these discussions, for Europe at least. But nobody wants to actually get away from a big bad guy who gives you things at a low price. Everybody will discuss about incentives, everybody will discuss about the negative footprint, but everybody will be happy to buy from the lower price supplier. So the green, it just happens to be green, and it just happens to be, let's say, a premium. As my colleagues very nicely demonstrate in this one, the winner is the one who can give the green discount, not the one who charges you for a green premium. I want to be very clear on this one. And this is why we are more confident in what we do and in our technology, because lower energy equals lower cost. And yes, it happens to also lower the CO2, and our technology is a sink also, so much the better. So what does our technology provide? Well, it provides the things that we are missing in the previous slides, right? So what we can do is we can apply our technology in hard-to-abate industries, hard-to-abate CO2 emitters, and we can turn their emissions into critical raw materials that we can use for battery applications, energy storage applications. But if you consider the properties of these materials, the identity of these materials, graphite, carbon nanotubes, you probably know more than one application, correct? So nanocomposite materials, paints and coatings, all of these are potential applications. And our technology allows us to do this in a local way, let's call it. So it allows this local supply of these materials. We take the carbon dioxide emissions from hard-to-abate industries, we use renewable electricity, and then depending on the parameters of our electrolysis, we can have graphite, carbon nanotubes, or amorphous carbon black, which is also a conductive material, also an additive for energy storage applications, paints and coatings, different applications. The technology actually is not new in that sense. It was known by around the 60s. NASA was looking into it. The transformation of the CO2 molecule on one side to carbon, on the other side for oxygen. It was interesting to NASA because of space exploration. We can use CO2 to produce oxygen. For them, carbon was a byproduct. We just flipped around the merits or the focus, let's say. And the technology itself, like the principle itself, is already well known and applied in aluminum and magnesium industries, and it is demonstrated to be a scalable technology. I didn't remember that the video was on this slide. I thought it was on the next slide. So I can just quickly explain what you see here. This is to our knowledge, the biggest in the world reactor, first of its kind, that turns CO2 into carbon nanomaterials. And here you see the process of extraction. This is our cathode coming out of the molten electrolyte with the deposited carbon on top of it. It's getting scraped, it's getting collected, and then reinserted back to the reactor for the next process to begin. So it is not just scalable, but as I already mentioned, it's something that we can apply locally. This is the first pilot reactor before us moving forward with an industrial level design. But on the other hand, this is our deployable reactor, which we manufactured a couple of years ago. Same principles. It's a container SIP, like a SIP container sized reactor, which we actually already shipped to Germany for a new project a week ago. And it does what it says, what I just explained. localized production. So you can just take this, especially the deployable reactor, in smaller emitters, and you just plug and play. Well, things are not so easy, however. But for that part, I will talk in a second. What I want to focus here is just the numbers. 20 tons per ton of graphite from the benchmark process, the synthetic graphite, and 170, as I mentioned, from the CVD method of carbon nanotubes. Using our technology, you can see that graphite is almost neutral. It's at 0.07 tons per ton. And with carbon nanotubes, it goes to 0.7. And this is not the end, because our technology is not fully there yet. We are still advancing as we're building up, as we're trying to scale up, as we're finding more strategic partnerships. At the same time, we're advancing our technology. We know this already from, as I said, magnesium aluminum industries. When you reach a point where you can actually, let's say, finance energetically your process from the process itself. And what I mean is most of this CO2 comes from the requirements for heating. There is a way where how you can have a self-sustained electrochemical process. So once this is reached at scale, from our experience, then all of these become carbon negative even. So you can see how this translates to the global challenge when it comes to emissions. When you see how the total amounts coming from the, well, I don't want to focus on the Chinese flag here, but the 97% majority of the material, you can understand how or what is the potential impact from our side. When it comes to the market for these materials, the total addressable market, it's estimated at 165 billion. Out of this, the target for us currently is at 820 million. And as I mentioned before, the different types of application, from energy storage to paints and coatings, composite materials, reinforced concrete. Because of all of that, it was a positive surprise, but not really a surprise for us, that we were selected as a strategic project for EU. We were actually the first Estonian project to be selected for this. It was an honor for us, and it is nice to let's say, be among other projects that are aiming for the same direction. But I want to talk about what does this take, because on paper it sounds good, and I know some of you will be joining us later on today, and you will be given a tour, and you will figure out that it actually looks good, not just on paper, but in reality. But what do the numbers tell us for application? What we need to do this is obviously have carbon dioxide that is captured and is available to us as feedstock. This is our feedstock. We need land, and we need renewable energy and grid connections. And of course, we need financial incentives and an ecosystem that allows this kind of growth. To talk about numbers of requirements, in the next couple of years, we want to scale up our technology to the point where we can produce 30 kilotons of graphite. This is a prerequisite if we are about to address the graphite market, and 500 tons of carbon nanotubes per year. And for that, we will require 110 kilotons of CO2 per year, along with 600 gigawatt hours and a stable grid of 80 megawatts. And this is approximately 450 new EVs per year as a market. Right? This addresses almost 500,000 of new electric vehicles per year. But what is the reality for us? When it comes to carbon capture of CO2 in Estonia, right now, we only have small-scale CO2 emitters, biogas, for example, and these operators are very reluctant to engage in any kind of investment, any kind of commitment. I would say actually that generally speaking, operators in Estonia are very reluctant to engage in any kind of joint venture, let's say. So for us, to begin with small emitters, we would need a number of them, and these would even not be enough. Now, if we go to the other side, the power plant of Iru, for example, in that case, we would need to build the carbon capture facility. We are talking about a financial project of more than 20 million euros. And the thing is, as there is no ecosystem, there is no security. There is no security for the operator, because if something changes, they are stuck with a huge investment that they cannot utilize. And there is no security for us, the utilizer. Because if the investor changes plans, the operator changes plans, we are left with no feedstock for our technology. If we talk about the electricity and the grid connections, the 600 gigawatt hours that I mentioned in the next couple of years, let's even think about it in the next, let's say, 3 or 4 years, this is 11% of the total electricity consumption of the country. But even though it sounds a lot, it is possible. We can reach this, and it can be mainly green, renewable energy. Now, the problem is, first of all, it's not cheap. Even though it's cheaper than Germany, right now it's on an average of 80 euros per megawatt hour, but this brings the total cost to 100 if you also consider the grid connection. And when it comes to how long this takes, right now we have identified, for example, that areas like Narva area, you can have this connection in 4 years. In other areas, this takes double the time. Finally, I want to talk about the incentives briefly. There are mainly incentives about small-scale grants, around 1 to 2 million euros budgets that come from Enterprise Estonia, for example. But the problem is there is no in-between. We also have the bigger options, right? We have the option of Innovation Fund, and I will talk about it in a second. But there is no in-between funding that allows people to actually make the demonstrators, to take the technology from a small scale to the scale that needs to be to attract the capital to actually grow. When it comes to Innovation Fund, when it comes to Horizon, you probably know this, you need a full in-house grant team to do this. Either you do this, or you have to hire a consultancy, right? Most of us have been there. The problem is there is no support for that. Other countries, Finland, for example, they support this. They provide the incentives for this. And as I already mentioned, there is no ecosystem. So we feel fragmented and we feel alone. It's very hard. There is obviously the CSAF. There is obviously the commitment from EU to shuffle the cards, let's say, shuffle the deck with the carbon credits. But this remains to be seen. Having discussions with the Ministry of Climate from Estonia, we had very interesting comments. One thing that we know, and it was also on the news, if you're following, there is discussion about applying a price cap for energy, for example, for those who go above 60 gigawatt hours, if I'm not mistaken. But this requires a change in the law, so it will take some time. There are concepts we were told about how to promote more the biogas CO2 storage, which kind of like means we are somewhere there as well. As I explained, this is not enough for us. But yeah, incentives are there. And there will be more incentives, I think, but the situation, at least to me, looks a bit grim and uninviting. So what are the alternatives for us? We have to look outside of the country. We have to look outside our borders. Finland is a good example. they have available CO2. It's very important for me that the local operators are more than willing to come to discussions with us. We have been to Finland, they have been here, and they are almost, I would say, even eager to engage in this kind of discussions. They have strong and reliable grid for the energy, and there is great support from the government, from Business Finland. There are low interest loans. There is incentive in Finland. Canada is another option, and so is South Korea. Canada, because one, they open up essentially the North American market for us. There is strong incentives, strong national and principal incentives there. There is CapEx funding. There is available, obviously, carbon dioxide. You can have cheap and clean electricity. And South Korea, even though they don't have like national incentives, the local industry is very familiar with new technologies. They're not scared of new technologies. They're eager to, and actually it's part of their culture, like industrial culture, let's call it, to engage in new technologies. And they have world-class construction expertise, strategic access to the broader Asian market. So yeah, I think it becomes obvious the balance there. And with that, I don't want to end on a grim note. I just want to finish just saying that there are incentives to be given. There are ways to do this. And I know it is a run-of-the-mill discussion, but it has to come from the state, meaning not just the Estonian state, but EU as well. Thank you very much.
And there is a room for one question.
Thank you. I had a question related to the ratio between the need of CO2 and the need of green energy. If we look at PTX, for instance, we know that 80% is really related to the electron price. Did you did some calculation there? Because it might be that transporting CO2 from longer distance is perhaps admissible in such type of installation, or not.
Thank you. Very good question. So I can't tell you personally. I'm pretty sure my colleagues have done this, the ones involved in business development. I cannot tell you how it compares, especially transporting, but I can tell you this, one of the main reasons behind incentives that Finnish region is a very good place for this is because they don't have opportunity to store their captured CO2 underground. And when they measure the option between actually taking it to Norway, for example, or using our technology, it is obvious the benefit there. So I think just from this, it's just an indication that transportation is huge cost and also comes with CO2 emissions, right?
Thank you, Apostos. So one more time, a round of applause for him. Our next speaker is Erika Leihelati. She is a sector manager from carbon removal and carbon capture utilization and storage at Bioenergy Association of Finland, representing the interest of bioenergy and biocar sector. Erika leads the association committee on CDR and CCUS and is dedicated to positioning Finland as a global leader in developing sustainable bio-based and even carbon negative solution. Erika has a background in environmental economics, and she has been with the association since 2019. She'll be talking to you regarding bio-based CCUS and Nordic integration. Welcome, Erika.
Thank you. And thank you, Apostolos, for some great pointers to kind of lead us into the Finnish view of capturing biogenic CO2, using it and storing it, and also a couple of words about the collaboration that we definitely should do at the Nordic and Baltic region. And yeah, Here we go. Before we head into the full topic, very briefly. So we are a business association representing bioenergy and biochar. And like Mayur mentioned, I'm leading our work on carbon removal and CCUS advocacy, both at the Finnish and at the EU level, where we work together with Bioenergy Europe. And to put it very short, we want to make Finland the best place in the world to create sustainable, bio-based, and even carbon-negative solutions. And it's good to hear that Up Catalyst is looking forward to working with the Finnish actors on these topics. But maybe, I guess, a few of you knows that we in Finland have one of the world's most ambitious climate targets. We want to be carbon neutral in 10 years. And I can tell you that much, that we have done some good work. We have reduced our emissions actually faster than anticipated. But then we have some issues, let's say, in the land use sector, which is not uncommon among the EU countries nowadays. And this has made this target very difficult to achieve. And there's a quote from our former Minister of Environment that he said last year when we looked at this picture. And it says that if we look at the portfolio of the measures that we can take in order to put us closer to reaching this target, carbon capture is by far the greatest opportunity that we have in hand. Of course, not an easy measure either, but it's if we want to reach this target, we will need to start capturing biogenic CO2 fast. And this year, we're actually reviewing that target and trying to possibly come up with additional measures in order to get us closer to that. But if we then look at the national policy, what have we done on these topics in the latest couple of years? Our current government is the first one that actually put CCUS and technological sinks as part of the key climate policy pillars in Finland. And they actually, I think, one of the most ambitious targets that was outlined in the full program in 2023 was this quote here that basically says that by 2035 there will be no emissions from large point sources in Finland, period. And then the government was intending to provide the incentives needed in order to make this happen. And that's a huge challenge. And I can tell you 2 years later, are we going into that direction? Unfortunately, not looking like we will reach that target. But luckily, we have done something, and some progress has been made, both at the policy side and at the project side as well. But on the regulation side, and when it comes to CCS side, we have done I would say the bare minimum. So we have removed the regulatory barriers for Finnish emitters to take that CO2 to be stored somewhere else. It was pointed out that Finland does not have the geology to store CO2 inside our borders, but that doesn't really make us so much different than other countries. There are several other EU countries that do not have this potential either. So in that sense, I don't think we're that special. But we have done this, and we've also completed the memorandum of understanding with two key storage countries, so Denmark and Norway. And like Apostolos mentioned, we have been very focused on CCU, and the government has also very high ambitious targets for hydrogen. So there has been already several CCU-focused projects that have received investment aid about 20 millions to 60 millions of euros. None of these projects have yet taken those investment decisions, but I'd say that we are moving towards that direction, hopefully. And then there's other measures that have been done on the funding side. So once this program was released, the government intended to provide 160 million for carbon capture projects and provide a sort of mechanism through reverse auction in getting this funding towards the projects. And unfortunately, this funding has been cut. So now we have only 90 million left. We have a very unfortunate economic situation in Finland where we are forced to do cuts on many levels of the society, and these projects have not been lucky enough to survive the cuts. So we have 90 million still in stall that will most likely be forwarded toward projects in the beginning of next year. Of course, the ones of us who have been looking into the large-scale carbon capture investments do understand that 90 million is a ridiculous amount of money. And unfortunately, if we think about large-scale projects, not the smaller scale, if we talk about hundreds of thousands or even millions of tons of captured CO2, 90 million is nothing. But we do have some ideas about broadening our tax credit scheme that was launched earlier this year. That has a large focus of clean transition projects, and it did not include CCU or CCS projects in the beginning, which was kind of surprising. But now the government has said that okay, we'll introduce these projects inside this scheme as well. So we don't have much details on that, and it's still under notification in the Commission. So we'll see. Hopefully that helps. There's a question that what is the Finnish strategy on CCUS? And I think that the unfortunate answer is that we don't have a specific strategy on CCUS. We have a lot of ambitious targets, but not a specific strategy on these technologies alone. We have a national energy and climate strategy that is currently under an update, and it should be published this year still. And this strategy includes targets and measures to promote CCUS. However, there's a large emphasis on the EU level policy to kind of solve our issues. And of course, there's many things going on at the EU level, and we have another presentation focusing on the EU policy, so I will not dive into that too much. But of course, if you want to be one of the forerunners, I'd say that at the current state, we need more than EU policy to get the large projects up and running. There's a picture from a report that was made for this strategy making by our national research institutions. And I think the numbers are very small, but you can see kind of the slope there, and the lowest yellowish bar is BECCS, and the reddish is WECCS, so waste to energy CCS, and then the blue is fossil CCS, and the upper bar is CCU. But within these scenarios, there was assumptions that were made that there would be an EU level or Finnish level support measure that supports technological sinks, so the storage side. And I would say that in that case, this could even look a bit bigger, the bars, and of course, the CCU part looks quite small considering the number of projects that we have under development. And here's just a picture of the EU regulatory framework. We have another presentation. I will not go into this at all. I'm just pointing out that there's a lot going on at the EU that we have already in place and that's up and coming that affects the business case of bio-CCUS projects. There are good elements, and then there are not so good elements, and then there are a lot of uncertainties. And it's not very clear maybe for the emitter side that, okay, what's going on? What's the priority? And considering that the national strategy is focusing or putting the pressure to the EU policy side in making this happen, I would say that it is a bit of a concern, at least for me, that is it really something that gets the first projects going as soon as we'd hope. Here's a picture where you can see the large point sources of CO2 in Finland, and then there are the logistics that are there for now. We did a little study with our VTT, our Technological Research Center, last year about the CO2 logistics. Because I maybe forgot to mention that on top of the advocacy work that I do really work quite closely with our members in trying to create ways to do things in a smarter and cheaper way because of the unfortunate situation on the public support regarding the large-scale projects. And this was one of those exercises because there was a question regarding the logistics and transport, and it's actually a very big part of the costs if you have to move the CO2. Like I've said, we have already several CCU projects under development, and they are in different various stages. And most of them are the type of projects where the utilization happens in the very near proximity of the capture facility, so you don't have to transport CO2. But if you look at the big green sources there, we will need to transport CO2. No matter what happens, whether or not we will use it in at scale or if we will store it, we will have to transport the CO2 within Finland and outside Finland. Overall, we have about 30 million tons of biogenic CO2 produced annually from the large point sources. And on top of that, we have the smaller point sources. So, for example, biogas was mentioned, and it's not part of the 30 million tons. That's about 0.13 million tons a year that the current biogas sector produces. And there are several new investments coming in, getting that number somewhere closer to 0.2 million tons. So there's a lot biogenic CO2, I would say. And considering the logistics, we have a really good railway network that goes around these point sources. And actually, when moving the CO2, if we're talking about long distances over 30 kilometers, railway transport is the least expensive option. And it's definitely something that our emitters are looking into. And like was mentioned by me and by others, no geological storage potential in Finland. Our bedrock is very hard and we don't have any potential on that side. So we will need partners on CCS side, because we do have companies who are interested in storing CO2 at a large scale. We have potential in storing CO2 at a small scale in Finland. We have some small scale projects, for example, regarding mineralization in construction products, which is great, and that could be a really good match with the smaller biogas emitters. However, the bigger ones, if we talk about our basic member, they emit about 400 to 600,000 tons of CO2 per year. There's not really an off-taker for that amount of CO2 on the use side. So I think we will need to be smarter and look at maybe options where we could do both. And I definitely do think that we need to do both. And there's the mention that was one of the key conclusions of this study that we did, is that by sharing this infrastructure, we can definitely achieve great cost savings. I think the average was 30%, but there were obviously huge cost saving potential for the very small scale projects, and then a bit smaller for the very large. But essentially, this is something that we should be doing. And here's just a picture of a project map that we operate. So it's on our website, and it's also in English. So if you don't speak Finnish, no problem. But here, just to just to say that the green is a bio-CCU project where there is a designated CO2 source within the project. And then the blue ones are the kind of CCU projects without the designated CO2 source. So we have a lot of projects going on, and some of them are more mature. And I would say that if we were to kind of think about like what are the chances on the CCU side of a project making it, you will be looking at the ones with the green dot. So where we have the designated CO2 source already within the project plan. And then not so much the CCS dots there, but the main and one of the only CCS projects that we have with a clear plan and with clear intention of moving forward in the coming years is here. It's Vantaa Energy, one of the Nordic's largest waste-to-energy plant. And yeah, I really hope that some of these dots find their way to the FID soon, because there's not really much of the investments done on capture side. But there are some very interesting developments, and I wanted to point out a couple. Up here, this is the most recent. So 2 days ago, Vantaa Energy that I mentioned with their CCS project, they have launched a CO2 coalition for southern Finland, because they struggle with the fact that it is expensive to build the transport logistics, especially if you need the pipeline, and it's really expensive to build the CO2 terminal alone. And we see, and they see, that this could benefit the CCU players as well if we could have centralized development on the utilization side. And this coalition would be in Helsinki, so in the capital area at the port of Helsinki in Vuosaari, where the port is already in the discussions and following closely the plans of this new coalition. So I really hope this gets some great support from other emitters as well. And then I've talked about energy companies, and I'm very focusing on energy, obviously coming from our association's background, but obviously if we want to reach like the millions of ton scale, we need the forest industry to come into the picture. And this year has been a nice progress on their side as well. So one of the three major forest companies, so Metsä Group, started their pilot in Rauma. So they're currently capturing 1 ton per day and kind of seeing how the technology works in their process and getting the learnings. And they have said that if everything goes well, they could be considering a demo plant of about 30 to 100,000 tons in the coming years. But of course, we know that Metsä Group has quite huge pulp mills around the coast, and they could definitely do more than 30 to 100,000 tons. And of course, I have to mention the hydrogen. I've been talking mostly about the CO2 side, but we do have green hydrogen produced in Finland. So the first plant was started operation earlier this year, and it is of course instrumental if we want to see the CCU projects fly. And this was a great first step. It's still, we're talking about quite small. It's 20 megawatts, so it's not huge. But there were the mentioned niche customers who made this possible. And of course, the government has been supporting it as well. And here, down here is one of the latest news on the biogas side. So we have the biggest biogas plant coming up in Nivala. It should be operational by 27, and there the capacity in CO2 will be somewhere around 40,000 tons per year. So significant and definitely potential for example, Apostolos up catalyst projects or something else. And I'm looking at the time, and am I very much over the limit? But this is just one picture, and I would definitely advise you not to look at the electricity price here, because I don't think the price averages are maybe so right when it comes to Finland. I think we're a bit cheaper than the picture shows. But look at this more. So the share of carbon neutral electricity, and there, of course, the Nordics are in a very different position than in many other EU countries. And then here we have the storage potential, and here also, of course, we have the ones that we all know. So the ones who are already doing it and planning fast. But then we do have nice dots over here as well, and on top of this, we have so much know-how and technology on all parts of the CCUS value chain. So I'd say that in the Nordic Baltic region, I know that we already do a lot of collaboration and cooperation, and we have good forums where we share knowledge. But especially on CCUS side, I think we should do more. There are many things going on at the EU, and I'm sure Eva will be talking about them. But for example, to mention one thing, we're planning to start planning CO2 infrastructure and transport, and how do we regulate it from the EU side? And I think that's one thing that we should be talking more. We should be trying to figure out, okay, what are you guys thinking? What's your plan? What are your companies planning to do? And how could we do this better? And how could we benefit from the EU support to uptake this part of the value chain? And then, of course, on the regulation and policy side, there's so many things that we should be doing more. Of course, addressing the region-specific issues, because there are many EU countries who are not really very bothered about Helsinki Convention or any other region-specific legislation issue. So this is something that we should kind of like step up and work more together, because these CO2-related projects really need the harmonized and aligned frameworks. And of course, we have other countries who are moving faster than others. And those of us who are not maybe like the first ones in the run, we really have to take the learnings from the ones who are ahead of us, so that we can maybe like take the good learnings and take the bad learnings as well. Like, let's not do that. That was stupid. For example, let's not put a very strict timeline if we have a support mechanism for large-scale CCU or CCS projects. Let's not do that. But then let's follow, for example, Denmark's example on how they were able to kind of switch the policy and the whole regulation regarding CCUS, CCS within a very short time period. And of course, I've mentioned this, but leveraging the resources that we have. We have affordable electricity, let's say, not cheap, affordable electricity in some places, and some countries have storage potential and storage operating, and then we do also have the technology and expertise in many of our countries, and I think we should also kind of get to know each other better, and these kind of events are of course instrumental in making that happen. I will stop now so that there's time before the coffee for the last speaker. But thank you. And I'm here for the 2 days and happy to discuss these topics in more detail if you're interested. Thank you.
We do have room for one question at least. And there is a question online actually, so I will ask you the question which was posted online. So somebody has asked you, given Finland's reliance on cross-border CO2 storage partnership, what's the biggest bottleneck right now? Logistics, cost of transport, or EU regulatory alignment? And how soon can we see functioning value chain?
A very good question. I would say that the key issue, of course, is that we are now trying to make these things together. But on average level, we are developing these projects one by one, project specific, and kind of getting that mindset change that we could do this together is maybe like the one thing, and that's the one thing that we're doing. Of course, there's regulation, and for some it's more difficult than others. And there are different layers. For example, if you're a waste energy company, you have different issues from the regulation side, whereas if you're a company with bio CHP, you have different issues. And so I wouldn't say that those are like the biggest one. Of course, if we then look at the national measures, I would hope to see a bit more support from the government side, because if we look at the projects that have reached FID by now, in Europe in general, they do all have a significant support from the government, not just in terms of money, but also in terms of, okay, we want you to do this. And working together with the industry is, of course, very important.
Thank you, Erika. So our next speaker was supposed to be Ignas from Minius Nafta, but Ignas had to go for a surgery, and he asked Pius Makauskas to speak about Lithuanian subsurface resources and to give an overview. Ignas has a lot of history in terms of knowing about the geology for the last 50 years in Lithuania, and he wanted to emphasize a bit more on storage potential and subsurface value chain in subsurface potential in Lithuania. So Pius.
Hello everyone. So I'm on behalf of Ignas, the main geologist of Minios Nafta, oil company in Lithuania. And today I'm presenting an overview on Lithuanian subsurface resources. So Lithuania lies on the edge of the Baltic Sineklis, which is a crystalline basement with a depression of up to 5 kilometers, which is filled with sedimentary rock. Now, the first signs of oil were discovered in 1948. After 10 years, serious and systematic oil searches began. Now we have, since ages before, we have 30,000 of kilometers of 2D seismic done onshore and 10,000 offshore, as well as some 3D seismic work done for specific oil sites. And we also have around 500 deep wells drilled up to crystalline basement in Lithuania. So the oil in Lithuania is found in Cambrian, the traditional oil fields. Some is found in Ordovican and Silurian reefs. These reef-like structures have very poor reservoir qualities and properties, and no oil extraction is being done. And we also have shales here, this one, which United States use for oil extraction, sorry. Now here you can see a picture of our known fields, which is like around 18 of them, which are prospective. And we only extract from 11 of them. However, during our whole period of extraction up until 2024, we've produced around 5.6 million cubic meters of oil. And still we have 2 million cubic meters to go. However, the oil production is decreasing each year. And this is the graph of Lithuanian oil production decrease. So in every 100 cubic meters of liquid produced, only 4 of them is oil. So Minios Nafta is famously oil production, not oil production company, but water production company. Now this is a map of where most of the oil reservoirs are in Lithuania. So we have 2 structures, Telšių Skarp and Gargždai uplift zone. And we also think that there is another structure, Kintai structure. And well, the thing is that it's The drilling is not taking place due to opposition of the local residents at this point. But at the current oil prices, the state revenue from the royalties alone would be 70 million euros if we were allowed to drill it, be allowed to drill it. Our Minister of Environment famously said that oil production will definitely not be encouraged in our country, which is a shame and strange because Lithuania's usage of petroleum products in the last 10 years increased by 40%. But we don't want oil in our country, you know. Besides Kintai structure, do we have oil in Lithuania? Yes, we do. We have the Baltic Sea, we have Gargždai uplift transitional zone, as well as shales. Now, the transitional zone is this huge area of reservoir that has like 30 to 50 saturation percent of saturation of oil, which is hard to produce with conventional methods. However, using tertiary methods like reducing oil viscosity, changing wettability, we could actually produce way more of it. By using CO2 alone, we can additionally extract 10% more of oil from this transitional zone, which in current oil prices would equate to 635 million euros in royalty tax to the state. Now, when we are talking about shale oil, around 4,000 quadratic kilometers was analyzed, and we estimate around 5.6 billion cubic meters of geological resources in this area marked on the map. Chevron came to Lithuania some time ago and was met with enormous resistance from local residents, and the research into these hydrocarbons was halted. And even our Lithuanian Academy of Sciences was of no help, even though they said shale gas exploration in the depths of Lithuanian earth is possible. Now the Baltic Sea. So the first research in the Baltic Sea reservoirs was done by Baltic, a company. But after restoration of the independence, no oil exploration was carried out except for Minijos Nafta discovering Sakučiai oil field and Kintai structure. So from Sakučiai, we extract by drilling from land, and with Kintai structure, there is a current lawsuit going on. Okay, so the main point is we estimated about 85 million of cubic meters of oil offshore, but we know that on the Kaliningrad part of the offshore, they've estimated even more. So our estimates are probably just lower than they actually are. The only well we have offshore is from D5, which produced a modest 5.7 meter cubes per day oil production, but unfortunately, the structure wasn't studied any further. Another very interesting fact is that this is Lithuanian side and this is Russian side. They have found the structure D33 and we have the structure D3. Quite possibly, it's the same structure. And Russians are producing oil also from Lithuania. And we're not kind of doing anything about it. Oh, and yeah, look, these are all of the possible prospective structures we have. So this is like Lithuanian border, very, very shady here. But all of these are possible structures offshore. So, oh my God, this is the best slide. This is the general plan of the territory of the Republic of Lithuania. Flashy name. Okay, this is mandatory. These are mandatory provisions. Okay. To develop marine and sea-related activities, extraction of minerals, to carry out the use of hydrocarbon resources, the search, exploration, and extraction of oil, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah? These are mandatory in Lithuania. But remember our environment minister. Oil will not be encouraged. Oil production will not be encouraged in Lithuania. Okay. So it is not the cost of the whole plan is not known. Okay, how many hundreds, thousands, millions of euros were spent to develop this plan? But if the actual changes were to be made, the government would receive, estimated, around 423 million euros in royalty alone. So, wow, beautiful. Enough of oil talk. Geothermal. We have basically 3 collectors and a crystalline basement to utilize for geothermal. The first one, the shallowest one, is the most boring one. We have the temperatures reaches up to like 30%, which is good for heating swimming pools, fishing, and balneology. The most interesting one is the Devonian one, because we used to have a geothermal demonstration plant, which shut down in 2017, as the graph shows. And it was shut down because of bureaucratic difficulties, and technical difficulties. But technical difficulties are actually pretty solved, because the problem was with injection. So it was hard to inject the water in. However, there was a very curious one article who explained everything. It's by, I think, a Swiss guy. So he proposed an idea that when we were drilling, we were not plugging everything correctly, and the clay washed out into the sandstone pores, and clogged everything. And this can be proven by this gamma ray plot. So we took gamma rays 10 years apart, okay? So here you can see at the productive layers, the gamma ray spectrum increased. Like there's more radioactivity, which is what you would see if there would be an increase in clay. So I don't think there are many technical issues here. Also, Klaipėdas University developed brackish water aquaculture. So they grew shrimp and rainbow trout using these waters. Yeah. Also, not only that, balneology. They diluted these waters with seawater and fresh water to get different kind of, how do I call it? Mineralization, yes. Which can be used for general rehabilitation, cardiovascular diseases, inflammatory bone, all of these other things. So huge research also done. The last aquifer is the Cambrian one. Cambrian one has the highest temperatures. However, it has the porous reservoir properties in its hottest zone. However, using horizontal drilling, hydraulic fracturing, and other techniques, we could get way better flow rates. And this is what I'm actually working in my projects as well. And also, to prove some points, Vilkice is an oil field, and Vilkice 9 plus Vilkice 18, which are 2 wells, extraction is around 450 meter cubes per day. And these are oil wells, okay? So these are not drilled throughout, these are not like optimized for geothermal. These are way narrower, okay? They managed to produce 450 cubic meters per day of geothermal waters. And only 1 is needed for injection, so it's possible. The last one is crystalline basement heat. Now we have a temperature gradient of 2.5 Celsius with every 100 meters. And at 3 kilometers depth, we could reach around 100 degrees of Celsius, which I think we don't need that much. We didn't need such depths, but we'll need to see. So the basic idea, it acts as a battery. So we drill it, we pump the fluid, it becomes heat, it pushes. When we need the energy, we just take it out, it pushes turbines and produces electricity. And some of the projects are actually being developed as of right now. This is like the graph where different temperature brines can be used. Also caverns, Lithuania doesn't have too many good caverns, but I had to put the slide on it. Well, Ignas had to. So these are natural cavities in rocks, yeah, where we can put gases. This is how it basically looks. Most of people know this. Hydrocarbon gases are the most prevalent stored gases. We can also store carbon dioxide and hydrogen as well. interesting thing. So we have an LNG terminal in Lithuania, and the most peculiar thing is that we take the gases, we put it in the terminal, and then we pump it to Latvia into Inčukalns structure, which is wild because we do have structures which are gas sealed ourselves. And these are the numbers, so we can store up to 9 billion, 2.2 billion. This is working capacity, so it's like half a reservoir. So this is also a suggestion to just use our own resources. No offense to Latvia, we love you, but we also have our own structures. Also, we can put carbon dioxide there. At almost half of the Lithuania is suitable, so that carbon dioxide under the ground would reach a supercritical state, which is favorable for storing the carbon dioxide. Now, the National Energy Independence Strategy said that by 2040, we will have to be storing 5.9 million tons per year of CO2. And we believe that these quantities can be safely stored in Lithuania. Given this, the maximum number, 5.9, we could be storing this for more than 25 years. But then you would ask, oh, okay, 25 years passed, what do we do again? Well, Lithuania has a lot of different structures. The problem is that not all of them contain oil, so we don't know that much about them. So these are like with varying degrees of exploration, okay, structures. But we could investigate them. Eternal question, what to do? Yeah? Well, just last year, a lot of parties, including my university, Also, I saw someone from Klaipėdos Naftas Energies and Akmenės Cementas as well. We signed an agreement to transport CO2 out to Lithuania and completely write off the potential of local reservoirs, which I've kind of showed that we have, I guess. This is the chain shown by someone, I don't remember. So we liquefy the gas at industry, transport, ship, and store. But there's another way, I believe. We can omit the shipping whatsoever and store it in our own reservoirs. Yeah? So, quiz time. Ignas is such an edgy guy. Quiz time. Which is better, long or short chain? It's the short one. Yeah? Okay. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pius, for entertaining presentation and also giving some good numbers. There is room for one or two questions before the coffee break. Okay, there is one from Alexei.
So basically, the question is about social acceptance of CO2 storage. Maybe not necessarily something that you do, but do you think there will be any opposition? Because you mentioned the opposition of the locals when it comes to fracking, I think, right? And the Chevron company coming to your country, and local population not necessarily supporting the idea of drilling and hydraulic fracturing, which is mostly banned in Europe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I'm not an expert when it comes to fracking, but do you think there'll be, because you basically refer to geological formations that are already available in Lithuania and they're used for the storage of CO2, which is technically possible, but I think Europe is a very specific case to when it comes to social acceptance. If we refer to the case of Germany, I don't think we have any. Do we have any Germans here, by the way? I think around 2008 they had a similar case. They wanted to decarbonize the power plant in Lusatia, so it's next to the border with Poland, and they wanted to basically that's a coal-fired power plant, Schwarze Pumpe. That's a pretty notorious case. So they wanted to bring a Swedish investor who would then, construct a CCS facility that would be coupled with that power plant. So everything, technically, everything was, ideal. Everything was possible. The Swedish investor was happy until the locals basically interfered and said, no, we don't want CCO2 to be stored and, poison us all if something happens, if leaks occur. Do you think there may be a case of opposition? So technologically, you could be, advanced and everything could be technically possible, but what about the people? And do you think they might? I mean, you are the one who you know who knows best, but do you think there might be issues related to that?
Yes, of course there will be issues. We have so many issues regarding anything with subsurface in Lithuania. So many issues. I think fracking is not allowed when it comes to oil recovery and enhanced oil recovery. I think CO2 is completely banned in Lithuania. I think only for like very small scale injections. And actually, Minijos Nafta did one time before the ban, quite successfully. So of course, at this point, I'm just ranting at the government, but I just want to show that it's possible. It's possible to start going in that direction. At least like with lawmakers, maybe we should just sit down and just talk about it, and also with the public perception. Like also, I don't want to store CO2 in my back garden as well. Probably because I don't think that my city has the structure, but so research has to be done. But like, of course, public perception is all-time low. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now you're standing between coffee. Huh? So,
sorry.
Most important. We have a coffee break now, but let's give Pius a hand of applause. And before you guys break for coffee, may I ask you guys to gather at the back so that we can take a group photo? Yeah, it will just take a couple of minutes. Yeah.
organizing committee of this forum. I represent the Polish Geological Survey here, and I was asked to introduce the next keynote speaker, and we've got her here. She's Eva Tame. The experience, let me see, not to lie a bit. I need my glasses, I forgot. She's an experienced climate policy expert with over 20 years experience and playing the pivotal role in the Estonian and EU climate governance, notably building the Estonian climate department, among others. So the floor is yours. I forgot about this.
Thank you. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. I hope you have not cooled down from the previous presentation. I don't think it's working. Is there a button to click? This one works for sure. Okay. Another try to make sure that people online also hear everything I've said so far. So, good morning, everyone. I hope that those who are in the room didn't cool down from the previous presentation, which during the coffee break, which I learned was a toned down version of what was the original one. So have that in mind. I will probably talk about drier topics, but let's see how it goes. Let's explore this topic together. So I'm here in my capacity as the chair of Zero Emissions Platform. And to get started, I will share. So now I have to ask which button changes the slides because none of them do right now. Any help with that? No. Oh, okay. That is different, but it works. So, Zero Emissions Platform. It's an organization that has a long history already, established 20 years ago. Brussels-based organization has been spearheading the deployment of carbon capture and storage technologies ever since. We work in general on carbon management technologies. That means carbon capture and storage, carbon capture and utilization, direct air capture with carbon storage, and bioenergy with CCS or bio-CCS more broadly. We really grew out of mostly research work, and we still have a very strong research constituency within the organization. But we also, let's say in the last 7 years now, are doing a lot of work, increasingly a lot of work on the policy front. So if you look at our latest outputs and different reports on policy developments or our different explorations on policy options, there's a lot of work going on there. We are getting increasingly stronger also on the advocacy front. So there's a lot happening there. What helps also is our close connection with the European Commission, as we are partly funded by the European Commission through the Horizon Europe grants, and we're very much involved with many different Commission services that are involved in developing policies for carbon capture and storage in Europe. And of course, we are very much also into knowledge sharing, also knowledge sharing between projects. So one of our initiatives or activities is, for example, the Projects Network, where once a year we hold an annual conference. Last one was actually earlier in the summer this year. It was in Bologna, Italy, where we showcased the Ravenna CCS project. So we organized these events. This was a 2-day event where different project developers and governments and other stakeholders come together and discuss the actual challenges on the ground and share the experiences there. And it has been hugely successful. And we had more than 200 people in the room in Bologna. We also had very successful events the year before in Rotterdam with Porto's event. We'll have the next one in April next year. So we are doing a lot of work also in trying to help those who are developing the projects on the ground to learn from those who are slightly ahead of the curve in that curve. Now, coming to the policy considerations and developments, it's important to have in mind that CCS has gone through some cycles. Obviously, we have had projects globally working already for decades, and that's no surprise, especially for this audience. But from the policy perspective, it's important to note that we had this huge kind of wave of optimism around like in the early 2000s, where we also had the NER 300 fund under the EU emissions trading system that was supposed to fund upcoming CCS projects. And then for all kinds of different reasons, that collapsed. None of those projects materialized. Nothing got funding from that fund, partly also because the allowance price in the EU emissions trading system became so low that there was really nothing you can do with it anymore. I mean, we saw the prices of €5 per ton at the time, and it felt like it will never go higher. But of course, here we are, and it looks very, very much different today. But the great thing is that things have improved since then. Also, our organization survived the slump in this CCS space, and now there is a very, very strong pipeline of projects in Europe of different kinds. And actually being here at this conference, it's great to learn more about what's happening in this part of Europe, because it doesn't necessarily get that much attention. And that's something actually that is very close to our heart at Zero Emissions Platform, because we feel like there is so much attention focused around the North Sea that much more needs to be done to bring kind of the rest of Europe also into these conversations, to bring the knowledge there, to shine the light of the projects that are coming up there. So that's why we did our last Projects Network meeting in Italy, showcasing the Ravenna project, because that is outside the North Sea. That's why also I'm here today, for example, doing the presentation, because we feel like it's important to get also out of those regular settings and regular regional place where the CCS discussion just always happens, because it's top of mind. So we have now a lot of developments on the policy front for a change, and that's a great thing. But the thing is, in the EU context, if you look at what kind of strategy we had back in 2007, it feels like the time has stood still for almost 20 years, even if you look at official documentation, not only the project developments and plans. I mean, the language, and I'm not going to read what is on the slide. It's just, it feels like you wouldn't even know that this is for 20 years ago. It feels like it's a text of today, basically. But basically, the same suggestions, the same challenges, the same realities. But something obviously has changed, because I'm here, I'm sounding optimistic. So what did change? The first question, among many others, but I'm sure not in this room, would be, well, did the technology get better? Well, not really. I think we heard a really good analogy with a car, where obviously we always need to improve, but with the basics we know works anyway already for decades. So there have been some improvements, but this hasn't been a factor why CCS is suddenly a thing, right? The real factor is really, I would say, the narrative change, which mostly started in 2018 with the European Green Deal, where suddenly we talked about 2050 targets that was climate neutrality or net zero greenhouse gas emissions, which is impossible to achieve without deploying CCS for both reducing emissions and for removing CO2 from the atmosphere. So suddenly, it all became much, much more relevant and much, much more topical. And once we had that overall goal put in the climate law that by 2050 Europe really intends to be climate neutral, it's obvious that then we needed to figure out how to trickle it down to actual policy tools that we have in place, so that by the time we get to 2050, we actually can be climate neutral in Europe. If you think about policy instruments, and I love this description here with sticks, carrots, and control that our team put together for me. If you think about sticks, a good example is the EU emissions trading system. Obviously, you are covered. It's mandatory. You have to make it happen. You have to fit under that cap. There is a price on your emissions, and you need to deal with it. Then there are carrots, incentives. I think even the available financial tools, for example, the Innovation Fund, is something that helps projects get kind of over these first hurdles. Of course, the challenge with the Innovation Fund is that it helps the kind of first of a kind project once, but once you are further along and you're trying to do the same many times, suddenly you're not innovative anymore and you don't really qualify for that funding. So there are gaps that we need to fill there. And then there's the control side. The obvious example here is the CCS directive that really puts in place the rules how you need to monitor and manage the storage of CO2. We have now finally, I would say, a supportive policy framework in the EU setting, although, I mean, I will manage to go through some of the things in my presentation here today. Erika had a way longer list on her slide, actually, because, I mean, half an hour is actually not that long, because it's just if you would do a deep dive in one of the policy tools, suddenly 10 minutes is gone and you still have 18 more policy tools to cover. So that doesn't work out in terms of math. But I will share some highlights. I know there's another presentation coming up also in the session right after me that talks about policy regulation, and I'm sure it goes deeper in some of the elements. So you'll still cover everything you need here today. So as I mentioned, the CCS directive, the important element here to bear in mind is that whilst this directive has been in place already for quite some time, quite many years, the recent development was the adoption of 4 non-binding guidelines to clarify how that directive should be implemented, because the big challenge for quite some time was that there were clear gaps in understanding or questions around how to implement the directive. There was no political will to open up that directive for any revision. It's a controversial topic. There are fears that once you open it up, you never get it back to even to as good state as it is today. I'm not sure if all of those fears today are actually founded, because things have changed. But there is that sentiment that we really don't want to touch it. So the solution was, let's tackle some of the things with the guidelines, which obviously are not mandatory. These are kind of helpful documents that just help the governments to, and also project developers to understand how to go about implementing and what are the real consequences to actual projects on the ground if you are implementing them. So that's what I would highlight here. And then I would say the biggest kind of the change in gear for carbon management technologies happened with the industrial carbon management strategy. Because before that, CCS was just relevant in one context or the other. Yes, we had the CCS directive, but the rest was, yes, it's relevant under the ETS directive. And yes, obviously it's relevant under almost like any policy that works to implement EU's climate targets. But we didn't have that much like specific out there that outlines the path forwards for these technologies. And that's exactly what the strategy did. Obviously, it felt like, how on earth can it take so long for this strategy to be developed? Because it was asked for years already. Our own organization had been asking it for years, and it kept being postponed for different reasons. But finally, we got it in 2024. And of course, even then, it's a strategy document. It's the EU's vision. You actually don't get clear, tangible, adopted legislative steps from it. That's only kind of the next wave that comes, and all of that had to do also with a change in the European Commission and the European elections, where the previous Commission couldn't do things that they expected the new Commission to do. But what we got was an outline of how that vision looks like that will be implemented and is now slowly being implemented. So that's the important thing here. If you look at the charts here on the side, so this is from Commission's own assessment on how much CCS and CCU will be needed. Of course, they have different projections in their impact assessments, but compared to, for example, what Erika showed regarding the CCU part being quite small in Finland, it's clear that the Commission is much more optimistic about the CCU delivering reductions, and potentially, depending on how you do it, also maybe removals. And then also, if we look at how carbon capture is deployed, then in the beginning the focus is on process emissions, and obviously that is huge because the ETS has done a great job in bringing down the energy sector emissions, but the industrial emissions are still high. It hasn't been managed to tackle that, and we are now at the point where the hard parts will need to get done because the easy things have been done already. So we see that the process emissions will be the biggest parts in the beginning, and then we will have more and more direct air capture coming in. Interestingly, there's also fossil fuel emissions mentioned. If you usually look at the Commission's policy discussions or documentation, it really focuses on industrial emissions and kind of tries to show that we don't really look at fossil emissions that much. Then their estimations show that fossil fuel emissions do play some role as well. And direct air capture by 2050, quite a solid percentage. If you look at direct air capture, like the project pipeline today, I would say Europe is not the main place where it's happening. So the interesting thing will be to see how we'll get to such levels of direct air capture here in Europe, because we necessarily don't have an abundant, cheap energy around everywhere. But there are places, obviously, where it can be done. So the question is how to make it work. Then the Net Zero Industry Act, something that seemed to be completely unheard of an idea, I would say just a couple of years ago. I mean, how crazy it is that there is actually an obligation on oil and gas producers, and it has been agreed by the EU legislators. And furthermore, because we already have this regulation in place, there are already the secondary legislation is coming out, and in the secondary legislation, you already see in which countries and which producers are affected by it. This is a policy development that is just, 2 years ago, it would have been like a wild dream, and today, this is a reality, and we are just moving along, and that's happening. It's just now we are tackling the challenges of how to actually make it happen on the ground. And there's, I'm sure, a lot that will be discussed here today and tomorrow will have relevance for that, because it's very challenging for countries that never really looked that much at CCS to suddenly build up the capacity, for example, to establish faster permitting processes. They don't even know how to really establish that process in the beginning, and then suddenly they have to do it fast, and that's a lot of capacity building that needs to suddenly happen. And again, we at Zero Emissions Platform are also doing what we can to help with that capacity building and the transfer of knowledge between different stakeholders. And of course, the headline target of 50 million injection capacity by 2030, that's only for the EU. And why this is mentioned here, it's because as the EU legislative process shows, in the beginning, we have the EU legislation, and then later on, it will be expanded or extended to the EFTA territories. So the EEA, European Economic Area, So that's Norway, Iceland, Liechtenstein. And as we know, Norway has the 2 running projects right now. And if it were to be extended there, we would expect that this 50 million tons, this headline number, will increase, because otherwise it would just water down the ambition that has been set with it. And to be seen what that number will then be. And the climate law, I already mentioned the 2050 target, which is in the climate law. We also had the 2030 target there, but now there is a new proposal for the 2040 target, the obvious kind of spot in between that we don't yet have. Seems to look like it will be something around 90% of reductions. Of course, this is a proposal. We need to go through the policy process and might change on the way. It's clear that it's a very, very important policy development to have this target. It is very, very important for the carbon management community to get as clear input as possible on what this target means for them. And also, it's very important to have very clear indication on what is covered under that target. Because today, for example, we have this weird situation where you can account for bioenergy with CCS removals in your national greenhouse gas inventory, but that doesn't really account towards your 2030 climate targets. That is just an information item. We need to have clarity which CDR methods, when we talk about DACs and BECS, or which emission reduction technologies are actually under the climate target scope, because then we know how the other policies that then will need to be established or aligned with that targets will impact these technologies. So that is an important work ahead that comes still after this headline target will be agreed. And let me just check that I didn't miss anything big, but I'm sure the slides you can all read yourselves anyway, so I will try to provide commentary to them. And I would say probably not last, we still have one more. So there's the Industrial Decarbonization Accelerator Act that you might have heard of. The challenge is that today we don't yet know too much about it, but that's something to watch out for, because ideally it should help speeding up the permitting processes. It should, identify priority processing clusters. But we are yet, from our organization side, also just in the process of trying to inform the policymakers on what would be helpful to have in there, but we don't yet have the kind of clear indication on what it will look like. However, there's only around 1 month to wait, and we will all find out. So it's not too far. And then the big one that already was referred to, I think also by Erika, the CO2 transport and infrastructure and market legislative proposal. This is hugely important. It's also kind of crazy how late in the day it is coming, because we already have projects in different parts of Europe that are being built. And suddenly you're building something without knowing how the legislation is going to look like what kind of infrastructure, what's the framework for ownership, tariff rules, we don't know that. The other challenge is also the standards, the purity and so on. We don't have EU-wide rules on that yet, and we are already building projects. So anything any stakeholder can do to help advance these policy processes as swiftly as possible. Let's try to be constructive, because the whole community needs this to be in place as soon as possible. But the challenge is we are only going to see proposal in around 9 months from now. So not ideal, but hopefully by the time this will be published and afterwards, maybe in a couple of years also adopted, we'll have some really, really solid ground for those projects that will come online slightly later. And as I mentioned, the biggest challenge is around the storage sites. It's really focused around the North Sea, which is great, but we do see that there are opportunities in other countries. A lot more work has to go into kind of showcasing that and helping that forward, because it's just not viable. We need to decarbonize the industry across Europe, not only the industry that's close to the North Sea. So we need to find the solutions on how to make it happen. And that's, again, something that we are very, very closely working on. So on the Baltic Sea region context, I would mention the HELCOM, but I know that there's kind of another presentation that goes deeper on this, and I'm close to the time as well. So I will actually not go deeper on this one. So thank you, everyone, for your attention, and maybe we have a time for a question or two.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Should I start maybe with the questions here? So, what first?
Yes, thank you. Good presentation. I'm Timo Ritonomi from Finland, from Ministry of Economic Affairs, and I've been involved in CCS from the first boom. And I would say that the graph that you showed, you should make it drop very much deeper. So it was not only, but it really crashed. Of course, yeah, like you told that the emission trading price fall out and the financing crisis, yes, but yeah, 20 years, or roughly 20 years. So actually, the history is that the Commission published NER 300, and it was originally only for CCS. So there was a really big push 2007, and they made a strategy, and they wanted to have a financing, and the financing was really outrageous, that they took money from emission trading new entrance reserve, NER 300. And then later, the other member states started to say that if you support CCS, then you should support renewable. And now it's Innovation Fund, where it's mainly renewable, also CCS is put there. But at that time, the boom was really big one. In Finland, we are still, that time it was, we were far away from the North Sea, and we are still far away. So it might be that, she told that we might have a waste incineration, there might be a CCS project. But another issue, so I don't know if Commission has getting much wiser when they published this Net Zero Industrial Act, because just like you saw that, it was really that, how can Commission put the member states and oil and gas companies to report so quickly? And it's another one. So maybe Commission, at least the Commission has not been so wise. It was not so wise in the beginning, but everybody was then saying that. But then right now also the problem, maybe it was because Belgium presidency, they wanted to have this chance, and because many people wonder why Net Zero Industrial Act has this part of CCS so strongly. But anyway, thank you.
Well, thank you. That was more of a comment, but I have to comment on the comments, because I definitely did not hint that the Commission was not so wise when they implemented the Net Zero Industry Act, or when they proposed it. And I think it was, what I was trying to say, and maybe it didn't come through as clear, was that this was unbelievably, obviously beneficial for climate, that something like this was put forward, because now things will actually have to start happening, because there's an obligation. Otherwise, we probably will have more and more delays and nothing happening. So we actually, we're very happy at Zero Emissions Platform with this act, and we also extensively fed into that work from our side.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I think you don't want to?
Well, thank you.
There was another hand there.
I think first we should.
And this? So, okay. Is this okay? So thanks a lot. We had some more questions. Yes, but they say that we've got to finish. So maybe later on the chat, you can answer these questions. And the next session will be Alas.
Thank you very much. It was very inspiring presentation with many questions could be discussed, but we have to start next session. And the next session is on regulatory framework and public perception. So I think that some of questions for your presentation could be discussed during this session, and we have more time. So the first presentation will be, can you upload, will be made by Clara Aksblad, Nordic Industrial Decarbonization and Public Perception. And Clara is working in Bellona for Nordic countries, Denmark, Finland, and Sweden. She is working on energy systems, CCS, CCU, CTR. Also, before Bellona, she worked for United Nations and Sweden Sustainable Development, also on sustainable food system, biodiversity, climate, resilience, and for permanent representation of Sweden in the United Nations in Rome. Clara, it's your floor, please.
Thank you very much. Hello? Yes, it's working. Thank you very much for the introduction. I would like to focus my presentation today on a topic that sometimes ends up a little bit in the margins when we discuss CCS, and that is public perception and societal acceptance. It's been touched upon already by various speakers, but I'd like to dig a little bit deeper. Let's see now if I can figure out this. Scrolling down here. Yes. But actually, before I get to my presentation, I would like to say a few words about why we are here today. Or actually, well, at least why I am here today. So CCS is a climate tool. Unless we had the type of climate policy frameworks we have today, it would always be cheaper to still just emit. And in many cases, it still is. So CCS is part of the fight against climate change. And unfortunately, that fight is not going very well. A recent study from the German Meteorological Survey and the German Physical Survey shows that we might actually be heading for 3 degrees global warming, not by 2100, as many people fear, but already by 2050. That's in 25 years. Another recent study published in Nature shows that children born in 2020, children that are now toddlers, 52% of them are likely to suffer heat waves so extreme that they have never been experienced by any human ever. And this is if we still stay within the Paris Agreement, so keeping global warming to 1.5 degrees by 2100. If instead we hit 3.5 degrees by 2100, this number would reach 92%. 92% of children today. Imagine if we reach 3 degrees warming by 2050. So that's a bit of a sober note, but I think it's really important that I'm sure that in this room most of us agree that CCS is a climate tool, but it's important that we always keep that at the front of our minds, and that also in this context of extreme scenarios, that we take the concerns of people that might be worried about CCS being more of an excuse for continued emissions, that we actually take those concerns seriously and address them. Okay, so in my presentation, I hope that I can give you an overview of why public perception is important and why there are no shortcuts to constructive public perceptions. But before getting there, I would like to say a few words about my organization. So I'm Nordics manager for Bellona, meaning I sit in Brussels, but I focus on the Nordic EU countries, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland. Bellona is an environmental independent NGO. We were founded in 1996 in Norway, and we've been working in Brussels at EU level with EU level policy for 30 years now. We currently have 4 offices: Oslo, Brussels, Berlin, and Vilnius, close by, which is actually where we have staff that were formerly working in Russia on environmental topics and nuclear waste management mainly. They now also work on increasingly on Ukraine, on similar topics. Our focus areas, especially in the Brussels office, it's really about net zero industry. So we focus on energy systems, carbon accounting, and markets and incentives, especially for CO2 management. I have also a slide with a bit of history on Bellona CCS work. I won't go through all this because I'm not here to brag about our work, but it's to show you that this has really been a journey for Bellona, and we are one of the few NGOs that have been working on CCS as a climate tool for such a long time. So even if I'm only with Bellona for a year, I still hope to speak with some authority. I have a few slides on national and international policy frameworks before I get to the public perception part, but I think a lot of that has been covered, so I will go through it quite quickly. So Ev has very graciously covered more or less all of this, but I will just mention that we see the obligation on oil and gas producers to provide storage under the Net Zero Industry Act as instrumental. Oil and gas producers have the capacity, the know-how, the financial muscle, but also the historical and ongoing responsibility for emissions, and therefore have to be part of this solution. And at Bellona, we have, together with other NGOs, started an Article 23 of the Net Zero Industry Act project where we will monitor the implementation of this obligation, focusing on the member states' role in enforcing. So if you're interested in that, please get in touch or look at our website, and there will be information coming there. On the industrial carbon management strategy, it's also been covered. So I would just point to the upcoming CO2 and market regulation, which I have a separate slide on. And here mention that at Bellona we have done a survey with industry, just closed a couple of days ago, and we are collecting that input from CCS actors along the value chain to inform our own consultation response, because this regulation is open for consultation until January, I believe. Maybe we'll spend a little bit more time on the national policies in the Nordic context. So first out is Denmark. Denmark, you would say, is an CCS frontrunner in the EU. Denmark has gone from a CCS ban to very rapid developments on CCS, not least on storage. They have a national roadmap, and they have developed over the last 5 years multiple policy instruments, including a pipeline regulation, which is one of the firsts, and will probably inspire or be considered, at least in the EU development of the transport infrastructure and markets regulation. Denmark is also a CO2 storage frontrunner. The total CO2 storage capacity in saline aquifers only is estimated to be between 12,000 and 22,000 million tons. And in addition to that, there's potential for storage in volcanistic deposits and end-of-life oil and gas fields, and some of these are already being developed. In fact, I believe that the first open access storage in Denmark is going to be opened next year if all goes to plan. This amount of storage is far more than Denmark needs for its own national emissions. So Denmark, as you know, is aiming to become an EU storage hub, which is very well needed. Denmark is also investing significant amounts of public money into CCS. 3 different funds have been launched so far to a total value of about 5.3 billion euros. The current fund is the CCUS fund. It's the biggest. It's open to full value chain project, which is quite interesting. It closes in December this year, and there are currently 8 potential bidders, of which one is Denmark's only cement plant, and the majority of the others are the waste-to-heat district heaters. I will move to Sweden. So, from a policy perspective, Sweden is probably best known for the reversed auction for bio-CCS, where companies, or a company so far, is awarded public support based on the lowest price. This is a 3.2, or it was a 3.2 billion euro fund until 2046. The first round was awarded to Stockholm Exergi, which is the biggest pure BECCS actually, company in the capital. They got 1.5 billion in the first round. The second round is supposed to open any time now, before the end of the year. The funding has been cut somewhat. There was supposed to be 1.5 billion euros left. Now it's likely to be cut to 1 billion. And some actors within the value chain are rightfully concerned about this and are calling for additional funds. It has to be said, though, that this is still the single biggest climate investment that the current government is presenting under the new budget. So that sets things a little bit in perspective. And there is other funding available too, under what's called the Industry Leap, Industriklivet in Swedish, and various EU funds. Interestingly, Sweden is also exploring CO2 storage possibilities. There is quite a lot of work going on in this area, and at least 2 areas have been assessed as suitable in the south of Sweden. Offshore areas, but also potentially onshore, because in some instances it's the same structure. Now, policy is an obstacle for this. On the national level, there is currently a ban on not only on onshore storage, but also on onshore injection, meaning you couldn't inject into offshore storage from onshore. So this is something that the Swedish Geological Survey is looking into, and will provide some recommendations to the government next year on how to handle that. And on the offshore side, of course, we have the Helsinki Convention that I think you're all familiar with, that is creating some complications. Next is Norway, which is, of course, very well known as a European, not EU, but European storage leader. The first storage sites in Europe have been operational in Norway since the 90s already, Sleipner and Snøhvit. This very much came about because of the high carbon tax that Norway introduced in the 90s. And then this year, the first open access commercial CO2 storage site, Northern Lights, has come into operation. And the first CO2, as you might know, has already been injected from the Breivik cement plant. This is part of the so-called Longship project, which was launched in 2020. It's a project that connects local emitters with storage. And as you can see from the slide, it has received quite a lot of public funding. Most importantly, the Northern Lights Longship project as an absolute front runner has been and is very important for learning and knowledge sharing across and between countries, apart from, of course, enabling some front runner emitters to take FIDs. Okay, so now let's move to the public perception and societal impact part.
2 minutes.
2 minutes left. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, so we know from recent and lots of recent examples that public perception is very important. It has the potential to block and delay CCS projects regardless of the actual risk that is involved. I will show a few examples of this, but I might have to show them very quickly. When we talk about public perception, we often think about the local level, local opposition. But I would say that the national level and the understanding of CCS as a climate tool is more or less equally important. And this is, of course, because people get their information from many different levels, media, scientists, influencers, and so it's important that we have an informed debate. It's because people vote, and so they decide on the climate policy and the CCS policy and funding that will be there. Because, of course, these investments require public money, and that's taxpayers' money. So this is why we require strategies to inform, consult, involve, and earn the trust of society at all levels. Here's the case study of Germany. You might be familiar with it, but what I can say is that it basically led to a 10-year plus halt on all CCS work in Germany. It's just getting restarted now, and our colleagues in our Berlin office are working very hard to get the enabling national policy in place. In Scandinavia, in Norway, we have quite a positive example. CCS has been framed as part of the climate work of Norway since the beginning. But we also have to remember that this story has to be nuanced because Norway still continues to invest more and more in oil and gas production. In Denmark, as I touched upon before, they've gone from complete opposition to what looks like success. This has not been easy, and for anyone working on public perception, I recommend to talk to the Danes, talk to how they did this at local level, because it's been a very systematic and still is ongoing process. It remains to be seen, however, how people will actually react when the project, especially the on-storage project, starts. And this is something I think we can all reflect a bit about, because it's easy to be positive about CCS and the storage part when you know about the low level of risk. But if it's actually under your house, and if it actually affects the value of your house, time to finish, okay. Can I have a couple of more minutes or no?
1 minute.
Okay. So these are just a few slides to show you how the public awareness of CCS is generally quite low, but that the feelings about CCS tend to improve when you get information. So this is from a recent survey in Sweden, now in 2025. I'm happy to share more information about this to someone who's interested. But you can see here that there's quite a lot of positive feelings once you get information about CCS as a climate tool. Interestingly, people are also quite well informed about the benefits of CCS as a climate tool. And they also have quite a good idea, at least an informed idea, of the potential risks. And so this is helpful to know what kind of feelings and ideas we need to address. Here's a summary of public concerns. I'm sure you're aware of them to some extent. Happy to discuss it further. The source is very important. In Sweden, the big majority prefers information from expert agencies. Interestingly, 24% wants more information from NGOs. So we need to be better at that, and also you need to be better, well, you not here, but other fora needs to be better at inviting us to discuss. Media representation, sometimes a bit too negative, sensationalistic, something like that. But we also see that in other fields. I think, though, that it's becoming a bit more nuanced. We've seen that in the reactions to the recent Financial Times article about storage, that actually many media point to that this is not actually an issue. We have enough storage. Some lessons learned, quite straightforward. Happy to share this also. Then we have some tools on how to work on this to actually, to actually achieve a constructive public perception. And here I would just like to mention one last thing, which is also perhaps one of my most important key messages, that in order for CCS to be perceived as a important, limited, but essential climate tool, there are no shortcuts. It needs to actually be implemented as such. So if you're a country where you currently are cutting down on investments in other emission reduction strategies like electrification, like your land sinks, and you're increasing investment in CCS, people might wonder if CCS is actually a climate solution or an excuse for continued emissions. So we need to walk the talk. With that, I thank you. I thank you for the extra time. I accept if I can't take questions, but I will be happy to take them at the lunch break.
No, thank you very much. I wanted to have some questions, please, but questions, not comments. Just questions. Please? Do we have? No? If no questions, then thank you very much. We will go to the next presentation. By Pavel, it will be made by Pavel Gladish. Pavel is assistant professor at the Faculty of Energy and Fuels at AGH University of Krakow, Poland, and he is president of Polish CCS Poland Association. Since 2010, he is involved in CCS technologies, life cycle assessment, techno-economic analysis, policy development. As president of CCS Poland Association, he is working to cooperate between different stakeholders and integrate CCS technologies in Poland. Please, Pavel, your
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Yes, so thank you for having me here. I will have a short presentation on the markets and regulatory developments in Poland. And as I said, I also represent the CCUS Poland Association. We have been established a year ago as an industry-driven association supporting the emerging market of CCUS. Currently, we aggregate stakeholders from both the industry, but also the NGOs, academia, and research institutes. But what is worth mentioning is that among the supporting members of the CCUS Poland Association, we already managed to aggregate 23 million tons of CO2 emissions per year, which corresponds more or less to the 40% of the total industrial CO2 emissions in Poland. Hopefully by the end of this year, we will reach the 50% with additional members from steel industry joining us as well. We begin our work within the CCUS framework with the strategic program CCUS.pl, which ended last year. Right now, we work as an association, but we also are heavily involved within the ministerial working groups on CCUS at the Ministry of Climate and Environment, as well as within the HELCOM Convention working group on the environmental and cumulative impacts and risk of the CCS in the Baltic Sea context, which I will also refer to a little bit later. As an association, I think the main goal for us right now is to aggregate the stakeholders in Poland and try to push all the involved parties in order to move forward and become not only the emerging market, but actually the developed market for the CCUS. We are primarily focusing on Poland, but we are of course open for the international cooperation. You can learn more about the association on our web pages, but now I would just like to move strictly and quickly to the agenda of my talk. I will try to give you a short overview of the CCUS market, projects and initiatives in Poland, then about some of the examples of the regulatory framework that still needs to change, and what are the current plans to move forward. In Poland, it is extremely visible that when we're talking about the reduction of emission, first we go with the energy efficiency, then we go with renewables. There is a huge point right now towards the nuclear energy, which gained a tremendous support from the state, but also from the public. And on top of that, we all are fully aware here in this room that you will need the CCS, including the CDR, so the carbon dioxide removal technologies. And in the end, our state acknowledged that fact something around 2020 when tried to show how to reach the net zero by 2050. And so at that point, we start to talk again about the CCS. Nevertheless, all the two pillars of this pyramid gain much more support from the state than the CCUS till this point. And we are hoping that this will, in the end, change quite soon. In terms of potential, my colleagues will be talking more about the potential for actual storage, both onshore and offshore in Poland. I would just like to leave you with a message that in theory, we have a significant capacity not only to handle our own CO2 emissions, but also theoretically in the future become a hub for imported carbon dioxide from countries that might not have the possibility to store their carbon dioxide within their economic areas, or also are not willing to do so because, for example, due to the public opposition. So in the end, the geological, at least in theory, looks quite promising. In terms of current projects, unfortunately, all our projects are right now, well, maybe not unfortunately, but this is a fact, are relying on the EU funding. We have the project from Innovation Fund, at the cement plant in Kujawy, 1 million tons of CO2 to be captured before 2030. We have the CEF project for export terminal of the captured carbon dioxide. We, of course, have some Horizon pilot projects like the one that is currently being operated in Góraź, the cement plant at the south of Poland. But at this point, I would like to mention that there are a lot of companies that are considering CCUS as part of their decarbonization strategy. Some of those projects and ideas are implemented in their company strategies. Some of them are still, for example, acknowledged by us through the bids for FEED studies that are currently being organized around blue hydrogen, around capturing CO2 in the cement industry, in lime industry, and others. It's also worth mentioning that I think first in Europe, our cement industry and lime industry had the national strategies for CCUS deployment, which I also shows the devotion of those two sectors to introduce CCS in Poland. We, of course, again, I think it's fourth time we see this graph, right? Yeah, that's obvious, and I don't want to focus on that. I'm just trying to show and refer to the Net Zero Industry Act and the fact that Orlen is, I would say, maybe forced even to launch the operational capacity of CO2 storage of 4.26 million tons of CO2 per year. And please keep this in mind in this number when I will talking about the rest and the regulatory framework currently in Poland and the fact that we have, 5 years left, yeah? So, it's not going to be promising. But again, we're having a short setback to the actual projections. Within the last couple of years, a lot of projections have been made about what is the actual market size for CCUS in Poland. This comes from 2023-24, where it shows that with the inclusion of CCS in the energy sector, we can reach something around 70 million tons of CO2 by 2050. This not, for example, included CDRs at all. It was just focused around the process emission from the industry, hydrogen, and then the energy sector as such. Then we started to think about more programmatic approach, focusing a little bit on the idea that was presented in the industrial carbon management strategy, trying to see, okay, we are focusing on the process emissions. We will, in the end, also need to include the CCU as part of the value chain. The scenario on the right showed also the introduction of the direct air capture around 2040, 2050, in order to, for example, compensate the emissions that are foreseen in Poland by 2050 in terms of the one that will not be abated in any other way, and also increasing the share of CCU. So those kind of strategies bring us with the values of between 35 and 56 million tons of CO2 by 2050. 2050 being captured. Then we have from our emission coordinator, let's say Kobize, which also make a couple of predictions in the last years showing the role of bioenergy CCS in industry, and also showing that there is a nice potential by 2050, something around 40 millions, with a significant share of bioenergy CCS reaching up to 20 million tons of CO2, industry additional 20 million tons too, and this backstop is a potential direct air capture projects as well that needs to be introduced to mitigate the remaining emissions. We also have a lot of scenarios coming from the Net Zero Industry, Net Zero Poland study, which also showed that CCS is deployed in all of this scenario, including the one in which we will still rely on on electricity coming from coal-fired power plants. For example, in case that, I don't know, nuclear program will not go as well as planned, there will be an issues with the availability of natural gas in the future, and all those things combined, right? And those values gave us the size of the market between 40 and 135 million tons of CO2 per year. So as you can see, all of those scenarios, despite ranging more or less around the same value of 40, maybe 45 million tons by 2050, also showed that there's different sources being acknowledged right now. And this is a big issue because right now we are working on to develop a strategy for CCUS deployment in Poland. And so we decided to not only focus on this top-down approach with the formal studies being presented and discussed, but also try to work on this bottom-up approach. And currently our industry have been asked, I think a week ago, to provide the data about their ambitions in terms of capturing CO2 in Poland in the perspective of 2050. We want to validate what is coming from different models, right? Macroeconomic models, energy system models, and validate it versus the actual ambitions, goals, and the capacities of companies in Poland who will actually have to capture CO2 in the future. We hope that those results will be also a part of the CCUS strategy. And this bottom-up approach, this industry-driven approach, will help us to reach to our actual, at least a binding idea for the next 15 years of what is the actual demand for both infrastructure but also storage, right? Not only relying on the formal studies, as they, depending, of course, as we all know, on the assumptions can lead to a completely different results. In terms of what is being further done, there have been a reactivation of the topic of CCUS in March 2025 with a ministerial letter of intent signed between the Ministry of Climate and Environment and the industrial and outside of industry stakeholders for CCUS deployment. And the last maybe acknowledgeable thing was the Geological and Mining Law amendment in the September of 2023. So as you can see, there was a nice gap of nothing really significant happening at that time. Right now, ministries, together with the working groups, are working on the legal framework in 2025, 2026. We are thinking about the CO2 storage sites, transport and storage market, funding, operators, governing bodies, and all of those things. And theoretically, this 2026 is not a date that is without a significance because the new elections are coming in Poland, which means that probably politicians will decide not to touch upon this rather sensitive topic like CCUS is. So we have a very short window left in order to change a lot of things in terms of legal framework. The CCUS strategy should be adopted in the early 2026. We are just wrapping up the version of this document, and hopefully within this 3 months left, we will be able to finish this up as a working document with all the attachments, clearly defining the role of CCUS, the impact of direct air capture and bioenergy CCS, and all the other factors as well. Hopefully, we will also have some pilot CO2 storage projects with a little bit of luck from Innovation Fund latest results. This might still be actually happening. We hope also to include the carbon contracts for difference to be granted around 2027, 2028. And still the goal is to have by 2033 a full CCUS value chain actually being demonstrated on a commercial scale. But again, I'm sorry for all those. Yes, we're moving forward, but not as fast as we wanted. As I mentioned, in 2023, we had the amendment of the geological and mining law, and definitely this changed a lot in terms of we actually able to store carbon dioxide onshore and offshore. It removed the idea of just demonstration project and allowed full commercial ones. But there are a lot of specific regulations that are associated with the geological and mining law that have not yet been changed. And they are still in the reality of these demonstration projects that have only been suitable or eligible before 2023. One of them are the areas where the carbon dioxide underground storage complex can be located. And so, I think in 2 months ago, the ministry put this document as part of the legislative work of the Ministry of Climate and Environment with a date to be published or to be updated in January 2026. And of course, this is not an actual full act, right? We did not saw this. It is just the announcement that this is happening in the ministry. And what they did is they also pointed out that, well, the new areas will be appointed to where the storage complexes can be located. There are some restrictions associated with groundwater intakes, with groundwater reservoirs, and there is also a prohibition of surface installations, injection installations installed within the territories of national park, which is obvious, nature reserve, which is also obvious. But then there is last thing that says the areas with a population density of at least 75% per kilometers. On the right side, you have the map of the potential geological storage sites. And right now, magically, you can also see the cities that actually, or the municipalities, so this darker color here, which actually has the density of higher than 75 person per square kilometer. And so as you can see, on those areas where the potential storage sites are located, this little thing that was introduced into this act may actually cause us to rethink the idea of where we actually will be able to store. Because theoretically, if this goes as it's planned, it might also not allow us to build the actual subsurface installation for injection of CO2 into the underground storage complex. What we are working right now on is the transport and storage market and the operators funding and specification. I think it's worth mentioning that the Polish gas chamber has published a standards for CO2 transport guidelines for pipeline CO2 transport. Hopefully they will soon be also translated in English. In terms of where we are working right now with the ministry, trying to wrap it up, regulations, well, we are touching this, formal expressions of ambitions or strategic statements. This is also included in the regulatory framework, but the direct funding and grants is not still visible. Probably next year we will have some money coming from the state or from the Norwegian grants, for example, to support projects in FEED studies, right? Which is important thing. But it's not in billions, but it's rather in millions of euros, which is way below the ambitions. We know what we know in terms of what have to be changed in the legal and regulatory framework. Our association will soon publish guidelines, a legal roadmap. Ministry, as part of the strategy, is also doing the same. There are formulated right now industry-driven goals for CCUS through this bottom-up approach for the setting up the goals. Business cases development are being developed. Aside of the projects that I mentioned, there are some clustering ideas. There is some kind of cooperations already in place. But in terms of funding sources and mechanisms, I think I heard it 2-3 months ago, the first time that actually ministries acknowledged the fact that they will need to put some monies into the market to actually have it in Poland. Transport and storage operators, well, especially on transport, there is still an ongoing debate. The verification of storage potential, my colleagues will talk about it, other decarbonization pathways and other things to be addressed. This session is also about the public acceptance. I'm not talking about public acceptance. I'm just showing the results of have you actually ever heard about CCUS technologies in Poland. As you can see, the results are not that bad. Around 33% actually heard the phrase CCS, yes? But if you start asking them questions about, okay, where and what do you think it is? In the end, we actually end up with something around 10% of people who understand what CCS is. Not on the technical level, but just, you know, like, okay, this will capture CO2, so it will not go to the atmosphere, right? Or I will store it underground. We have results on the public acceptance of storage, of transport, and so on. There is a latest report coming online still this month, prepared by the association and Clean Air Task Force on the specifics of how to get and obtain the social license for operate for the CCUS project, especially and directly in the Polish case, right? So this report should be published. In terms of creating the enabling market, you can see that there are strategy and goals, financing, social, hubs, clusters, infrastructures. And when we try to put a little bit of where we are, well, on strategy and goals, hopefully this strategy will be accepted next month. But for all the others, you can see that only a little small minor parts are actually already in place. I am often asked about to aggregate to it one score. I'm saying, okay, maybe we are in like 12% in overall market development in terms of everything that needs to happen to have a fully functioning CCUS market in Poland. And I'm also asked about what should we do. So we have the homework for the Polish CCUS sector for the next 2 years and its impact within the next 2 years. And definitely the most important is the legal and regulatory framework. But as we are here on this conference on the Baltics, I would like to point out a little bit to the HELCOM Convention to unlock the Baltic Sea potential, because we foresee this, especially if the opposition happens in terms of onshore storage in Poland, that this could help us to close the first CCUS value chain by 2033. And so we, as I mentioned, both as an association, but also AGH University, the PGIG representatives, but also some of the colleagues here, with including our chair of our session, are the members of the informal correspondence group working on the analysis regarding the environmental and cumulative impacts and risk of CCUS in the Baltic Sea context. We should finalize the report by June 2026, and it should, in principle, be a guidelines and assessment of the overall potential impacts of CCS projects happening in the Baltic Sea. It is not an easy discussion. It is hard work ahead of us. Theoretically, the group have been formulated, but from what I understand, we are missing still some competences, especially in environmental impact and so on. So we encourage any of you who are willing to work pro publico bono, that's also important, on this topic, to maybe contact your HELCOM, national HELCOM contact points and ask about being included in this, because this document, aside of the other analysis that being done strictly from the legal point of view, should help the HELCOM, should help to solve the ongoing issue if the CCS is suitable for the Baltic Sea or not within the next year. And so within the environmental aspects, we definitely appreciate all the support, and we are hoping that for the legal framework that is right now being announced and should soon be commenced, we will also be able to learn and have the single interpretation of the HELCOM Convention as such. And this is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for updating us on situation in Poland and also about HELCOM working group on CCS. I can only add that there are two working groups, another on legal and regulatory, and the HELCOM announced tender on this. So the regulatory work will be paid by tender. Our work on environmental is for free.
Yes.
It's not fair, but it's fact.
It's a fact, yeah. It's
I
not
have
fair.
one small question.
Yeah.
So about what will be protected in Poland, and in the list it was brines. I think the brines is the best to storage. Why they want to protect brines?
I'm not fully aware of why this is included, and we did not get yet the details. This is just, a very short announcement by the ministry, and we are asking them to show us a little bit more before this document will go to the public consultation, because we would like to verify this as working group that was established by the ministry to do so.
Very good that they open for public consultation. You can comment to them. One more short question.
There is a question online, so I'll just read this question for you, Pavel. I think you have covered quite a bit. There are quite a few questions. There are like 5 or 6 questions online, but
I will go online and check.
I'll just take one, okay? Which seems to be the most interesting one. Given Poland's heavy reliance on coal and the slow progress on CCUS projects here, what do you see as a main reason CCUS has failed to scale so far in Poland?
I would say that we are trying not to think about the CCS being the solve for the coal problem or coal issue in Poland, right? We are focusing right now on the industrial emissions, which of course some of them are fossil fuel based. We don't neglect that. But in terms of coal and Poland, it should strictly be associated with the power production. And right now, the CCS is not being directly foreseen to help to decarbonize the power generation in Poland. And of course, our previous experience from Bełchatów CCS project, which was referring to the lignite-fired power plant and so on, could still keep us in this idea that, well, Poland will use CCS for coal industry. It's not the case. We have the legal agreement, the social agreement between the mining unions and the government, but this is being reevaluated, although it had actually included some of the direct projects, including CCS, like the IGCC gasification with CCS and so on, yeah? But to be absolutely honest, right now, working on a strategy with our state, we don't see a large role for actually helping or acknowledging the coal as a source for energy in the electricity sector.
Okay, thank you very much. So other questions, maybe it's possible to somehow send on, yes, and it will be possible to answer online somehow. Okay, thank you very much. We have next. So we have next speaker, and the next speaker is Alva Nabdal-Kiensley, talk CCS regulation legal aspects. So, in fact, very young lady. She is working in EOM law in Norway for regulatory aspects and projects, CCS, and she has bachelor in regulatory international law and conflict resolution, and now she's studying at University of Oslo, I think, to get master. Yes? So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Alva Nabdal-Kiensley, and today I want to talk about regulation and legal aspects. I probably will touch upon a lot of stuff which has already been mentioned, so I will keep some of that short. But I'm mainly going to focus on CCS, so not the utilization part. So yes, I work at IAM Law, which is a small law firm that specializes in carbon capture and storage. We are a small team, we are based around the world, but we have our main office outside of Oslo in Norway. So to kind of set the scene, here is a snapshot of some of the relevant legal frameworks for the Baltic states. We have EU legal frameworks, which we already have been talking about today, and which I will come back to in my presentation as well. We have the London Protocol, which may apply, especially if you're sending the CO2 cross-border. And then we recently just talked about the Helsinki Convention and also about the legal study going on there, as it is some uncertainties if Article 11 in this convention pose a barrier for storage offshore or not. But the legal review is coming out now and will assess this possibility of if you can store offshore or not. And the tender is due to 15 October, so it's going to be really interesting to see what the result of this review is going to be, because it has huge impact on the Baltic states and also every state in the Helsinki Convention. So interesting stuff ahead, definitely. So here is an overview of some of the applicable legal frameworks in EU for CCS. We have been through many of these already today, and also Erica had a much longer list that shows that this picture is really complex. This is just some few of them that are relevant. But we have the ETS directive, we have the environmental liability directive, and also the CCS directive, which all are from the early 2000s. And then we have some new developments. We have the carbon removal certification framework. We have the carbon border adjustments mechanism, and also the Net Zero Industry Act, which we have talked about a lot, so I will keep that short. But I will focus on the ETS directive and the CCS directive, and also mention short about carbon border adjustments mechanism. So I want to start with the CCS directive, and as you all know, the CCS directive creates a legal framework for the environmentally safe geological storage of CO2, and the goal is to contribute to the fight against climate change. This follows from Article 1. So the CCS directive applies to both onshore and offshore storage as long as the projects are over 100 kilotons. And to go a bit more into detail what the CCS directive covers, it covers, amongst other things, selection of storage sites and operation, closure and post-closure obligation, third-party access, and also criteria for exploration permits and storage permits. It also regulates the transfer of responsibility. So it requires that a minimum period of 20 years shall have been passed before you can transfer the responsibility from the operator to the state. This can in some instance be shortened, and the CCS directive give a criteria for when it can. It can also be made longer. So for France and Germany, this period is 30 years. And as you all probably also are familiar with, CCS directive also set out requirements for the CO2 stream, which has to be overwhelmingly consistent of CO2. This is probably a phrasing you heard a lot, and it's also go through a lot of the other regulation. And in contracts, this tend to be a much stricter than following for this wording here. So it's still up to the member states if they want to implement the CCS directive, if they want to allow for storage onshore, offshore, or at all. So even though this has been transposed in all EU member states, the regulatory readiness in CCS vary quite a lot. And to show this, I have brought a picture. This is from a CCU SAN that my firm worked on. And this map is made by Alla and her team. And it's already probably a bit outdated, as we already heard about Poland doing changes, Germany is doing changes here. But you can also see in the Baltic states, CO2 storage offshore, onshore is currently not available. So
today permitted in Latvia.
Today, yay! Wow, celebration. Yeah, so this definitely needs to be updated a lot. But it gives you kind of how different the member states are when it comes to developing the CCS frameworks. And that is the point of this picture as well. So we also mentioned some short today about the ETS directive. And as you know, ETS directive is based on a cap and trade principle. And it is considered kind of the primary financial incentive for developing CCS in the EU today. It's not the best financial incentive so far, but the reason why it's considered that is because companies are not required to surrender the allowances they get for CO2 that is transferred out of an installation for capture, transport, and geological storage, or that it's permanently chemical bound in a product. But if you're storing the CO2, it has to be in accordance with the CCS directive, which I just mentioned. And also important to notice in this ETS directive is that the liability of the CO2, it follows the CCS value chain. So the liability transfer as soon as the CO2 is transferred out of the installation, And after the point of transfer, the transferring operator get to keep their corresponding allowances. And also important to notice that while biogenic CO2 so far, I will come back to this later in my presentation, is outside of the scope of ETS, once CO2 kind of reaches the infrastructure, its origin is irrelevant, and allowances must be surrendered in case of any leakages. So this was a bit about the already kind of earlier developments in the CCS regulation in EU. We also have some new developments, and I will not talk much about the Net Zero Industry Act. We have already got a good look at that. But I think I will just mention that the NCA also tried to streamline the permitting process, and it requires states to submit an annual reports on CO2 storage capacity data. So this is something that hasn't been mentioned today. So I won't go into more detail about the Net Zero Industry Act, but it's going to be really interesting to see how this will affect the business, especially in the Baltic states. And then we also have a new development called the Carbon Border Adjustments Mechanism, which is not directly linked to CCS, but this imposes a carbon cost on companies importing goods from outside of the EU. And from 2026, importers must buy CBAM certificates. And this is trying to mirroring the ETS system. And it's calculated in with the same price as the ETS price. And the reason for this is to avoid carbon leakage. So it's also going to be interesting to see the effect of this implementation of CBAM. So in my last slide here, I will try to have a look into the future and talk about some potential EU developments. I know Eva already has touched upon this in her presentation. But the one thing that hasn't been mentioned so far is biogenic CO2. And EU is set to kind of review the strategy for incentivizing CO2 removals by updating the ETS system. This is supposed to happen in the beginning of 2026. And since the only kind of initiative existing now is the carbon removal certification framework from 2023, this is a voluntary framework. So it's not ideal, and it's also a lot of changes happening in this framework when it comes to methodology and certification methods and stuff like that. And it's discussion about which approach is best. You could either kind of directly bring biogenic CO2 into the ETS, or you can create a separate compliance mechanism that is linked either directly or indirectly to the ETS. And which system they will end up is still unclear, and it's a lot of discussion going on now about that. But it's going to be really interesting to see, and 2026 is also an interesting year, definitely. And we already talked about this CO2 proposal on the CO2 market and infrastructure. This is planned for the same time as the ETS update, and it might include establishing CO2 standards and interoperability rules, including with non-EU countries. I think is a really interesting point. And third-party access, and also the reuse of existing infrastructure and streamline permitting, and also trying to give a platform to improve coordination and support small emitters. And this proposal is going up into public consultation now at the end of 2025. So please have a look at that. And also the implementation of both CBAM, NCA, and the legislative proposal on CO2 market and infrastructure are going to be discussed at ECM at the end of December. So a lot of stuff is up in the air, and it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of this forum in December. it's a lot happening. A lot has happened in EU. A lot is going to happen in EU. And for me, some brand new in the business, it's really interesting time to be here. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for update us. It's really hot period in regulations and news. Do we have any questions? At least I have question. Do you know if your company will take part in tender for HELCOM?
I know, but I'm not sure if I can say if they do, to be honest. But that's a topic that my company has worked on a lot.
Yes,
and it's
yes.
a really, I know my colleague, which is a really expert on the London Protocol and everything, she's really interested in this part. So if Annie has a question about that, I will give her her card and she will, yeah.
Yes, because HELCOM required to have this report for HELCOM about regulatory only from professional lawyers.
Yes.
Not from somebody outside. So we will, anyway, this report will be. Okay, please.
Maybe on the same topic, is there somewhere mentioned the deadline when the report from lawyers are expected?
15th of October is the tender.
Yeah, but then
and then it's no more information about what time. Okay, by June. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, I think the legal is supposed to be finished by April or
Yes,
March,
but
and then
I think they will have several months, and then next work will go, and everything should be ready by June.
Yep,
all,
thank you. Yep.
All expertise, both legal and environmental. So anyway, next year we will have results from HELCOM, and we hope it will be positive.
Yes, fingers crossed.
Okay, thank you very much. And so we will move to the last speaker in this session. It's Ehsan Marshban. He is from Finland, from University of Jyväskylä. He's futures researcher, and now he's postdoctoral researcher, the Department of Social Sciences and Philosophy. And he's, in addition, he studied futures and has focused on energy governance, and he has experience in social political dimension on CCS technologies. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Today I'll be presenting my work in collaboration with my colleague Farid Karimi, entitled Envisioning CCS in the Nordic Context, Trends, Uncertainties, and Scenarios. This study explores how carbon capture and storage might develop in the Nordic region, not just in the next years, in the next decades. Actually, I have organized my materials in a very classical research way. So I will begin with a short background, and then a quick look to the objectives and key questions of the research, and then briefly introducing the methodology, and then go straightly to the results and discussions, where I highlight the most significant findings of the research, and also I conclude with some remarks, not least implications for policy. So, moving on the conceptual background, actually we offered a future-oriented review to the non-technical dimensions of which influence the deployment of CCS. We all know that the carbon capture and the storage, at least in the recent years, have been recognized as a bridging technology toward low carbon future. But however, its deployment is slower than expectations, and it might be because of different and various barriers and challenges, like technical, but also political, social, and economic ones. Our contribution to this discussion is offering and bringing alternative thinking through a futures studies approach and the scenario planning approach that actually help us to imagine different possible future pathways instead of, or rather than concentrating in just one vision or a single vision or let's say a desired trajectory. So based on this, the objective of this research have been to explore the possible futures of CCS-related technologies in the Nordic region by 2015. CCS-related, we primarily focused on CCS in a broader term, but we also consider different technologies, different relevant technologies such as BECCS, DACCS, CCUS, at least in developing the scenarios to somehow reflect the evolving nature of the carbon management initiatives. And then my Nordic region, because it's a particularly relevant context for CCS deployment, future of CCS deployment, considering its pioneering role in CCS deployment and also strong climate ambitions. And then by 2050, it's aligned with the EU's long-term climate targets, but it makes sense also in future studies approach because it's not so far that cannot be imagined and also not so close that it could be obvious then. Based on this, our main questions are easy, like what are the main drivers and uncertainties in the deployment of CCS? So we go through drivers and uncertainties in the Nordic context, and based on our response to the first question, the second question could be, what scenarios can be imagined for CCS by 2050? A very quick look to the research methodology. We conducted the research methodology in 3 phases to respond to these questions. As you can see, we conducted a thematic analysis at the first step based on an extensive literature review to examine CCS factors, influential factors. And then we carried out an expert survey. The questionnaire was sent to the highly recognized and well-known experts in this field, especially with the focus on the Nordic context. And a special thanks. Few of them are here. Some special thanks to them, and a special thanks to those who wrote us that the questionnaire is so complicated and they cannot answer. But anyway, the third phase was scenario analysis. We also conducted a focus group for this purpose. And I think it's enough about methodology and going straightly to the findings. These are the list of 15 key factors that we have introduced in our research. We categorized these factors in, we classified them into 3 categories, 6 factors in social and cultural category, including familiar factors for you like social acceptance, risk benefit, public knowledge, and communication. 5 factors is classified in the political and legal category, like political development, international commitments, liability regime, geopolitical circumstances, and 4 factors is put on economic category, like funding and business model, accounting issues, and also CCS market integration. Actually, we conducted 2 kinds of analysis for these factors, and the main purpose was to identify which of these factors have the potential to be the driving force, have the strongest causal powers to shape the future in this domain. The first analysis was cross-impact analysis, and we were trying to find the influence and the dependence of these factors. Actually, we were looking for the most influential and the most dependent factors to identify them as potential candidate of driving force, of being driving forces. And as you can see in the top right of this chart, we have 6 critical factors. Then they are included 3 social-cultural factors, including social acceptability, trust, and risk perception, and also 2 political and legal factors, including political development and regulatory framework, and 1 economic factor, including business and funding models. But there were another analysis. It's very famous and well-known analysis in futures studies. It's called importance and uncertainty analysis. Actually, we use this for sake of the triangulation. The results, I would say, yield nearly identical results in identifying critical factors. As you can see here, we have identified 3 distinguished factors, and they are somehow distinguished in their red spots. And finally, we identified them as most uncertain. From uncertain, unpredictable factors, and from importance, the most influential factors again. And we came to conclusion that these 3 factors, funding a business model, social acceptability, and political development, would be among actually our driving forces in this research. But I forgot to say that we consider the technology as an axiomatic driving force, because actually we take the driving force of technological innovation for granted in this study. So totally we have 4 drivers here, and we try to explore some uncertainties for each of them. As you can see here, there are 4 uncertainties suggested for each of these drivers. I'm afraid about time, but I just go through some of them. Maybe, for example, funding and business model, because it's the nearest one to me. The 4 uncertainties could be accessible economic incentives and funds, partial economic incentives but inadequate funds, limited economic uncertainties and insufficient funds, and finally diversified incentives and funds. Similarly, we have identified 4 uncertainties for each of these 4 drivers. And the next step and the last step would be the scenario development in this regard for 2050. We use the Dator's 4 generic alternate futures model for these papers. Actually, Dator's model proposed that principal future images can be categorized in these 4 archetypes. He believes that any socio-technical system, we can see the future of any socio-technical system in one of these future pictures, which are also the growth paths. The first one is continuation or continued growth based on consistent growth and continuation of current trends. The second one is limits and disciplines, which happens when internal and external constraint happens and makes the system to adapt with the emerging situation. The third one is called decline or collapse, and obviously it happens when we have system degradation or failure as crises appear and unfold. And the fourth one is called transformative growth path or transformation, and it occurs when socio-technical innovations disruptively alter the system. Based on this, we have offered 4 scenarios based on each of these growth paths. The first one is, we called it seamless deployment. It's based on the continuation of the technological innovations in this field, and the main technological focus would be in industry part and CCS, and with the amount of carbon captured carbon would be about 80 million tons CO2 per year, and this is based on special uncertainties. I will go through the details for one of them. The second one is limits and discipline. We called it obstacle riding implementation. The focus will be at the same time on CCS and CCUS in this scenario. And it happens when of course, the amount of carbon captured would be less than expectations in this scenario, because we believe that some realistic challenges and barriers will happen in this scenario. So it would be about 56 million tons CO2 per year captured carbon. And let's say, just for example, this scenario is based on steady technological development in CCS and other rival technologies, moderate social acceptance but limited public support, incremental regulatory progress and complicated political circumstances, and finally partial economic incentives but inadequate funds. The third scenario, to go very quickly, is the stagnation, and as it appears from its name, it's based on that other rival technologies, actually the CCS is overshadowed with other technologies like renewable technologies or energy efficiency initiatives. So the main climate strategy focus would be on zero carbon alternatives and prevention of CO2 emission. And the amount of carbon captured in this scenario would be about something like 18 or 20 million ton per year. And the last, more optimistic one is negative emission boom, which we have a portfolio of different technological CCS related technology in this scenario, like CCUS and BACCS and DACCS. And we have actually the mixture of different climate strategies and with very optimistic uncertainties. But to wrap up, I'm going through some policy implication for the Nordic region. The first one could be that we know that historically CCS policies have been top-down policies anywhere, including Nordic. But we believe that in a more established context like Nordic, such as Nordic with relatively higher political development and maybe better social trust, it could be a very fertile ground for bottom-up policies. So the Nordic region could serve as a prototype in this regard for participatory CCS policymaking, which is co-created based on with diverse stakeholders. The second policy implication is always about uncertainties. We believe that we should consider uncertainties. Actually, the fact is that we always consider the future of CCUS in terms of our visions, in terms of ambitions, in terms of targets or perspectives and or outlooks, which are not always correct. We believe that CCS strategies should account for a range of plausible uncertainties. Actually, our experts believe this, rather than relying solely on formal targets or single forecasts. There are different uncertainties in this regard, from geopolitical turbulences to different kinds of that. As I mentioned, this study, public opposition, shifts in political agenda and economic fluctuations. The second one is about security, the very hot topic in these days, considering the ongoing geopolitical challenges especially in the Baltic and Nordic region. these kind of security trees in the Nordic Baltic region are likely to shift some priorities regarding CCS deployment and, for example, toward onshore projects rather than offshore ones in order to reduce the risk of, let's say, antagonistic threats or sabotages. And finally, and lastly, the portfolio approach for resilience building. The point is that, first of all, we need a portfolio approach. Any country needs a portfolio approach about its future regarding CCS, which kind of technologies they want to develop in this regard, and this kind of question. And for example, we've suggested that, based on our experts, we suggested that maybe in Finland, in Sweden and Denmark, BECCS could be an appropriate option for the future, considering their priorities and their, for example, their conditions in this regard. But in Norway and Ireland, maybe DACCS could be suggested for the future because of their low carbon energy and, for example, suitable storage condition. And of course, CCUS is recommendable for all of these countries, of course, with some important and significant considerations like clear sustainability safeguards to guide PCCS. But actually, the last point is that we should take care about the resilience. It's not always, the future is about how resilient can we deal with it, not always about efficiency or optimization or excellence. Thank you for your attention. And yes, that's it.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I think we had, for the first time, research in futures at our forum. And really, many times I was thinking, what will be by 2050? It's so complicated to predict. And now you presented different scenarios. It's really interesting. Do we have specific questions about this presentation? Maybe online or on site?
All right, there are questions online. Professor Kotak has been very active. He's been asking lots of questions. So this time there are 3 questions. Okay, but I'll ask one. He says, in your research on Nordic CCS scenario, how sensitive are the outcomes to assumptions about cross-border collaboration and technology adoption? For example, if one country scales faster.
What was 2 options? Technology absorption and what was the another one? International collaboration, yes. Okay, international collaboration was among one of our key factors. Actually, in a futures approach, all these 15 key factors matters. But the point here was to recognize the most significant ones as terms of as I explained, which one have the potential to change significantly the game. So international collaborations were among our key factors, but it was here I can show you that it was recognized as regulating factors, and there are much discussions about what regulating factors are, what other autonomous and dependent and determinant factors are, but it's not possible to explain all of them in a quarter. But yes, these are the factors that we, when we explain, when we narrate and describe our scenarios, we take care about these kind of issues. For example, about technology absorption and about the international commitment and collaborations. In the story of each scenario, we deal with these kind of issues, but not like a driving force here in this research.
But we can have one more. Yeah. Do we have something more here? Then we can take one more online.
I can ask one question. I teach a course on multivariate statistical analysis, so I can ask a question on the data itself. So, I mean, this data is a representative data. You send out a survey, but how representative is is the data itself of the larger population? Because when you send out a survey, not everybody answers, and then you have a small population answering. Maybe they're biased or something like that, and that can have an impact on your analysis.
That's true. That's the difficulty with any kind of expert-based research. But what we could do, it was to choose the as I mentioned, the highly recognized and well-known experts in this field. I know at least 2 or 3 of them in this room that responded to our research, and but it was a very complicated. You can confirm that it was a very complicated questionnaire. So we don't expect methodologically we expect at least 15 respondents to say that okay, we can go on. So we could gather just 17 respondents from the experts, although we sent 63 questions. We identified 63 experts and we sent questionnaire to them. But as I explained, it was a very difficult one to deal with these kind of questionnaires. So, like any other qualitative research, this is not for everyone. This is just reflecting our experts' opinions and insights.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. And we are finishing this session, and we have lunch now.
Okay. Thank you. We have lunch break for 1 hour. Lunch will be served in the restaurant, which is on the 2nd floor. So you go out and around the corner, there is a path to go there. One more announcement, generosity of UpCatalyst, they are going to sponsor a visit to go and see the facility. They have asked us if we can be 15 minutes earlier than originally planned. So we will plan to, I think I'll ask some of the speakers if they can cut 5 minutes in their talks later on. So we plan to leave at 5:30. There will be a bus outside. Those people who have registered will have the opportunity to, I think about 30 people have registered. So, and we have asked also to postpone the dinner by 30 minutes. So instead of 7 o'clock, we'll have the lunch at 7:30 in the restaurant, same restaurant. Okay? Sorry, dinner. Well, enjoy your lunch. Okay?
Probably, but because I'm here, myself also to look at every photo. And I speak in English. Great. That's what I did. I tried to reach my street and stick to this, but even that. It's easy with languages. We moved in West language to German, so we switched quite fast from English to Sweden. Just the basics, but Romania is
Hello? Yes, it's on. So please welcome back after lunch. May I pay your attention, please? We will start the session number 3. So I hope you had some relaxing time during the lunch, but we have to continue on. And we have session number 3. It's called Carbon Capture and Storage in the Industrial Sector. And we have a representative online, Søren Reinhold Poulsen. He will talk about CCS progressing full speed ahead in Denmark, case examples green sand and green store. And Søren is a MCC in chemical engineering. He has been working within the oil and gas upstream business for more than 25 years in Denmark and internationally. During the recent 3 years, main focus as head of CCS has been on supporting development of INEOS Energy's Danish CCS portfolio. So Søren, welcome, and please take your time. Søren, please, you can start.
Yeah, thank you, and hello everybody. I wish I could be there today, but we are simply too busy in the CCS business, and I will explain why it is booming these days in Denmark. So I can start. Okay, can you hear me? Can hear you, but really there's a long, elongated echo, so it's quite disturbing. I guess I'm sharing, yeah? You see the presentation? There's a time delay, you can call it. So you can hear me now, yeah?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. And if there is anything, I will write in the chat for you.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm on the first slide, yes?
Yes, you're in the front.
Sorry, guys, this is a bit annoying because there's a huge delay in my voiceover. Okay, that's fine. So hi to everybody one more time, and I'm here today to give you some more insights in what's going on in Denmark, and in particular our two storage projects we have ongoing. One is the Green Sand, that's offshore Denmark, awarded back in time. There's still a delay, so that makes it impossible for me to talk in a flow manner. Can we use? Okay. So one is Green Sand that was awarded back in 2023, and the latest award was on Green Store, that's onshore storage, that was awarded summer 24. So essentially, we are bringing those two storage licenses forward. Green Sand is a oil and gas production area. I can hear my voice while I'm talking, and that's very disturbing. And the voice is delayed. Can try. Maybe that's better. Oh, it's still delayed.
Soren, Mirek Wanicki here. Maybe you have opened YouTube site, because I had the same issue, and it appeared that the streaming from the YouTube was delayed. Maybe you have somewhere opened this tab in your...
Yeah.
Hmm?
I closed down the YouTube because I had it open. Thank you for that. Let's hope and pray. Is it better now? So where did I stop? I mentioned Green Sand was currently today it's producing oil and gas, but in a very limited amount, and it's barely economic to run it as a oil and gas facility. So we are looking into, or we have been looking into for the last 3 years, into whether we can turn it or flip it into a CO2 storage site. It's world-class reservoir, so it's starchy rocks 2 kilometers below the surface. We also concurrently we work on Green Store, and that is a bit more immature. There we need to go through the awarded exploration program. So we need to drill a number of wells and also shoot onshore 3D seismic. So quite exciting, both licenses here. And on Greensand, we are in the commercial phase right now, following a lot of scientific work, and including a pilot that we did back in 23. And on the right side, you can see the map, how it compares to where you're sitting today. And it's quite a distance, so for sure it will be expensive to bring CO2 from the Baltics to all the way to Denmark. But comparatively to taking it to the North Sea, maybe Norway or the other storage sites being developed in UK and the Netherlands, then of course it represents a opportunity that needs to be investigated. If you talk about onshore storage versus offshore storage, then also it's a low-hanging fruit. Onshore storage is cheaper than offshore storage, but it's the cost of bringing it. First of all, transportation on the sea, but also bringing it to a terminal somewhere in Denmark where it's suitable, and then bring it to final storage in one of the storage sites being developed in Denmark. On the left side again, if we revert to that picture, you can see there's yellow dots and some blue dots. The blue dots are tendered potential future storage licenses for ups for grabs. Companies can apply for those. They have done, and the authorities are right now evaluating who should get those blue areas to explore for potential CO2 storage down the road. The yellow one are those that are awarded already to joint ventures or companies. Green Store is ours to say. We are partner with Harbour Energy and the Danish state, and it's the same partner setup we got on Greensand. So that gives some advantages in terms of commercialization of those two in the future. The other two are a bit closer to the Baltics, but not a lot, and they are operated by Carbon Cuts. That's the most southern one, and the other one is operated by Equinor, and it's called Havnsø. So exciting days in Denmark. It's really booming, and it's of course driven by political climate targets, but also because there's a huge storage potential mapped by the Geological Survey of Denmark. So not only taking care of our own emitted CO2, that's what we're looking at now, but also creating an import of CO2 from Europe, and including the Baltics, of course. And a special drive is, of course, the support schemes that are being tendered right now. There are a few historical ones, but there's a big one now of 4.2 billion euros being handed out to Danish emitters who wants to store CO2 by 2030. And it's not an obligation that it needs to be in Denmark or in one of these areas that I just mentioned. But of course, it would be nice to say that Danish CO2 is stored in Danish storage sites. There's one particular project that is almost up and running. They're ready to export CO2 from the port of Kalundborg to Northern Light next year. So that will be exciting to see. And the same goes for Greensand, will also be ready next year. So there are really two commercial projects that are coming online next year. So that's super exciting. On the next slide, I'm just going to deep dive a bit on Greensand. So yes, we're using existing facilities. We have been there for 20 years producing oil, gas, and water, and also used to handling ship logistics, because we are producing oil to a subsea tank and then picking it up from by ship and transporting it to the markets. I mentioned the partnership. We are the operator on Greensand. On Green Store, it's opposite. It's actually Harbour who's the operator. So that's how we divide the work. First and foremost, we are going for a small step approach here. So we have a phase one, our first commercial phase. There we are looking to store in total 2.4 million tons per year for 8 to 10 years period. So not a lot to start with, but you need to start in the small and in order to reduce your capital exposure, but also to get all the learnings you will get from executing a commercial project. That goes for the regulatory part, commercial part, but especially for the operational part. We can expand the capacity by including more of these gray dots that you see in the upper right here. But first, initially, we'll go for what is called Nini West. Why Nini West? Simply because it's been abandoned for more than 5 years. So never going to produce oil or anything. So whatever CO2 we inject there will stay there. So it's not for the purpose of EUR, it's only for the purpose of CCS. And we did test that back in 23, that particular reservoir. So we know it can take CO2. And that's what we call the NINI pilot. We injected 4,100 tons. That was the world's first offshore pilot injecting CO2 into a oil reservoir or abandoned oil reservoir, NINI West. And it was supported by the EU in terms of funding. Based on the learnings from that pilot, we proceeded with our first commercial project, and we are in the midst of execution of that project. This is biogas emitters that are supplying the CO2. So we have off-take contracts with local, regional biogas producers, bulk of it, of them being Danish. Why biogas? Simply because they are already supported by a historical pool of money handed out by the government, but also because today they do separate their as part of the biogas process, they separate methane and CO2. So it's welded today, but if they add liquefaction facilities to their facilities, biogas facilities, then of course they have the opportunity of commercializing the CO2 in liquid form, either through storage, harvesting credits, carbon credits, or using it for the U part of the CCUS value chain, e-methanol, for instance. That is also funded by the Innovation Fund. And innovation, there's a lot of innovation in this project here, and I'll try to talk about that. And then, of course, we are looking into building more ships and scaling up and see if we can reduce the unit cost of the stored CO2. And you can see that there are more to come for. So hopefully in 27, 28, we'll have 15 million tons matured in total capacity. So, for instance, 1 million tons per year for a 15-year period. And then if everything works and we have customers in the shop, we can further expand the capacity of that particular green scenario. So this is just a single slide. I showed it back in 24, I think, on the Baltic conference in 24, and it is showing the value chain that we built from scratch back in the time in 22, picking up CO2 in liquid form, transporting it on isotank containers to the NINI West storage site, and then injecting it directly from the ship, using facilities located on a temporary rig standing next to the platform, and then injecting those 4,100 tons. That gave us immense amount of learnings, which we brought forward. And what we're doing now in terms of our first commercial project is simply, we are more or less mimicking this value chain, but of course scaling up and making it more efficient in terms of the operation and so forth. It's all about getting more CO2 on those ships. So the first ship will be a direct injection from ship again, just like we did in the pilot. Our right corner, you can see all the companies involved. So a stakeholder manager's nightmare, you would think, but in reality, all these companies chipped in with money, of course, but they also contemplated building a business around CCS in Denmark and abroad, of course. So a bit on timeline. So we've been through phase 1, feasibility, desktop work, primarily lab work. And then phase 2, that's the offshore pilot I mentioned. We did a lot of other stuff in the pilot and also onshore in the labs and so on. But the bulk of the operation that was taking place offshore, where we injected those 4,100 tons of CO2 and deployed new monitoring technologies that we are going to use on our first project here as well. So while we finalized the phase 2, we initiated the FEED work on the first commercial project, and we are in the middle of the execution phase right now. Expect to be up and running in 26. And at the end of 27, maybe earlier, depending on the learnings from the first project here, we would be able to do another FID on the second project, involving building a second ship for more CO2. Not only biogas, but also imported CO2 from Germany or from other emitters that find it attractive to bring it to Greentane. So this is the first project. So I mentioned the biogas producers. They're illustrated with these yellow dots on the map on the left side. We are taking the CO2 from the port of Esbjerg and bringing it on a ship, dedicated injection ship, and to the green storage site. I mentioned the availability of the biogenic CO2 from biogas. So they are building their liquefaction facilities as we speak. And at the same time, they are talking to Microsoft and the likes in terms of getting their negative emissions sold to carbon credits. The ship itself is also quite an achievement because we got the opportunity to build the ship in Europe using a modified bulk carrier design. It's the fifth in its generation as bulk carrier, but we are going to convert it into a CO2 carrier with injection and heating capabilities on board. I mentioned we have a lot of phase 2 pilot learnings. We are using those, of course. And then we contemplate that based on our logistical model and the capacity of the ship and our offtake contracts, we reckon that we can transport around 0.4 million tons of CO2 per year from the port of Esbjerg. Of course, if you let the ship go from any other port, the transportation cost may go up. That's the most likely, or they may go down if you find a port that is even closer than the port of Esbjerg. Of course, we need the permits to be in place, so we submitted a storage site application back in 24. We're still waiting for the approval. So we basically took FID without the approval of the storage site. That was a bold move. We're not going to take that again. So next time around, we would like to have all the permits in place before we do the final investment decision. Advice here, DNV, third-party verification, they were with us all the way. So be sure that you include those in your plans. That's quite important also in terms of get the permits in place. Mentioned before, we got the grants from the Innovation Fund that surely brought us towards the FID decision in December last year. And then we hope mid-26 to have our first injection and permanent storage of CO2 coming from those biogas emitters. This is the value chain, just a division of the responsibility. So we are building terminal facilities in Port of Esbjerg. We're building the ship. We're building the transfer systems, both at the port, but also more importantly at the injection site. So that requires a lot of innovation, and that's why we got the funding from the Innovation Fund. So just an overview of the building blocks that I just mentioned. So the port itself, you can see a small map here showing the location in the Port of Esbjerg, and then a drawing showing what we're going to build. We are already in process in terms of building. You can see that's a picture of a bullet of a horizontal tank. I think they can contain around 1,000 tons of CO2, and we are going to build 6 first time around. So 6,000 tons of CO2 in interim storage capacity. And the ship will have around 5,500. So there will be a lot of truck handling, so it will be more or less like a gas station, and we hope 7-Eleven will build a kiosk as well there, so that will be quite handy. It will be unmanned, so the responsibility of unloading the CO2 into those interim storage tanks through our systems, that will be on the truck driver to do so. Fully automated and normally unattended. Of course, there will be people working on the interim storage facilities. So there will be people for sure. The ship itself, on the right side, you can see it's actually not only a drawing, but it's also a real ship. So right now we are installing the tanks, we are installing pumps, heaters, and all the equipment required to facilitate a safe and efficient CO2 injection operation. So that ship will come every 3 or 4 days and connect to the buoy at the seabed, the yellow you can see, and pick up the hose and then start injecting CO2 at a pressure around 250 bars. I was in PSI. 250 bars, and then at a pressure around 6 to 7 degrees centigrade. So that means the ship needs to bring the CO2 at 15 bars and minus 30 degrees to those 250 bars and 6 to 7 degrees centigrade. That's why we need the system that I mentioned up here. So high pressure pumps, heater, and also we need a dynamic positioning system too. So we can have the ship also in harsh North Sea weather. Otherwise, it will impact our ability to transport, but also to inject CO2, and thereby not obeying our contracts with the emitters. So a bit more on the, I'll move forward, but you can see there's a lot of stuff that needs to be, even though the hull and everything is launched from the yard, there's still a way to go in terms of installing the special system that is required to do the CO2 injection part of the journey there. Next projects, as mentioned before, we are going to work on increasing the size of the ship that I just showed you on the previous slide, but also optimizing the operational setup, of course, and thereby potentially reducing the cost of tons transported and injected in green sand. So that was green sand, and the other one is green store, very immature compared to green sand. Remember, green sand, we've been in there for 20 years. A lot of data, a lot of wells drilled there, and a lot of facilities that we potentially can reuse and reduce the capex investment. On green store, it's greenfield completely. So nothing is there except for fields that we need to investigate. And the first thing we are doing right now is we're shooting 3D seismic. And next year we are going to drill the first well on that particular storage site. There's already one well drilled back in 1952, and you would say, what can you use that for? But surprisingly, all the data collected, including core material from the two horizons that we are going to store CO2 in, looks very promising and well preserved. So we can already say now that at least from an injection point of view, we have a world-class reservoir rock again, just like on green sand. Around 0.5 to 1 Darcy and maybe even higher than 1 Darcy rock. So those wells can maybe take up to 0.5 to 1.5 million tons of CO2 per year per well. So that's quite interesting from an investment point of view. The initial phase development that we are looking into is to building a truck terminal at the site, Gasm or the green source site, simply to facilitate trucking transport of very close to emitters. There's one particular waste incineration plant in Aarhus, the second biggest city in Denmark. It's only 30 kilometers away from the green store site, so the only option there is to bring it by CO2. It represents a very low-cost scenario for those emitters, and they are emitting 0.5 million tons per year. So that's one launching customer, and the other one we're looking into is the largest Danish cement and the only one cement producer, Aalborg Portland, owned by Cementier, and they're contemplating capturing 1.4 million tons per year, and that would be brought by a pipeline established between the port of Aalborg and the green store, and that's illustrated with the dotted blue line on the map on the right here. And we are bringing in a professional company to build that pipeline. So that's Evida, the national DSO. So they are handling all the biogas network already. So they are very seasoned in terms of planning and designing and executing pipeline projects onshore in Denmark. I mentioned the subsidy tenders ongoing. All the biggest emitters in Denmark, I think there are 8 left, are considering applying for those funds, and they have to do it by the middle of December this year, where they have to submit a bid for OPEX funding once they're up in their operation. So that's why I'm so busy, and that's why I'm not with you guys today, even though I would like to be there. Apologies for that. So very exciting timeline as well, and we are super busy. Harbour is doing the work, but we as a partner and 40% owner are very active as well. And it's quite exciting from a technical point of view, because we as a company never done onshore 3D seismic before, and we haven't drilled onshore wells either before. Luckily, Harbour have done the job before, so that's why they're chosen as the operator for that particular storage site. Makes sense. And now my last slide. So thank you for your attention. I hope for some questions, of course, but just to give you some highlights. So multiple CO2 storage being developed, not only ours, but of course Green Sand and Green Store are good ones. I have to say that, of course. But there are more storage sites coming up, and also there are two commercial projects with startup in 26, Greenland and Ørsted. Very exciting. Ørsted going to Northern Light. Ørsted, that's a carbon capture project. So they will bring their CO2 on ship from Port of Kalundborg to Northern Light. And then Greensand, as mentioned and talked to, that's a offshore transportation and storage project. And then import terminals, I mentioned Port of Esbjerg, Port of Kalundborg, but there's also Port of Aalborg, which we would use for transporting not only the 1.4 million tons per year from Aalborg, Portland, but also imported CO2 into the Port of Aalborg. The pipeline itself will be built to carry around, in a max case, around 5 to 6 million tons per year. So the yellow or the orange arrow here is indicating, please sail your CO2 from the Baltics and to the Port of Aalborg, and then we can bring it to Greenstone if we can attract you guys with a good competitive price. So that was my last commercial here. Thank you for your attention, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Søren. And maybe we have some questions from the audience, at least one question. I see no questions, and as we have to track on time, Søren, thank you very much, and the biggest luck in your project development in the future. Thank you one more time.
Thank you.
And now we can continue, and I will ask Natalie Brixit to come to the floor. She will talk about from capture to storage, some technical economic challenges to optimize the value chain.
So there were no questions? Or?
No, no, Søren. Yeah. So about Natalie, she is a senior business development manager for Z-Carbo, the dedicated brand of Mesa for carbon capture utilization and storage as a service. Natalie is now accompanying the hard-to-abate industrial sector in its efforts of decarbonization, building the optimum sustainable solution along the entire CCS value chain. So, Natalie, you can start.
Thank you. Nice to see you. So, let's start and try to make it efficient. The supply chain in itself, it's always challenging to say it looks simple, but we have already seen with INEOS, they are starting from the capture, then you need to prepare the CO2 anyway to be transported. Then you may face some intermediate storage, and after you are shipped and go in under the sea. I will not go through this one all alone because lots of things have already been said, but the main message here, nobody can do it alone. It's always a collaboration questions. We have our expertise in some areas, some others, and we need all those competencies to build something correct. Related to the carbon capture, just took the liberty to took one or two slides on that one. So the first one is just to say it's on progress. Amine is the most famous one, is already mature one, but here also there is some improvement about the energy efficiency. But we see also, we foresee some other options that are coming and that are already on TRL 7 or 8. So soon there will be options for every type of capture and to be optimized, I would say. I wanted to highlight something about the specifications. So as industrial gases, we are quite well used to the EGA SPT standards. This one is for food grade. This one is for another topic. When we talk about CCU, all the message there is what is the downstream. That's what you need to understand. If you understand your downstream, then you understand which type of impurity you need to follow. So I started to list it. Some we know that will come in the future specification. Hopefully there will be a European harmonization there. even if there will be some specificity from sink or transport modus. But we see that oxygen is definitely something to follow. Every SOx, every NOx, those ones, they are definitely on the capture side, and they will be at very low level. However, I want to highlight that we can see for the moment specification with a line of 10, 15, 12, 16, and a very large amount of impurities. Be careful, be careful. OPEX is also there. We need to follow that and to be online with the specification, particularly when there will be some stops to go to a ship terminal, to go somewhere else. That will be super complex to maintain. So don't make it overcomplicated. That's more for Europe to say, probably to give good advice there. And then on top of that, CO2, we hear about, we want to transport it, but we want to transport it. In which phase do you want to transport it? We have plenty of options there. So we have already talked about the liquid, but here liquid, we have the two options. The standard medium pressure around 15 bar, but we have also low pressure to transport more. We have gaseous pressure that is seems to be possible in some pipelines, small distance, but the one that will be for sure the last one is the dense phase or supercritical phase, when you need to be high pressure to be injected underground. So all type of transport will have its own way of transporting. And my theme is be careful. Whatever we do in change of phase, it means energy. You need to liquefy from low pressure. For instance, it can be 150 to 200 kilowatt hour as a use. If you want to boost liquid to supercritical phase, then it's an additional 5 to 7 kilowatt per ton. If you want to go from a pipeline of 50 bar and transform it in a ship terminal into liquid again, then it's an additional 80 to 100 kilowatt per ton. That's can be a lot also in terms of the supply chain and the difficulty of reaching the decent price at the end of the day. Something that is for the moment, in my point of view, a little bit under the radar is the losses monitoring all along the value chain. A little bit lower, too low, low. So yeah, better, yeah. So all along the value chain, you have to be careful of not losing. And each time you will transfer your product from some liquid to from a tank to another one, there will be some potentially losses. Those ones, they need to be optimized. There are some ways to do that, but this is not to forget. It's reasonable to think that at the end of the day, between the capture and the sink, the capture ratio will only be 85, and it will be optimized if it's 85. Monitoring is definitely not easy, and it's sometimes more difficult, particularly liquid form is quite challenging to have accurate monitoring. Also difficult when we talk about supercritical. That's a challenge when we think, and here I'm not a law expert, but if we compare it to a tax and want to abate a tax, probably there is a certain accuracy in the numbers we are giving, and that's might be challenging. And then, of course, the responsibility of the losses is legal questions. Then, I wanted to give some data. I think they look very large, But on the capture, it's extremely difficult to be accurate because if you are super high concentrated, then you can have a very good case very easy. If we are in post-combustions with alternative fuels, so that is changing every day, then definitely it will be super expensive. That's the message behind that. The processing, of course, depending if you need to liquefy and if you need to compress, you can expect to have also there some costs that might be different. Transport, the lucky one close to the harbor will have a low price. The poor one, middle of the Alps or far from any coast will suffer more for sure. And the sequestration, that's information we have from, I would say the lowest one are from US and the highest one are from Europe for the moment. In terms of transport costs, to be clear, the onshore pipeline is the easiest, and I'm eager to see more onshore thing coming in Europe if we want to make it real, because that's definitely the cheapest solution. Offshore pipeline is a little bit more expensive. Ship is again a little bit. It's again a little bit more expensive, and rail is more expensive. But if we want to start, that's the only way. Infrastructure expected. We know that we have a problem of lots of things happening in north of Europe, nothing happening, or very low happening in the south of Europe. If we look at the pipelines that is announced, that's the one of the scenario that has been proposed. So we see there is almost nothing. So what we decided from our side is, okay, let's start, and let's start by rail, and let's start by doing it feasible. Rail is not, in principle, rocket science. There are rail car of CO2 for decades on the rail, so that's possible to start that way. I wanted to highlight one of the projects we are participating to. Again, it's never alone, but we try to offer our expertise about how to handle the CO2 and how to limit the losses on the terminal. So this is one case we are working on in Germany. That's the first one that is, for the moment, moving ahead, I would say, officially. And our partner will manage the handling of in the harbor, and we will be taking care about the tank farm, losses optimization, and loading and unloading of the rail, most efficient way, and loading of the ships. It will be also potentially connected to the German pipeline when it will come. So yeah, lots of clarification are still needed, and we hope lots coming from regulation, infrastructure, and also standardization, because I'm working all over Europe, and I would like to be able to use the experience we are gaining in one place to the other. Carbon capture, again, it's not mature, but it's on good progress. That's, I would say, my positive feedback. I have the feeling that we are not that far close to some optimizations, but energy efficiency is definitely super key. And it's super vital in any CCUS project to optimize the capture costs. Regarding, so as I was saying, let's start by rail. We can wait for the pipeline and do nothing, but we decided, okay, we want to be a solution and propose a solution for the intermediate emitters. Just to give you a rough idea, I don't know if you did this calculation, but the average emitter in Europe is about 150,000 tons per year. So for the moment, we solved only, I think, project over 0.5. So that means that the big part is still, for the moment, lots of emitters that don't know what to do with their CO2. So there's lots of work here to try to de-risk and make it better. And yeah, and the last message, is the same one than at the beginning. We cannot do it alone. We need to do it all together, and that's the only way to move faster. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Maybe we have some questions. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think it was really great presentation because I do similar work on techno-economic analysis, but with respect to hydrogen primarily. So very much related also to the topic of my presentation. The question I wanted to ask would relate to the capture rates because you briefly mentioned those, and I'm not a CCUS expert, just to put it straightforward, but I've seen some numbers, and normally I've never seen 100%. Yep. But I've seen some numbers between 60 and 90%.
I haven't seen 98%, but it's only the capture by itself. It's not the rest of the story.
But would it, in your opinion, have you, or perhaps in your experience, have you ever seen like real capture rates going over 65, 70%? Because I've seen a study, I think, conducted by a US university stating that in case the efficiencies or capture rate is not higher than, let's say, 85, 90%, it doesn't really make sense to do CCS because basically the ultimate impact on the environment will not really.
Yes, you're right. But I think the information we have for the moment for the most mature, I cannot talk about the very early stage development in terms of technology, but the technology, the most mature we see, they are over 90, and that's really the minimum. After, it's always a balance of capex and opex compared to the ratio. So that's always a balance to try to find how far you can go close to the 100. But the closest you go to the 100, the more you need to invest in.
Thank you, Natalie. So I would like to continue our session. So many thanks for your presentation. And I totally agree that working together is the best that we can do in the CCS and all the future. So thank you one more time. And our next participant will be also online. Miroslav Wojnicki. Miroslav, are you here?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, nice.
Maybe we'll come closer. So Miroslav
Yes, I will share my screen.
Yeah.
Just
please, while you are sharing, so I will introduce you. You will speak about the progress and challenges in developing CO2 storage capacity in Poland. And Miroslav is a geologist and petroleum engineer. He is currently working as an assistant professor at the Petroleum Engineering Department of the Oil and Gas Institute, National Research Institute. So, Miroslav, if you are ready, you can start.
Yes, I'm ready. Could you see my screen right now?
Yes, we can.
Everything is okay.
No,
only your video.
Your video.
Okay. One moment.
Maybe you can share.
What about now?
Yes.
Great. So, I'm sorry I can't be with you in Tallinn in person. I think the Baltic Carbon Forum is a great initiative when we can exchange valuable experiences in the field that matters to all of us. I'm representing Oil and Gas Institute, which is the research and development company subordinated now to the Ministry of Energy. INIC plays an active role in energy transition, contribution to decarbonization pathways, including methane management, geothermal energy, hydrogen, and obviously CCUS. As you can see, I included here a number of people because I was showing some results of multidisciplinary studies, multidisciplinary teams that involve both INIC experts and staff from Orlen Baltic, who is operator for offshore hydrocarbon assets in Baltic, and Orlen is advocating for CCUS for many years in Poland. Yes, at the BCF in Riga 2 years, I believe I was a bit more optimistic about CO2 storage in Poland. I said that we are on the right place, right path, because there were announced some amendments of our Polish and geological mining law. But Paweł pointed today all those obstacles and all those challenges. I want to go into the details here and repeat those findings. I'd like to share our results from our studies, because we are not waiting, of course, for the regulation to be in place. We are trying to push it forward as much as we can. And I will briefly go through our initial studies conducted at different scales, from laboratory work to the modeling and simulation studies. So let's start with the pore scale consideration. As CO2 injection could lead to the injectivity issues due to the self-precipitation or fine migration, we try to assess it experimentally. On the left side, you can see a simplified research plan, starting, of course, with the preparation of raw materials. We work on thanks to the OPB, on real core samples from Baltic area, 2000 meter depth. Those are quartz, Cambrian, middle Cambrian sandstones. Porosity about 10 to 15%, and permeabilities up to 150 millidarcy. Yes, we perform pre and post injection studies to check this input of CO2 to the transport parameters of the rocks. So we performed core folding on DCI core folding system, and this here on this graph we can see the first results. As we can see, the injection pressure differential pressure during the injection increased till the breakthrough of the CO2, and followed then by a gradual decrease along with increase of CO2 saturation, and other experiments followed a similar pattern. So the most noticeable change is the significant porosity reduction. Here we have before and after analysis in all samples analyzed, ranging from 5 to 35%, with average of 20%. Also, grain density has decreased due to the dissolution of dolomite and crystallization of halite, of course. We can see also slight changes in pore fraction distribution. We made also micro CT scans before and after, and those analyses also confirm this change, reduction of total porosity. But generally, in comparison to the porosity, the permeability haven't changed much. That means the precipitation of the halite took place outside the main flow paths. That's good from the point of view of injectivity, of course. Here we have permeability differences. So the differences were very slight, up to 10%. On this graph, we can see the mineral composition changes. We can see dissolution of dolomite, for example, and precipitation of halite in different samples. Some microscopy revealed also a problem of localized accumulation of fine quartz particle after CO2 injection, which could generate potential problems during the injection. We also noticed the conglomerates of quartz and halite, and also halite glaze on quartz grains. Going to the bigger scale, we run isothermal coupled flow geochemistry simulation in CMG-GEM. Because full field runs are time consuming and completely heavy in computation, we work on subtracted model from the reservoir of one of the Orlen Petro-Baltic assets. And the scenario assumes injection at the about 400 tons per day, roughly 150,000 per year, and which total 1.5 million of CO2 in 10 years, and followed by 90 years of relaxation. And here we can see the results of show a complete drying front extending up to 30 meters from the injector wells. And on the second right simulation video, we can see the highest risk of localized halite precipitation occurring within about 15 to 20 meters of the wellbore. We observed porosity changes up to 20%, affecting roughly about 20 meters around the wellbore. We are aware that those estimates are sensitive to the grid resolution, so that to improve the fidelity, we are working right now on developing a more detailed near wellbore model with 20 to 50 centimeters grid cells, and expanding physics to include thermal and geomechanical effects. Another example of our research activities is to assess CO2 storage in bigger scale using petromold. Here we have shoreline, or Polish shoreline, and here is the Rosawie block, the overarching aquifer. So we made a simulation of dynamic CO2 flow, and generally 100 megaton of CO2 over 30 years was injected via 10 wells. And we assume that all those folds are impermeable for this case. To check this, if pressures are not extending this fracturing pressures, assumed pressures. And in the next stage, we continue the work to cover a larger area and focus to optimize the well placement in the relation to predicted fracture pressures. We also evaluate seal integrity within those fracture zones, and it appeared that are impermeable for CO2. Yes, up to this point, I showed results of our statutory work financed by the Institute budget. Many of these stuck at the initial stage because our resources are limited, and I hope our government will start treating CO2 storage as national priority and provide some support for national funding to accelerate such kind of research. But anyway, we are also seeking for external funding. This is the example. We are taking part in the CoreU project. Is one of the biggest project financed from Horizon program EU, focused on CCUS, bringing together 33 partners from 13 countries. And here, together with Orlen Petro-Baltic, we are focusing on maturation of this Baltic concept. In this slide, you can see this concept conception built by OPB, the land transport corridor, which connect CO2 storage site B3 reservoir with a high pressure pipeline. Yes, it was developed based on hydraulic design, capture potential, and emission volumes from considered sources. Generally, this is a more complex diagram of the same situation, linking defined nodes with land hub, land transport path, and short terminal considered by Orlen, and finally offshore transport and B3 reservoir, and in the future maybe also this overarching aquifer. Based on the technical consideration, including flow limitation, existing OPB offshore infrastructure, they developed initially 9th scenario for CO2 injection offshore. Then 4 scenarios advanced to the final stage of evaluation, providing techno-economical analysis for them within the project. We also conducted broad subsurface analysis starting from RAP campaign. We analyzed more than 120 rock samples, routine core analysis and special core analysis. We perform also cyclic and dynamic core flooding interactions. Right now we are in the middle of digital rock physics based on micro CT scans. And of course this lab campaign fed geological modeling. This geological model of B3 structure is completed, and right now we are in the middle of, actually we are finalizing the simulation model of CO2 injection. That's it. I try to be very consistent and fast because I know that we are short of time. You can find more information on the CoreU project here on the project website and on the LinkedIn. So if you have any other questions regarding my presentation, I'm ready to answer. Thank you. Oh, I skipped, sorry. And now I see that I skipped one slide. So yes, we performed also those rock brines interactions. We found, we identified dissolution and precipitation reaction. We tested rocks from storage horizon as well as sealing horizon. Sandstones, as you can see, Cambrian sandstones are storage rocks, and Silurian and Cambrian Ordovician limestones are sealing rocks for this reservoir. For shales, we notice a decrease in permeability after CO2 brine interactions, and of course carbonates in limestones were dissolved in some point. We also performed special tests, CO2 brine interferential tension and contact angle to calculate max CO2 column height. It's very important in order to have sealing horizon safe. And what we have found that the max CO2 column height is ranging from about 150 to even 450 meters. Even this lowest value is enough for those reservoirs in Baltic area. Yes, and this is my slide actually. Sorry for that.
Michael, thank you very much. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So it was interesting, a lot of technical measures, and maybe somebody has some questions. Okay, we have one question, okay?
Sure, yeah.
Yes, Adam Uciski, PGI. So I have some clarifying question regarding the regional CAPROC integrity evaluation, which may be important in the light of this ongoing HELCOM study. So, as I understand, in the reservoir modeling, you have taken into consideration the capillary and fracturing pressure in the pressure management. Yes, you did some fault modeling and did geochemical experiments on CAPROC samples. And what about geomechanical parameters?
Yes. As I said, we are continuing our works, and right now we are focusing on the geomechanical parameters. We are in the middle of conducting a coupled thermal, geochemical, and geomechanical simulation regarding CAPROC integration.
Yes, thank you.
So thank you one more time, Michael.
Thank you so much.
See you soon, maybe.
Soon.
And now I would like to introduce and invite Alar Saluste. I don't know if I said it right. So he will be speaking about the great example of how captured carbon could be utilized to build the future industry in EU. And he is the COO of RSOSA Service, the subsidiary of the environmental company Ragn-Sells Group. Under his leadership, the company is implementing an innovative circular economy project aimed at producing ultra-pure and climate-neutral calcium carbonate by valorizing oil shale ash from the electricity industry. So please, last but not least, but you can start.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I will... That's nice. I made a PDF. So Ragn-Sells is focused on circular economy, and also this project that I'm running happens to be associated with CO2 because we need CO2 as a raw material. But as I say, every circular economy project should start from the problem. What kind of problem do you want to solve through circularity? Doing circularity just for the sake of circularity usually doesn't end up well. So to put it very simply, in EU we have two challenges. We have too much CO2 and we have too little raw materials that we need to kind of sustain our industry and so on. So I have an example here of all the red ones are basically all the elements that we're missing, or the components in the elements that we are missing. Often these are available in the crust that is situated in Europe, but we don't have the capability of extracting them or producing them. And we have solutions for that. So we take industrial waste, we take CO2, and we turn those into the same raw materials that we need every day. So a few words about also Ragn-Sells. Do you guys, how many of you know Ragn-Sells who is not from Estonia? You're not from Estonia and you know Ragn-Sells. Fantastic, 2 out of. But we are a more than 140 years old company. It all started in Sweden, and then we have expanded to 3 extra countries, and soon we will also go to, besides Norway, Estonia, and Denmark, we will go to Germany. And the story basically starts with an idea of just collecting waste and then later sorting it and landfilling it and so on. But now for the last 2 decades almost, Ragn-Sells has been working on kind of figuring out how to turn the waste into high quality raw materials. And I put a few examples of the plants that we are building or already have been built. So we have one facility is ready in near Stockholm, which turns hazardous waste into commodity minerals. we have in the same area we are taking all sorts of solvents and all kind of liquids and turning them back into raw material that you can put back to the production. So basically solvent recovery, liquid extraction, stuff like that. And I know subject today is mainly the capturing the CO2 that is already present, but it's also important the avoidance of the CO2. So if we can use the raw materials more from waste, that means we will have less of the CO2 we have to bury under the sea. And this plant is in construction right now in Schkopau, Germany, where we also take basically waste from wastewater treatment plant and turn it into phosphorus, where we can use it as a phosphorus, feed phosphorus, or as a fertilizer. And now we are reaching Estonia, so this is the dream the first step is to commercialize the production of precipitated calcium carbonate from oil shale ash in Estonia. That would mean that we extract the calcium, we need CO2 one or another way as a raw material, and we precipitate it back into precipitated calcium carbonate that has a high value on the market as a product used in almost everyday stuff. So calcium carbonate you can find in paper, paints, adhesives, silicones, flooring, windows, pretty much everywhere. And the clever thing is here, because of course, depending on how the legislation in the EU is going to be laid out, but if we use biogenic CO2, then we can create a product that has a negative CO2 footprint. Rather, ambition is usually to go to zero if you produce something, but then we would have kind of a negative one. And if you certify that, basically it gives you just an advantage on entering the market. So in order to do this, because this has been a long project, so we started in 2016. I was hired in 2019 to run the project, and we made a separate company that has a very awkward name, which was presented here. But the idea was to have a separate company that is developing the project. It's 100% owned by Ragn-Sells Group and funded mainly by Ragn-Sells Group, and we have some grants from Just Transition and from Estonian different parts. And we started with an idea that was based on already things done in Estonia by Baltic, and the idea got started actually from a KTH University master thesis, where they looked into what to do with industrial waste, and then Ragn-Sells basically looked at, okay, in each of the country, which is the biggest challenge of the waste, and in Estonia is definitely oil shale ash. We have about 500 million tons of oil shale ash deposited as of today, and then we have another 500 million tons of other industrial waste that is mainly related to oil shale industry, is still waiting. I started with the circular economy, and do you guys know what is the biggest challenge in the circular economy? Well, that's before, but you want to do something from waste. Often no, there's plenty of material, but the issue is that it's not in one place. So I make always kind of an example of the sausage wrapper. You know that if you buy a sausage, there's a wrapper around it. You take it away, then you cut the sausage and you eat it. If you would have that enough of these thrown away wrappers in one place, let's say 100 million tons, it would make sense to develop a technology and make more sausage wrapping material. But in reality, it is dispersed all around with all the households. And so the first challenge is how do you get the similar material in one place. With industrial waste, it's a little bit easier start. That's why we started with industrial waste. Often you have, not only in Estonia, but also in Sweden, in Poland, in other Latvia, Lithuania, you have industrial waste in one place with very high quantities. So then it makes sense to kind of take an effort, take a risk, and develop a technology, and then try to kind of start from there. And what we have done is we have gone through all the stages of lab testing, piloting. Now we are building a demo plant in Narva to kind of have a final understanding of the commercial and the technical setup of this project. And then we can move on to the commercialization after that. And the demo plant is not ready this year, but the construction or the installation of the equipment will start this year, and hopefully first quarter next year we will have it ready. And for the demo, it's a small one, so we need only, if someone wants to sell CO2, we only need 25 tons per year for the demo, but if we commercialize it, we would need about 250,000 tons per year of CO2. And getting that CO2 actually, it seems that there's too much of it, like the sausage wrapper, like it's too much of it everywhere, but getting the right kind into the right place, that is a challenge. I think we heard today already, I'm not going to repeat what are the issues like the standards and cost OPEX for the transport and so on. So, I was quicker. So I guess questions, right?
Give some time for questions. Do we have those?
Everything was clear.
Everything was clear.
So now you guys know Ragn-Sells, right? You go home and you know Ragn-Sells. Very good.
Now we know. But I actually have a question for you, because you said that specified CO2 should come to the production in your facility. So is this only the biogenic CO2? Or, for example, from cement industry, will you be able to take the CO2 volumes?
That's a question that has a very long answer. So it practically and physically we can take in actually CO2 that is, let's say, 1 bar 80% pure, no problem, not an issue. If you look at and it doesn't matter where it comes from, there's absolutely no difference. But if you look at the EU regulation setup, then there's a difference. EU says if you want to have like a carbon negative, sounds negative, but let's say with a negative footprint product, you would have to start with either biogenic or air captured. Air capture, I know that some things are coming, but it's not like 100% on the market. Biogenic is on the market because I know all the big players that supply CO2, they have at least said that if you want 250,000 tons, tell me where and when, and let's sign, and you will have it. Yeah, it's not a problem. But in practicality, what we see is the question is, the places where the biogenic CO2 is formed, they don't have too much motivation on actually capturing it, putting it into the, we don't have pipelines, so putting it into the bottle and then making it like transportable. Because I think someone mentioned biogas facilities. They're a very good example. If you make biomethane, you will have, it's very good, easy to make liquefied CO2 from that. But transporting that liquefied CO2 is a challenge. If we would have a giant biogas factory next to us, then it's a different story.
Okay.
Very good.
I see that you will produce 50 tons PCC per year at this demo plant. How much CO2 you will need for these 50 tons, and where are you planning to take it for demo?
We need about 25 tons.
CO2?
Yeah, well, PCC, if you have calcium oxide, CO2, half and half, well, roughly. we'll need a little bit more because we'll have losses in the process. But let's say put it very, and I think we have an contract with Elmer Messer for that.
With Messer?
Yes. So for that 25.
You will buy from Messer for demo.
Yeah.
And then we will see, of course.
Yeah.
LR, thank you. Just one question. This morning we had a talk from Up Catalyst, and the speaker Apostos, he was reacting to the fact that, well, they're running some demonstration, also creating products from captured CO2. But one of his concerns was that in order for them to scale up to the levels where it will be a commercially viable product, they do not have, at least in Estonia, enough captured CO2 volumes. Do you have similar view or you differ?
Yeah, we cannot work with what we have in Estonia. I think we have gone around with all the biogas plants and all the plants that will be built. And we're talking about maybe 100,000 tons per year. I think many of those plants are not capturing CO2 at the moment, so they would have to invest further, and then they would have the capability of giving that out. But that's the absolute maximum, meaning all the business cases go through and everybody starts producing full on. So the probability is about, I would say, 50,000 tons maybe is available in reality. But we have time, so we still need to kind of figure out the demo and make that one like commercially viable. And in that process, of course, we have to kind of seal the deal, how we're going to take the CO2 from where and which way. But
you can take it from only those two sources that we can either capture or...
If we want to have a CO2 negative footprint product, then yes. If we don't, then it doesn't matter.
What's stopping?
Well, nothing is stopping us. So we just have to decide based on, if you look at the demo plant, we have to know the real net negative effect based on, you basically have to subtract from all the CO2 that you store in your product, you have to subtract all the indirect emissions that come with it. So all the electricity that you use or transport, chemicals, all of that. And then you will have the final net that you could potentially kind of claim. And we see there's great potential because half of the product is CO2. That's quite a lot. But we have to kind of decide based on what makes most sense for the commercial plant. We will select the CO2 source, and also on the availability. I have spoken to few of the Danish companies, and there's great interest because they are a bit worried about CCS. That's their feedback on the long term, and they really want to look into this CCUS things. And they have promised, I cannot quote them, but they have promised that they would be available more than 250,000 tons from Denmark. But that means logistics, that means ships, that means ship to rail probably, or ship to pipeline. Yeah, so.
And have you ever wanted to build your facility near to the one that has CO2?
Well, then it would have to be outside of Estonia.
Oh, so you want only in Estonia?
Not necessarily, but right now we have kind of taken as the oil shale ash there's quite a lot of it. Right now, no one is actually commercially using it, especially the ones, and it's kind of also, if we would, us and some other maybe companies together, we would reduce that waste. It would actually be good for the environment. So kind of makes sense. Of course, we could use other industrial wastes similar way and build a plant somewhere else. But this right now is kind of idea is to define, would it fit in Estonia? Would it make money? Can we kind of build all the blocks together?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And we really wish that your project will be successful in the future, and hope it will work, everything. So thank you. Thank you one more time. So we are track on time. We have 4 minutes. We saved some time. And we have a break now. And I would like to ask Mayur when we are coming back.
30 minutes, but if we can come early, and we save some time, and we can do that. Maybe 15 minutes of possibility.
So 3:45, you are welcome back here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. May I ask you to take your seats, please? Yeah. Thank you. Everything's okay. He's ready. Yeah. Okay. So our next speaker is Shantanu Agarwal. Shantanu is a founder and CEO of Mati Carbon, a company based in the USA. Shantanu is a climate tech entrepreneur with more than 20 years of energy industry experience. He has successfully founded a number of companies in past, including Susteon, Sustera in climate tech domain. And his company has also been the winner of the X Prize this year. And so he will be speaking about enhanced rock weathering for farmer resilience and climate action in Indian rice system. So Shantanu, floor is yours. You have about 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mayur. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for this opportunity to share our work. I have shared my screen. Is that visible? Okay, let me share again. Let me just try again. Okay, excellent. Thank you for that introduction. Let me kick it off. I'm the founder CEO of Mati Carbon. We work in smallholder farmers, agricultural fields in the global south, specifically focusing on a process called enhanced rock weathering. And we have been doing that for a while now and scaling in Africa and India. So I'm going to talk to you about some experiences with that process. We essentially use a basalt-based rock supplement, which we add to the smallholder farmer fields. And typically, our target regions are in the global south, where we have a more favorable climatic conditions, generally being warmer and rainier. And we also have typically highly weathered and degraded soils. So they can actually benefit from this quite significantly. And we have one of the most important things is the strong economic drivers for these farmers, because these farmers are fairly constrained by economic conditions and typically do not have the ability to afford even fertilizers. So having this supplement allows them to see quite a bit of benefits in terms of increased income, reduction in requirements for chemical fertilizers and supplements. And I'll talk to you about that a little bit in the future slides. And so that impact actually and the benefits is kind of one of the main drivers for us to get a lot of adoption from these farmers as we scale in these regions. We have done an analysis for the planet of where all in the world enhanced rock weathering can actually scale. And in our analysis, we have found about 200 million smallholder farmers globally can actually benefit from this. And this is a map of the basalt deposits on the planet. And then we have kind of mapped the smallholder farmers around these basalt deposits and tried to see where we can maximize the impact for smallholder farmers by expanding into different regions on the planet. And as you can see, it's quite pervasive, and it's all across the world where this technique can be utilized. We have particularly scaled in India already quite significantly, and now we are expanding in Africa and Southeast Asia. To this extent, this map shows India and Zambia and Tanzania, where we are very active already. And we also have started a couple more countries in Africa and one country in Southeast Asia, where we are starting to do operations now. For this presentation, I'm going to focus on a particular season and a particular location of applications. Even though in India we have applications all across the middle part of the country, we have 5 different bases in India. I'm going to focus on one of the bases called GPM, Korela Pendra Marwahi. This is in northern Chhattisgarh, and I'm going to focus on these deployments. You can see this kind of a pattern of small little dots all across this area. Each of these dots is essentially a a paddy field. And these are deployments which we did in one of the seasons, which I'm going to talk about in this small little district of central India. So this is what it looks like in the field. This irregular pattern of paddy fields all across the landscape, and these can be as small as 0.2, 0.1 acres, and can be typically like half an acre. This probably is a half an acre field, and you can have slightly bigger than half an acre, and this probably is almost an acre. So that gives you some context of what you're looking at in terms of the landscape and the type of fields which we have to deal with. And this is what it looks like once the paddy is sown, and you've got these flooded paddies with the crops growing. So in this particular deployment, which I'm going to talk about, we have 636 farmers participating, 8,657 paddies, which is these kind of fields, which I'm going to talk, which were participating. This was spread across 36 villages, and we deployed about 40,000 tons in 3,193 acres of rice paddies. So about 12 tons or so per acre of deployment was done in this particular deployment in GPM. We do quite a significant metadata collection to manage this sort of scale of deployment. As you can imagine, it's a pretty humongous task to deploy in such dispersed and discrete fields. So we have an electronic platform which we call Matic to use to capture all these shape files and data. As you can see, all these shapes are different, and we kind of are able to identify these fields and get all the history of these fields and capture all that data along with all the deployment data and sampling data which we collect. This is how typically our sampling looks like. We are basically got individual points in the field where the samples have been picked. We actually capture that. We also draw out all these plots. This is a profile of a particular farmer where you can see each plot level data is captured, and these are very small plots. These are 0.1 acre, 0.2 acre type of plots here, as you can see. And we have an individual plot ID, and we actually calculate the MRV, which is the monitoring, reporting, and verification process for each plot individually. Everything is calculated. And in this case, for this particular farmer, Meenabai, we had 1 acre of deployment, and total carbon credits generated from this one was this particular farmer 1.14 tons, and the income benefits she received was $136 because this was only 1 acre and a very small farmer. We have got an extensive process for quantifying yield estimates, which I'm going to talk about, and we also report rice yield and earning numbers from surveys which we collect. So we have 2 ways to measure the yield increases. One is measuring it ourselves by actually going in the field, and the second is through large-scale surveys which we do with our farmers. We also have a partner third-party institute called Indira Gandhi Krishi Vidyalaya, which works with us to do these surveys. A typical survey at the end of deployment is done when we are actually going and measuring. We use these almost pseudoscientific 1 meter by 1 meter measuring tools to really harvest 3 1 meter by 1 meter area. And then we weigh the biomass and the paddy weight to really understand the difference between a control field and an application field. This is an example of this particular instance, and we were able to see that in this area, we were able to measure the difference between the control field and application field. And you can see the difference between the paddy weights. And this is a colored description of where the difference is. And this is actually the bell curve, which shows you that in some fields we were seeing a massive difference, 70-80% difference. In other fields, very minor, 2-3-5%, but the most of them were in the belly of the curve, which is here, to get an average of about 25%. And then we had a large-scale survey. We conduct these surveys through our Matic platform. We are conducting multiple stages of surveys, and we put these surveys together and collect all the data from the farmers by actually interviewing them at various stages of the crop growth. And the difference between the two is one is actually a measured signal, which is paddy weight basalt minus paddy weight control divided by paddy weight control, which is what we saw earlier in that bell curve. And that gives you a measured percentage. And then the survey percentage is basically based on the farmer's experience, and they essentially compare it with the previous year's production. And there you're seeing basically a paddy weight basalt for 2024 crop as compared to the previous year's crop is what the farmer will compare to. And so in these cases, most of these cases, there may not be a control. So they're basically comparing from what their perceived increment is from previous year. And that's how we get the survey results of what the increment is. And so the survey data here does not have a true control, but the measure data does. And we have 697 surveys, and this is the survey data plotted against the number of farmers who responded in various ways. And the mean is about 18% and the median is 13.3%. So it again shows a fairly consistent result of increment for crop productivity and almost a similar sort of a bell curve, which we saw in our actual measurement. But the numbers are slightly different. And this is the difference of comparison. This is the measured, which we actually measured in the field. And here the mean is about 28% and the median is about 23%. And the survey, which is of a much larger quantity of people, but it is based on the previous year data and not having an actual control, is 18% and 14%. And this actually is significant in whatever way you want to look at it, because these farmers are typically making about $1,000 to $1,200 per annum. And this sort of an increment is an increment of $200 to $300 in income for them per annum, which is a significant life-changing impact, because it allows for them to pay off their debts, get to better types of seeds or even other farm supplements, to allow them to sort of come out of the vicious circle of being hand to mouth and being debt laden to being able to sort of start climbing the ladder of more prosperity. And that is what we're seeing in our fields as we are scaling it in various places in India and in Africa. This is sort of the content of heavy metals. There are some people who are concerned that these basalt applications, these basalt dust application in the field might actually create some challenges around that. However, we have measured it extensively, and we also carefully select the basalt sources, which have very low heavy metal concentrations. And this is the actual data from the field, where we can see that the end of year sample and the pre-samples of the soils, which were measured for their heavy metal compositions, have not changed in any significant or noticeable manner. And they're still very much within the limits of what European Union recommends. Some of our partners and team members working in the field, you can see this is actually a control field and this is an application field. And there's a very, very significant difference here between the production. And that's what some of the farmers are seeing as well, which we already reported. And in some places, like here in Zambia, where drought is quite significant, this is also an effect of what we're doing. Here, what you've seen is there's a control field on the right and the application field on the left. And the water retention capacity, because of this, the addition of this material actually goes up. And here in these drought-ridden areas, we were able to see that the farmers were able to actually have a crop, because the farmer sowed the crop when the first rain happened in the rainy season. These are rain-fed fields, so poor farmers. And then the rain disappeared for 3 weeks and everything died. But because of the water retention capacity of the left side, because of the application of the material, these fields survived and the farmer was able to get a crop. So we are seeing quite a bit of these farmers who are very happy and now trusted partners with us. And we're really hopeful that we can get this word out to the world and get this enhanced rock weathering spread across the planet and make this truly a planetary difference. Thank you. I'll open it for questions.
Thank you, Chandru. Are there any questions for Chandru? Yeah, there is one question here from Tom.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. That was very interesting. Maybe I missed something. dosing or something, but did you actually, does this actually capture CO2 and how much?
Yes, it does. So I did show you a small segment of that. We didn't really talk about that in much. I mean, most of the work which we do around MRV is with these plots. We actually take samples of soils and liquids, water, basically pore water, and based on that, we have a fairly sophisticated modeling and measure protocol, which is using clean labs to understand the chemistry of these soils as they change in the waters. Based on that, we are measuring the carbon removal, and that is what's financing this whole thing. The farmers get it completely for free. So carbon credit generation is kind of critical for our existence. And we are generating carbon credits. Typically, with the application of about 10 tons of basalt in a field, you can expect about 3 tons of carbon removal over the life of the weathering period. And that weathering period depends on the particular conditions of the field. But if you do an annual application of 10 tons, and after a few years, then you will essentially get a consistent 3 tons of removal per annum per acre of fields. So this is 10 tons per acre, which I'm suggesting here. So basically the carbon removal potential of basalt, the material we're using here, is about 0.3, 0.32 tons of CO2 per ton of rock dust.
Thank you. In case you guys are wondering why we're talking about basalt and India here, but one of the reasons to have this talk is because I had met Shantanu when he was scoping for basalt, and there's a lot of basalt available in Nordics, especially in Sweden and Finland. And the farmlands here are a lot larger, so there's a lot more potential. Do you have any comments? Well, I mean, I remember you were here looking for...
Absolutely. So I'll mention there. So you'll see that our map shows a bunch of these rock here in the Nordics as well, and in Eastern Europe and even Western Europe. There's plenty of this going on. In Germany, actually, enhanced rock weathering is scaling quite rapidly now, and in some other parts of Europe as well. However, we have not focused on it because our entire raison d'etre is essentially smallholder farmers. So we have kind of focused on that area. However, we have the technology to really allow for enhanced rock weathering to scale almost anywhere on the planet. There is potential in Eastern Europe and in Northern Europe. I mean, all these places have basalt as well. And Europe will become one of the very important places for enhanced rock weathering to scale. There is also a bunch of work going on with the government to make that one of the ETS compliant pathways for carbon removal. And that is ongoing right now. We are also participating in that sort of government discussions with EU at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Shantanu. Are there any more questions? I think we should. Okay. Then we would like to say thanks to Shantanu for his nice talk.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Shantanu. Maybe we can now have the next speaker here. Our next speaker is Carlo. One second. Just. Okay, so our next speaker is Carlo Maciurini. Carlo is a senior business development lead in Europe for Global CCS Institute. Carlo has over 15 years of experience working in business development and account management roles for financial institutions, private companies, European institutions, and startup operating in solar and energy storage. Carlo will be talking to us about state of play of CCS in Europe. Carlo, it's yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind invitation. I'm very happy to be here also on behalf of the Global CCS Institute. And I share the feelings of Ev Tamme, which she was saying before that, of course, the North Sea is a strong topic, but there are also many exciting areas in Europe, such as the Baltic, that they really deserve attention. So also, for those who were last year at the Baltic Carbon Forum in Vilnius, you will see some similarities with my set of slides, because of course, the purpose here is to give you an update of what's going on globally within the CCS community. However, today it's quite an important day for the Global CCS Institute, because we are launching officially the Global Status Report for 25, and I will be able to give a sneak peek of new numbers. So you will see a presentation similar to the one of last year, which slightly different numbers. Good news in the end. So, first of all, who we are. The Global CCS Institute is an international think tank dedicated to climate change. We are a non-for-profit, totally independent, and we focus on pillars such as advocacy, sharing knowledge, creating a community dedicated to CCS, because in the end, the mission is to accelerate the deployment of CCS technology globally. We have around 200 members. We are, of course, a members-based institute. We have around 200 members based all over the world. As you can see here, we represent the whole value chain. So we do not have a single industry as members, but we represent government, we represent quasi-government, we represent oil and gas, hard-to-abate industry, tech and service providers, consultancy, other NGOs. And we have members from all over the world, from the Americas, Europe, Japan, Asia Pacific, Middle East. That's also where we have our own offices. So we cover different areas, and not only Europe, of course. This slide here, I feel like you already know why CCS is essential to reach net zero. What I need to tell here is that we have a very big challenge in front of us. We need to scale up to gigatons of capture capacity. So it's a pretty big challenge in front of us. And I would say let's start with the bad news. Bad news number one and only, this is where we are at the moment. This is from 2024. You see that the capture capacity, the bubble here represents 50 million tons per annum of capture capacity. This was 2024, last year. This is where we need to be, because if we think about global emissions that we need to cut, which are 40 gigatons per annum, and our sources says CCS need to cover at least the 14% of it, and this is a very conservative figure. Someone says even 20, then we need to scale up to 5.6 gigatons per annum of capture capacity. We are very far from it. 50, that's last year. 2025, this is the brand new figures. At the moment, we have 64 million tons per annum of capacity, of capture capacity globally. Not only in Europe, this is a global figure. Just to give you the perception, how much is 64? A country like Belgium, their emission, the CO2 emissions are around a little less than 90 million tons per annum. So we are not able to cover with the actual capacity Belgium. And we have a huge challenge in front of us. So this was the bad news, basically. But we have very good news in front of us. This is the current pipeline up to 2024. I will give you now also the figures from 2025. If you see 2017, which is friendly referred as the Valley of Death, that's where basically there was not a single project under development, very small amount of projects. Why is that? Because, of course, there was no policy and regulations in place. It was not developed, it was under development, but not announced yet. What happened then after? It happened that we had new policies, new regulations, 45Qs in the United States, Canada as well following, European country growing and publishing their own strategies and contracts for differences in different countries. What happened then? A substantial growth. If you see 2023 and 2024, the growth of projects in the pipeline, and the color code means that dark blue operational projects, dark green in constructions, light blue, advanced development, green, early development. You see a massive growth here, 23 plus 35%, 24 plus 47%, 25 plus 54%. Huge growth, which what this means? It means that now we have policy in places, we have regulations, and we have very good business cases. 2024 numbers. How many projects in the pipeline? It was 628 last year. This year, new figures, we have 734. What is the number of facilities in operations? Last year, 50. This year, 77. Project in construction. Well, this is something very interesting. The capture capacity of the project in construction is 44 million tons per annum. So if you sum up and the cumulative capture capacity of the current pipeline, it's more than 500 million tons per annum. We forecast that in 2030, we will have capacity, global storage capacity of, capture capacity of more than 330 million tons per annum. So as you can see, we are in a very good place. We are growing, there are projects, they are becoming operational, and we have projects taking FIDs, final investment decisions. It's happening. But we need to do more. If you see here, this is where the main projects are. Globally, you see two main areas: United States, Canada, Europe, something in Asia, China, there is something, Asia Pacific, Middle East. There are a couple of big gaps. Well, I see here three big gaps. One is India, but India is actually considering CCS and is starting developing an internal discussion for growing CCS. Africa, completely inexistent at the moment. There are some projects in Northern Africa, which we don't know yet the future of it. And South America. South America, there is only, of course, the Petrobras project, which is actually the biggest in the world, but that's the only one that at the moment is operational. So these are countries where we will need to grow quite a lot. Let me explain this table here, which is a little bit complicated. You see here a timeline. It starts in 1972, and you see here all the different applications that could be applied to CCS. You see that it started in 1972, and it started with basically gas. And it started then to apply to more and more activities, industries. So from oil, it went to the hard-to-abate, power. What is my main takeaway here? I would say two main takeaways. Takeaway number one is not new. Because sometimes I hear, oh, but it's a new technology. It's not. It started in 1972. And it's evolving, it's developing, and it's growing. But the other thing is, from 1972 to now, I haven't heard of a major tragedy caused by CCS. The other thing is versatile. You can apply CCS to many, many different applications. Oil and gas, hard to abate, power, fertilizers. Again, this is just, I will try to stay in 15 minutes, so I will skip on this one. And where we are in Europe at the moment. In Europe, we have 11 operational CCS facilities. The last one, it was Brevik Cement in Norway, Northern Lights. So 11, which is a good number. And facilities in constructions means facilities who have reached the FID, the final investment decision, is actually now non-15, it's 16, because the last two are both in Hainet, so northwest of England, and one is Padewood, Heidelberg Materials, and the other one is a waste to energy, which is Encyclis. They reached FID. And this is where we are with Europe. We are in a good place, and also because, as I was mentioning, there is a growing policy and regulation trend, and also From one side, of course, we have the European Commission that is funding, but on the other side, we have single countries which are funding CCS as well. Now, here we have some examples. You see the dark blue is where a national carbon management strategy is published. Light blue is when it is in preparation. We heard about Poland, for example. Plain maybe outside of this, what is a contract for difference? But a contract for difference is basically the funding from the government, which help in filling the gap between the EU ETS price and the cost of the installation of the project. If you have this kind of tool in place, that's where you have projects operational. United Kingdom is the best example, also because, of course, there is more than 20 billions of pounds allocated to CCS, and also it's where most of the projects are happening at the moment. But then, of course, Denmark, which did an amazing work for public acceptance. You have contract for differences in the Netherlands. But also, and this is something that is quite exciting also because, again, let's not focus only on the North Sea. For example, let's have a look at the Mediterranean, and let's have a look about Greece. Greece is probably the most advanced place in the Mediterranean. They have 3 projects that they have been granted by the fund, the European fund. Well, 4, considering also Prinos, which is the storage one. And they are working on a contracts for different strategy since 2022. So I would say that if you see Southern Europe, probably let's call it the next Denmark, can be Greece. Something important are bilateral agreements in Europe between countries, because of course the transport of CO2 is very important. This is basically a recap of every single memorandum of understanding that is at the moment active in Europe. Again, I will be happy to deep dive if requested, but also I'm conscious of time. So let's go to the last slide. This is a quick recap of where we are. There is a very positive outlook. As you can see, all the projects are growing. We have new projects each year that they become operational. But of course, we still have many, many challenges. I would say we have discussed this already today. Public acceptance. It's one of the main challenges. The other one is policy and regulations. We need more policy and regulations. Something that we have mentioned is that we will have a policy and regulation dedicated to transport and storage only in 2026. And we have already 11 projects operational in Europe without this kind of policy in place. So this is also something that needs to advance, and needs to advance quickly. We need to have very good business cases. We need to have very good business cases, and we have them in terms of technology and projects operational. But we need also to make sure, and this is another thing that I've heard today, and it's true, to the risk. We need to have make sure that, because at the moment all the risks are on emitters, of course, if we are not able to progress. And we need to have more governments funding projects with tools like contract for differences. So thank you very much. I hope I've been on time with the 15 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you, Carlo, for really cutting it short. I appreciate it. Are there any questions? Okay, Alex here.
Thank you very much. Actually, my question relates to my presentation and very much to yours, because it refers to the numbers that you mentioned. You mentioned roughly 70 projects, right, in operation.
77.
77, because I'll be like presenting some numbers, but they're obviously outdated because CCS is not my topic, but I've been trying to calculate all the projects in operation. Do those 77 projects include enhanced oil recovery, or they?
Yes, they do.
Okay, because I'll be. Do you know how many projects, operational projects, are there that are not enhanced oil recovery? Just solely focusing on.
I know about the European ones, which are 11, and they're not enhanced oil recovery. But so this is also an invite for every single of you. All this information are in the global status report that has been launched today, so it's downloadable through our website and it's free. So
perfect, thank you.
No problem.
Are there more questions? Just one. So, Carlo, so when you talk about this enhanced oil recovery projects, these are in particular like any location, or is it like globally?
Probably United States is the main place for enhance oil recovery.
But as far as EU is concerned, it's not allowed, right, to use at least in.
No, at the moment, all the projects in the European Union are dedicated to storage and are commercial projects, basically, selling storage.
Okay, thank you, Carlo, for a nice overview. Our last speaker today is Alexei Patanoy. Alexei is a research fellow at Oxford Energy Institute, focusing on commercial hydrogen development with hydrogen research program. He explores challenges and opportunities in hydrogen value chain, and he will be speaking to us today about hydrogen and CCUS market, numbers, projects, and policies. So over to you, Alex.
Thank you very much. Oh, this one. Let me. Works. Okay, so I know everyone is tired, everyone is sleepy and happy to eat rather than, and perhaps communicate with each other rather than listen to something not necessarily related to carbon management, but I won't take too much of your time. I will start with an overview of how much progress has been made in the hydrogen sector compared to the CCUS sector. That's the main topic of discussion for today. But one of the key ideas behind my presentation is to bring this message that without CCUS, meeting the hydrogen targets will not really be possible. You know, the European Union and the European Commission specifically published the so-called Repower EU plan right after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2022, by which 10 million tons of green hydrogen should be produced in the EU, and 10 million tons should be imported to the EU, and it's all just green hydrogen by 2030. So we have less than 5 years to meet those targets, but I'm going to claim that they will never be met just because we don't have, we are not at the scale to deliver, and it's too costly, and green hydrogen is not scalable enough. So I will start with why green hydrogen production is not happening at this scale it should be happening to meet the targets. As you know, most of the cost of green hydrogen is constituted by the cost of electricity. So between 73 to 75% of the cost of green hydrogen, obviously depending on specific technologies used, will be the cost of electricity. So to produce cheap hydrogen to decarbonize the so-called hard-to-abate sectors where hydrogen is viewed by many as the only way to decarbonize, we will need really, really cheap electricity. In Europe, in many cases, it's not really possible to achieve that unless you have really, you know, super suitable conditions which are not available everywhere, but also because of regulation. So in Europe, we have the so-called additionality principle. So because the European Commission wants green hydrogen projects to be powered by specifically dedicated renewables, so the renewables that are already in place generating green power to power homes and industries, they're just not suitable to be used for green hydrogen production. So in order to create that great and beautiful green hydrogen sector, we need to install a lot of new wind farms and solar panels, and it's simply by the rate of installation and the rate of the development of this sector is not really showing us that we will be able to do that. So we need a lot more gigawatts of green power generation facilities, at least 2 to 3 times more than we need of those with respect to electrolyzers. Just to give you some numbers, to decarbonize the gray hydrogen sector, so gray hydrogen that is currently being produced by conventional, mostly fossil fuels, so steam methane reforming, you take natural gas and you use steam methane reforming, you produce hydrogen. It's been the most popular source of gray hydrogen. Hydrogen has been used to reduce the sulfuric content of crude, as you know, so in the refining sector to produce fertilizers, nitrogen fertilizers primarily. So just to decarbonize those sectors that have already been using gray hydrogen, we would need at least 100 gigawatt of renewable power, and we are not even close to reaching those targets. I'm not even mentioning the 2030 landmark as something that we should consider. Just because of that, I'm going to claim that we won't be able to meet those targets. So green hydrogen is an important topic to discuss. It's in many cases the only way to decarbonize some specific sectors, but the way at which the industry is currently developing will not really allow us to see the beauty of decarbonization anytime soon. As you mentioned several times with respect to carbon capture and storage, it could be used to produce the so-called blue hydrogen. So we use steam methane reforming and then apply CCS. In many countries, specifically Norway, the Netherlands, and the UK, believe that this is the way to go, just because green hydrogen is too expensive and not scalable. Scalability and cost are the two major problems for green hydrogen. So maybe blue hydrogen is the solution. So maybe we should all invest in, steam methane reform and in carbon capture and storage. As you can see from the numbers below, the largest planned green hydrogen project, by the way, that's in Saudi Arabia, and they have a pretty different approach when it comes to financing specific projects, large-scale projects. They have much shorter timelines for those, and they can perform a lot quicker and faster than most of the European countries. But even their largest green hydrogen project is not even close to, in terms of capacity, to the largest conventional hydrogen production plant. And if you theoretically apply CCS, you can see that the scale of green hydrogen production versus the scale of potential blue hydrogen production is strikingly different. So maybe we should all invest in blue hydrogen to decarbonize sectors like nitrogen fertilizers, maybe steel making. That won't work with cement, as we all know. So CCS and CCU, perhaps, to some extent, would be the most useful way and most useful technologies to apply here. But as you also learned today, CCS is also a pretty problematic topic. So both sectors, and I was actually referring to those numbers I'm using, I was able to identify roughly 45 projects that are not related to enhanced soil recovery, but I may be wrong. So if I'm right, if we can see the numbers over here, basically they tell us that both sectors are not really developing super fast and super, impressively great. Both green hydrogen and CCS, in this case, specifically blue hydrogen sectors, they need a lot more support, and they should be encouraged by primarily governments, because both sectors need subsidies to operate. Also for CCS sector, economics is obviously a challenge. Not saying that it's not a challenge for green hydrogen. Obviously it is. Loan permitting process and the chicken and egg problem with infrastructure. I think we've mentioned the infrastructure a couple of times, but I think it should be highlighted that the infrastructure for CO2 management is critical importance as well. If you don't have infrastructure, and it's also pretty challenging to develop that infrastructure, because people may not necessarily be in favor of those development plans you may have in mind, and it's also pretty costly. And there's also, most importantly, no direct financial incentives, because carbon management is basically a waste management problem. Whereas, hydrogen can potentially be used as a feedstock to produce something of, let's say, greater value. You can produce ammonia and then produce fertilizers or explosives or fibers, you name it. If it's not CCU, then if it's CCS, then it's waste management. And, no one is really happy to pay for something that will not really be used anytime soon. As we mentioned, one of the speakers mentioned today, we're thinking about decades, not even decades, but centuries and thousands of years here if we want to store CO2 underground. At the same time, there's some hope in all this darkness. What I just mentioned with respect to the EU's plans referring to green hydrogen, that if we just focus on green hydrogen in countries specifically like Germany, they've been obsessed with focusing and invest in everything just in green hydrogen because it's considered to be the holy grail of decarbonization and the only way to save us all, from the gloom and doom aftermath of climate change. If we focus on green hydrogen, we won't be there. We won't be able to decarbonize as fast as we want to. So the rest of the world, I guess, and even Germany at the moment, just realized that we also need to invest in blue hydrogen and carbon capture and storage. So they are not really rivals. Carbon management and hydrogen, they are not really rivals as they were sometimes portrayed in the past, but they are rather partners in this specific case, because as I mentioned, without carbon capture and storage, we will not be able to meet the hydrogen targets on time. When it comes to markets, hydrogen market is still not a global thing. Around 5 years ago, we organized a conference on the potential trade routes for hydrogen, and a lot of companies were expecting green hydrogen to be traded everywhere. Chileans were super active in developing and promoting the idea of them exporting hydrogen to places like Germany or the Netherlands, to the port of Rotterdam. From Chile, if you can, it sounds fantastic, but technically speaking, economically speaking, it's still not really feasible. Why? Because there's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the offtake specifically. And the offtake is I think, one of the most important issues to consider here, because we still don't really know which industries will use hydrogen, clean hydrogen in this specific case. The producers are not sure whether they need to produce this or that amount of hydrogen, and the infrastructure development is not happening at the speed and pace that it should. That diagram on the bottom basically shows the bankability situation. So which projects are currently the most bankable one from a perspective of a commercial bank like ING, for instance? That is basically their data. We are working with them on a paper related to bankability. So market uncertainty and the conditions that I described just a moment ago are one of the most important issues for those hydrogen initiatives not really to progress that fast. So what are the most bankable projects? The most bankable project when it comes to clean hydrogen will be the ones that will relate not to clean hydrogen in pure form, but something that could potentially be used as a feedstock that already has its own market. And I'm referring to ammonia and methanol specifically. So the most bankable hydrogen project would refer to hydrogen that would then be transformed or converted into methanol or ammonia, because you can use ammonia to produce fertilizers, and you already have a market for those. And the same for methanol. You can produce formaldehydes, you name it, again. It's already something that already has a market. So even if that green hydrogen or blue hydrogen or whatever hydrogen, let's say fantasy or whatever you call it, does not really take off, does not materialize, even if you invest in something like that, you will still have your way out of the business, or you can continue the business because there'll still be a market for that. When it comes to CCS, again, it's more about waste management. So we need to think about, again, government support and also voluntary commitments. And by mentioning government support, I mean specifically, we need to internalize the cost of the damage that we're causing to the environment. Unless we have some mechanisms like carbon tax, and I'm listing some of the countries with the highest carbon tax in existence, we won't really be able to make those projects commercially viable. Because who will be paying for something that will not be used, something that will not generate profit? So we need to create those mechanisms. I mean, again, for green hydrogen, we also need those, but for carbon management and carbon capture and storage specifically, because of the way the market is organized, because it's a waste management market, basically, we need to specifically emphasize government support. Sorry, looking. I'm going to focus on two major projects in the world. The first one in the US H2 hubs. Again, highlighting the point that I mentioned at the very beginning of my presentation, that hydrogen and CCUS are not at odds with each other. They're basically very much connected. If you take the hydrogen, Gulf Coast hydrogen hub in the US, which is in Texas, if you look at the specific companies that are participating in the project, you would actually find both hydrogen projects and carbon management projects, so CCUS projects and hydrogen projects. And also, those hydrogen projects would most likely be related to the most bankable sectors and most bankable goods. And I would refer to ammonia and methanol again. So companies will collaborate with each other to use both technologies. Green hydrogen will be produced, but also blue hydrogen, because you have enough of fuel to, enough of feedstock to produce blue hydrogen. You also have geological conditions suitable for the CO2 storage. And you also have industries that can basically use the product that you produce to convert into something that already has markets. We've heard a couple of references to the Norwegians and how great the projects are. Fully agree, but this is not the only country in Europe that is trying to pursue that path. I would refer to the Netherlands. I knew that there will be lots of Norwegians and a lot of attention paid to Norway, but the Netherlands is trying to do something similar. In the port of Rotterdam specifically, so Portage project is very much similar to the Northern Lights one, with the exception for not delivering that CO2 by ship, by vessel, but by pipeline. But again, most of it depends on state subsidies and specific dedicated support, because without it, it won't simply work. Here are some, I think, key numbers, key figures when it comes to funding. Obviously, the US has more money than Europe, at least at the moment. Let's see how the situation develops. I think I will conclude here. I'm not sure if we still have time for questions, but happy to hear your questions.
We have time for a couple of questions. Are there any questions from everyone? Anyone? Okay. There was a question online, so I can ask you that. I think the question was, let me just check. The question was related to, I think, generating hydrogen from renewable sources. And the question is that, okay, the efficiency of those processes are low. Are they still commercially viable to generate hydrogen from renewable sources? Because like electrolyzers and all, because to have completely green hydrogen, you need to have the source as well from which the hydrogen is getting generated green. And rather than using it for producing hydrogen, you can use it straight away for some other process.
So that's a great question. I think when the gas prices in Europe were super high, right before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, green hydrogen production in Europe was commercially viable, and everyone was claiming that green hydrogen finally managed to overtake gas. But at the moment, I think looking at this issue from the perspective of the off-taker, in a company like ArcelorMittal, for instance, they're one of the largest steel makers in Europe and I guess in the world. I think last year they officially claimed that they won't be able to produce, to basically base their steel making on green hydrogen, at least in Europe, because the cost of production is too high. And they would rather produce green hydrogen to produce directly reduced iron at a place like Brazil, for instance, where the cost of electricity is super low, or maybe zero. I don't know how much, because they have a lot of hydropower over there. And then using directly reduced iron that could be technically and easily transported to Europe, they can finalize the process. So they are currently considering producing some elements, so basically recreating some elements of the value chain in a country which has very low cost of production, so that the rest of the process could be finalized in Europe. But Yeah, I would say, given that roughly 75% of the cost of green hydrogen is the cost of electricity, you need to find a very specific place in Europe or anywhere in the world where it, the cost is lowest. Again, referring to the case of Sweden, since we are, we have Nordics representatives of the Nordic countries over here. There's a very specific case of a Swedish steelmaking industry in Lapland, where you have Malmbana, if I'm not mistaken. You have iron ore mining in Kiruna. You have cheap electricity, so basically wind, and then you have access to port, and that's where the hybrid project and what was once known as H2 Green Steel, but now it's called Stegra, if I'm not mistaken. That's why they based it over there, because all the combination of all the factories is almost ideal. But I don't think everyone can replicate Sweden.
So as I understand what you're saying, that there could be specific places where it will work, but it's not going to work like on a very global scale.
I think the same applies to CCS. I mean, again, I'm not a geologist, but I've worked with geologists from UT Austin on some of the most recent papers. There's no sort of typical storage facility. Every single geological condition is different. And you need to calculate everything and take everything into account so that you cannot really simply take the case of Sweden and replicate it, I don't know, in Bulgaria, because the conditions will be completely different.
Okay, thank you, Alexei. Can we give him one more round of applause? Okay, thank you. With this, we have come to the end of all the presentations for today. Really a great applause for all the speakers to actually finishing ahead of time. And I would like to conclude today's day by making just a short comment. So we had some really inspiring and interesting talk from two keynote talks, one from Jan Martin and another one from Eva. We covered a number of different topics, including the CCUS status in Nordics and Baltics. Also, we looked at the regulatory framework and public perception issues. And also, we covered the topic of carbon capture and storage in industrial sector and commercialization models for CCUS. I hope some of you had the chance to look at some of the posters from students, which are put at the back during the coffee breaks. And with that, I would like to thank all the speakers. Can we give them a round of applause, please? And also to the session chairs who generously helped in organization of some of the sessions. And can we give them a round of applause as well? Thank you. And last but not the least, a round of applause for the man behind all this work, for putting it together on the Zoom and online. One of my student Parsa here. He's been working for quite a few days. So now we have plenty of time. I think UpCat List has asked us to visit their site. Those of you who had registered, we have about 30 places available in the bus. The bus will be available at 5:15 at the reception. So if we can gather there by 5:15, it will be best, because we will be leaving. We must leave before 5:30 so that we have enough time. So I would really appreciate. You guys have now about 30 minutes, so to relax, refresh, and then maybe I'll see you at the reception at 5:15, and tomorrow we start at 9 o'clock with the coffee. Okay, thank you.